Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 25th, 2020. We'll begin with the appeals calendar. Continued hearing item number 1, 2017-144A, 2530 44th Street, Queens. And do I call the other one too?
Yeah.
And item number 2, which is the special order calendar, 10379BZ, 2530 44th Street, Queens also. You can sign for, I went into a sheet. It's okay, sign for that one. Over here. Yeah, because you're opposed to the, okay. Is Andrew gonna, are you coming up? This one's, first one's yours.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Andrew Wallace, representing the New York City Department of Buildings, the applicant for the Certificate of Occupancy revocation. I attended yesterday's review session, and there were no questions directed to the department. The board has the department's last correspondence on this matter, February 3rd, and we'll have the owner's correspondence as well, advising that they're not proceeding with the legalization. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them now, but...
No, thank you very much. No
thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah. And from the owner, yep.
Good morning, Lisa Orantia on behalf of the owner, Ackerman LLP. I wanted to thank the board for taking the time to consider the application and allowing a path forward to legalization, but unfortunately the owner isn't able to pursue that legalization and wishes now to return to the prior two-family occupancy in reliance on the 1979 variance.
Okay, and so you've also submitted a letter requesting relinquishment of the variance, right? Of the amendment.
The amendment,
Yes.
Right.
variance.
Okay. All right then. So are there any speakers on this? I'd like to make a motion to close both cases.
Chair Promoter?
Question. Did we need to open the variance revocation case or no? Nothing, just
I don't
having it on
think
the
so.
calendars
We're
already.
just relinquishing it on the record.
Okay. So motion to close then.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So this is for 2017-144A. Let's do them separate.
Yes, okay, so this is a motion to grant DOB's request to revoke the later certificate of occupancy. It's the, which was the March 27th, I'm just looking for the C of O, the day, C of O of, I don't have a copy, the date of that C of O, but anyway.
It's 2003.
2003 C of O, okay. August 25th, 2003 certificate of occupancy, resulting in sort of a look back, or the validity then falls back to the prior C of O, which is from 1980, right? Okay, so a motion to grant CO's revocation.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And then
For
motion...
10379BZ, this is a relinquishment of the amendment to the variance.
Right, okay, and a motion to revoke the amendment of the variance.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 3, 86348BZ, 25916 Union Turnpike, Queens. Are you stepping in for Mr. Duarte? No, the calendar has changed. Well, I called the calendar number, sir. All right, Mr. Duarte's not here yet. You want to do second call?
Yeah, let's do second call.
Second
Is
call.
anyone here for this 259-16 Union Turnpike? No? Okay.
Okay. Item number 4, 2018-18BZ, 2228, 2250 Linden Boulevard, Brooklyn. No, it just came out yesterday. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Dave Becker. We attended the review session yesterday. As you saw from our submission yesterday and the previous submission, we resolved, and the letter of no objection from the fire department, we resolved the outstanding fire department issues. We did provide photographs showing the lines painted as well as the slats, so therefore, other than the tree, which is now kind of debacle, had we only known about the pit, we are, we're desperate to go forward at this point. We cannot move on anything without BSA approval so the DOB can start issuing permits.
You mean in terms of renovating the interior?
You're renovating the interior, fixing the hoods, everything else.
I see.
Putting it back, getting it occupied, et cetera. No C of O, we can't do anything at this point.
Okay.
So we will dig the pit, we'll apply to DOT for the pit, we'll apply back to parks for the tree, and we'll keep pushing on both of those. But based on, as the board can see, based on everything else the applicant, the owner has done, we've been moving along diligently.
Did you hear yesterday's comments about the trucks, whether or not they're accessory to the
They are
business?
they are accessory to the plumbing hardware store. They are now parked with the photograph was taken prior to the lines. They are now parked within the lines, which Commissioner Shedda did mention, or someone mentioned, we never have issues. We have more than adequate parking, so.
You have 3 trucks.
Right.
That might be parking at a time, and these are associated with the plumbing store.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And there is no parking whatsoever for the
Public
site.
parking.
With these trucks on site, there is no other issues, like for cars parking?
We
customers
are, no,
parking?
because we showed in our survey, we had anywhere from 3 to 6 cars at peak hours. There's plenty of on-site parking in front of the stores on Linden, so we have no issues. These 3 don't, and take up space that would otherwise be entitled for customers, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Are
welcome.
there any speakers on this? Okay, so I think we could make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shedda.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that the street trees that are shown on the drawings be actually planted, and that there's no public parking by trucks or cars. Otherwise, this is only to be parking that's accessory to
Accessory,
the business,
absolutely.
right? Okay. In other words, no renting out of parking spaces to off-site.
No.
Yeah, okay. All right. So on that motion,
Could just,
Yeah.
can we get 2 years from, we're already in March, so if we can get 2 years from the expiration in 2019, that would be
yeah,
appreciated.
that's fine. Mhm. Okay, this is for an extension of time to get the CO, right? Okay, so a motion to grant on that condition?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shedda.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
New cases, item number 5, 76456BZ, 200-05 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Mr. Duarte still not here, second call it. Although we're postponing it, but still.
No, this one we're
This is
postponing.
postponed. You want a second call?
And we don't need to do well, unless he comes and he wants to pick a date.
What do you want to do?
No, actually, this one was postponed simply because of notice. So I think we should just pick a date and then make
Okay.
sure, please send an email right now to Muriel.
Sure.
And ask her to send out notice of hearing.
Okay, what date do you want to pick?
Okay, so whatever's available. April 7th. I think that's good.
Postponed to April 7th.
So please send Muriel an email right now. I'm like belting and suspendering this because it's been postponed twice.
April 7th, right? No submission date, April 7th. Okay, got it, done.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 6, 4297BZ, 9320 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Here. Sorry.
Yeah, right there. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
We received community board, which is distributed to the commissioners.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We were at the executive session yesterday and heard the comments of the board and can respond to, I guess, most of them. But there is a predicate issue that I do want to discuss, and that is the applicability of 77-11 of the zoning resolution. The plans, we will provide more detailed plans of those portions of the site that are outside the newly rezoned C13 zone, which extends 100 feet from Astoria Boulevard. And those extensions outside that district are less than 25 feet. So that 7711, could be applicable.
In its entire, so the goal is that 7711 would make the site no longer needing a variance, is the point.
Well, there's still the issue of the parking waiver, apart from the use.
Oh, you had a parking waiver?
Yes.
That's even,
Under the C13,
okay.
as of right,
That'll help you.
we would require about 30 parking spaces, and we have 13.
Okay, so no matter what, you're still here.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps the applicant explore Article 5, because when a non-conforming use becomes conforming, the underlying zoning requirements aren't applicable, and in this case, the parking requirement would have not have been applicable under a non-conforming use.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but that requires an interpretation, and it doesn't leave me with a feeling of comfort.
no, so we're not saying you go away without DOB's blessing, et cetera, right? But if there's an opportunity to no longer be subject to board jurisdiction, that would be great, right? And because now you have more freedom to come and go as you please,
Right.
right? So since we do need, we have open issues here, you could take some of that time for one to verify, because I don't know whether the entirety of the site falls within the 25-foot distance when measured perpendicular to the zoning district boundary. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, then you still have to be here no matter what, in which case the Article 5 search isn't necessary, right? It only
Right.
works if 7711 completely has your site fall in within the 25 feet.
Based upon measurements taken by the architect, it's under 25 feet slightly.
Oh,
So-
okay.
So, one sawtooth portion is minimally into the R4 zone. The other larger one is about 21, 22 feet from from Astoria Boulevard.
Okay, so then it is worth looking into whether or not a non-conforming use can be absolved of its parking requirements. You
Right.
just look into it, it's really worth doing it, and since we need another submission, you could have time to check with DOB whether they agree.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
and for the applicant, I believe the section is 5231.
5231?
Yeah, that's the section that's usually cited for
Right.
continuation of non-conforming uses. All right, so with that in mind, let me just go through the items that I heard were expressed by the board members yesterday. You have the CB3 decision that came in. We haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's consistent with what I heard at the full board meeting in terms of the vote for approval, or recommending approval. You asked for continuous use since March of 2018. Well, the Walgreens lease is in place and has been in place. They're there now, they were there
You just need
March.
to show us something. There needs to be some documentation of the continuous use. Often, we just take Google Street view, and you can just show that the group, the same business has been there and functioning based on the
That's fine.
street
That's fine.
images. That works, the lease works.
Not a problem.
Invoices for the
In-
lease works, the monthly invoice.
You mean for the
From
rent?
the-
Yeah, for the
checks,
rent.
yeah.
Payment for the rent,
Uh-huh.
yeah. Okay. You also mentioned that there was a difference between what the tax lot shows for the distance of the, on 93rd Street, I believe it was, and the plans seem to show a different distance. Well, that's not quite the case. What happened was that the architect dimensioned the building line
Right.
along that street. You have to add to that the 5 feet of the open space
Right.
behind the building. And also, it didn't measure that tiny triangular piece between Astoria Boulevard and 93rd Street.
Right,
So if you add those 3 distances up, they should equal the same number as the tax lot shows.
right. Okay, but that's the point is you didn't have a running string on the drawing?
That's correct, we didn't.
Yeah, so then I couldn't say, I was trying to guess myself whether you fell within the 25 feet, and I couldn't because I didn't have those dimensions. But that's all. I was aware, but, and also, the drawing is flipped, so
Right,
it took a
I
while to figure
understand.
out which way's, where's up.
All right, what we'll do is, that small triangular piece between, at the corner of Astoria Boulevard and 93rd Street is not dimensioned. So we'll add a dimension to it,
Yeah.
so it's easy to discern that the distances we show for that part of the site is consistent with the tax map.
Okay,
And we will flip the drawings.
okay.
And we'll also label the streets as you suggested. As far as the parking lot is concerned, you asked whether the parking lot is closed. You also asked about hours of operation of the store. The hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. And the parking lot is closed after 12 a.m.
How do they close the parking lot?
They don't use any physical means to close it, but if somebody parks it overnight, they can tow the vehicle.
Who
So-
monitors it? How is it monitored if it's closed after 12?
I don't know, I presume there's a camera there.
Can you find out? It was one of the terms of the variance. I'm not exactly sure. The resolution doesn't explain, but I know that a lot of the time, communities are concerned about people hanging out in the parking lots late at night.
Right, okay.
Right.
We can certainly do that. You asked about the baffling of the HVAC rooftop, another
Yeah.
condition of the prior grant. I think one of the drawings that we've submitted shows an enclosure around the HVAC, and that constitutes the baffling, so it's there. As far as lighting is concerned, if you look at the photographs that were submitted, it shows 2 large stanchions of lighting, and you can see from the photographs that they're directed downward and away from the residences.
That's in the photo or in
In the
the
photos.
drawing?
I'm not sure, they're in the drawings as a small little square, I believe, but you can see them more clearly if you look at the photographs. Particularly, I think it's photograph number 4.
That's your street view photo? I don't know which one it is. There's these 2 very high lights
Right.
in the corner, very high. I don't see, so that's a kind of thing where, assuming you're still with us, right? That you would need to do a monitoring because they're so high that I don't see how you can direct it away from, there's a residence immediately next door.
Well, if you look at the top of those lamps, they have a cover over it directing the light straight downward. So the light doesn't dissipate to any great extent. It's really
Yeah, but the light-
focused straight down.
The light
lights-
doesn't go up.
No, it goes straight down with a cover, okay, with a curvature that allows the light to just illuminate the parking area.
There are windows that are facing right onto the property, so it means that, and it's hard for me to imagine that the covers can restrict the the spread so extremely because they're very small covers. So we need a monitoring.
All right, but we've had no complaints from the neighbors or anybody else about the
Because
lighting.
people get used to things, right? They put blinds up and they never open their windows at night, so
All right, but if the neighbor doesn't complain, I presume they're satisfied with the condition.
we need monitoring.
We need measurements, right?
Yeah.
Now, you also mentioned the fencing. The approved drawings show a board fencing at the rear of the property, which is in place. That's the
Board on board.
it's not board on board, but it's more than 80% opaque, which is what's contained in the approved plans. It's wooden slats. There is some separation between slats, but it's as effective as board on board in terms of that.
So the
There is
problem
no-
is you can't see where the fence is that you're talking about, and the notation says board on board.
Understood, but
Okay.
if you look at, I think, photo 14 of our photos, it shows the white fencing. And you can see the separation between the slats in that photo. There is, on 94th Street,
Just one second, we're trying to get to the photo. Oh.
No, it's the other side. It would be at the back of the parking. I'm not sure, which one, 14?
14.
It's a very little piece at the corner of the building.
I know,
think
maybe
that's
we're
the one.
looking, you're looking at a white,
That's right.
Yeah, it's not board on board, but
No, it's not board on board.
Right.
It's wooden slats
Yeah.
with a
right?
slide, with small
It's just there's
spacing.
a little bit of fence shown in photo 14, so we can't see what the
Photo
extent of.
13
It-
shows.
The same fencing is covering the
Photo
entire.
13 shows. it
13?
Shows it
13.
slightly better.
So the issue is, it's not clearly shown on the drawings what the extent of it is, and it's not described on the drawings what it is, so that needs to be modified, okay?
I think in the drawing it says existing wood slab fence,
Right.
and that's along the 93rd Street, and along the 94th Street rear lot line, it says existing 8-foot-high painted concrete block wall / fence.
That fence along 94th Street is chain link. It's not board on board.
No, this is perpendicular.
So we don't have a photo that shows the one along 94th?
No, you do have one on 94th, but it's a chain link fence. So part of
Yeah,
the
the
problem is
approved
the
plans-
drawings don't match the reality, and also, yeah.
Well, the drawings do, the drawings.
No, they
the
say-
drawings-
They say board on board for along 94th.
Well, the current drawings that we proposed differs from the approved drawings as far as the fencing is concerned, in that the fencing at 93rd Street is not board on board but wood slat, and the fencing along 94th Street is chain link rather than board on board.
But the drawings that are proposed
Yes.
say it's going to be, it's board on board along 94th Street. That's where I was looking at the picture, looking for a board on board along the
Okay.
street line, and the photograph shows
Yeah.
chain
Drawing
link.
I'm looking at A100, the drawing.
Right, so this is the
So-
A100 dated, revision date 12/13/2019.
It says it's existing site plan.
Right, that's currently existing site plan.
Is there a proposal to be changing
No.
it to board on board?
The existing condition is wood slats
On 94th Street?
on 93rd Street.
On 93rd?
Right.
I think part of the problem is we don't have enough photos to help us get there. We have a photo that shows only 94th Street that has a chain link fence running along it.
That's correct.
And then no fence on Astoria Boulevard. And 93rd Street, it's the back of the building, so it's not really something where we're talking about a fence, right?
We can clarify the
Yes.
drawings.
Make sure the drawings and the photographs look like each other, that's the point.
Fine.
Okay?
But along 94th Street, although the approved plans show board on board, there's a chain link fence, it's not board on board.
Okay, so correct the drawings to reflect.
We're going to reflect
Okay.
the chain link fence.
Okay, good.
And that's been carried over.
Yeah, okay. We
Now,
have that.
you also raised some issues concerning the landscaping. We presented a landscaping plan which shows the replacement of trees that we believe it's appropriate to replace. The other landscape is consistent with what was approved at the locations it was approved.
The issue was that the residential border landscaping is sparse, there's a few bushes here and there, so they need to be put back. And you're approaching perfect time for planting. So you could plant these in April and we'd be great.
Okay?
Madam Chair. So in the, just going along that same vein, so the community board, and part of their provisos was maintain and comply with green tree sustainability and infrastructure.
I don't really know what that means.
And also, well, the other thing is the stormwater drainage system at the parking area should be corrected because it's flooding.
Flooding issues, yes.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we've agreed to do that. We've told the community board, and I think we sent them a letter to that effect that we will have an engineer take a look at that.
Okay.
Because there is a flooding condition that the tenant really has to correct.
Okay.
And we've spoken to the tenant about that also.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of the pictures with you?
No.
A copy of the what?
Of the photos?
No.
Yeah. Picture number 12. I'm not sure if this is a missing piece of concrete in the sidewalk, or this is a planting spot.
Those are tree pits, I believe, without
Okay.
trees,
Right.
which is my comment from yesterday.
Okay.
And that's why we committed to the community board to plant those trees that are missing. Now, there was some mention
Of the
about
tree.
drop-off box
I think that was
obstructing
ours.
a ramp, an entrance ramp.
Yes, that was based on my site visit. I saw those kind of rental video drop boxes
Right.
right at the entrance, which seemed like it was kind of along the, en route to the, from the ADA ramp. So just need to verify that it's not in the way of the ADA accessibility.
Okay, I'm unaware of that, but we'll take a look at that and
Yeah.
clarify that issue. And then there was a comment by Commissioner Shavetta about the violations. And there are, as I counted, about 6 or 7 violations, all elevator violations, and a building that doesn't have an elevator. So
Are
it's
they
kind of curious.
hoist violations or?
It's not even a hoist violation. What there is there's a conveyor belt that they use to get material from the basement up to the ground floor.
Maybe that's covered, that's considered a hoist, and maybe there's violations about that.
If anything, it's the failure to pay for inspections, more than anything else.
Right. But so we tried
we'll-
to clean those up if there's
Yeah.
any open fines, okay?
Yes, we'll address that with the tenant and have them pay those fines. And I believe those are all the issues I have.
Correct. The signage by frontage,
Oh, nice, right.
that needs to be broken out, right?
Right.
And I think that was it. So, so the landscaping should be installed prior to the next hearing, and you provide photos. And to make it easier for us, instead of these kinds of street photos, photos that are taken on site, right, where you walk around the perimeter of the site and you photograph it, so we can really see what's going on, and that way we don't say which fence, and then it's keyed to to a site plan, right?
Right.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Okay. And the street tree, you should, to the extent it's possible to file for a street tree replacement now, please do that and show us that you've done, okay? The reason I say it is because I tried to do it yesterday and it wouldn't let me, so. Let's see
Okay,
if
we'll
it's
take a look at
different.
that also.
Okay. Okay, good. So then, yeah, that's 422. Yeah, okay. To allow you time to plant right? We're putting it on.
Submission April 22nd for continued hearing May 12th.
Not sure I'll be in town May 12th.
Oh, you want to do a week after?
Week after.
Submission April 29th for a continued hearing May 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 16098 BZ 5770 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Good. Sign, Sandy.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Board Members, Samuel Minyawi, applicant.
Hi. Did you hear our review session?
Yes, we were at the review, the executive session yesterday, and it was a couple of comments. One was the evergreens, the arborvitaes. As soon as I left here, I went to the site and I reported the missing trees, amended the plans, and sent it over via submit BSA. And also was another
Do you
item.
have a copy of the drawings? you
Yes, I
submitted?
do. And as a matter of fact,
These are the ones you submitted last night, Sammy?
yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, also, I put a note that these trees will be reflected on the final survey prior to obtaining certificate of occupancy as an obligation.
And the tree type is evergreen to be planted. It says 4 missing evergreen to be planted and to be reflected on the final survey, but you didn't draw the trees in.
I reflected the existing condition and put a note that it would be planted.
Okay, 3 missing evergreen to be planted. I see, that's the way you did it. Okay. All right. Normally, when you do this, it's
I'll
it's
put in
okay.
a new
You would use a
symbol-
different
symbol
symbol
for-
for existing versus proposed,
Got it.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So the other question had to do with the signage. Did
Right.
you,
Amended the drawings to reflect, to differentiate between the illuminated and non-illuminating signs. Also was submitted yesterday. However, the issue with the signs that...
Sorry, just 1 second. Please don't talk, because you get recorded, and then we can't hear the people who are actually part of the hearing, okay? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Commissioner Shinda has had Olive Brown, had an issue about the signage, the community, New York City Community Bank, or Richmond County Savings Bank, will change the name to New York City. They never changed the sign. These signs were there since day one, since the day they got the certificate of occupancy.
So there's still, when you go to the site, it still says Richmond County.
That's correct.
Okay, as long as it still says in
It
person
still says, and I
what it says
was-
on the plans.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't make any mistake, so I went there, and I even took a couple of pictures on my cell phone.
So they changed the name of the bank, but not the signs on their bank?
Yeah, one of the few banks locations that they haven't changed it. I don't know, but they put a small sign, like about 5 square foot, with the new symbol, New York City Community Bank. And instead of Richmond, but they left the big signs the way they were since the original board grant.
Okay.
But I had to verify.
Okay, all right.
Also
Okay.
was submitted last night.
The
Okay.
illuminator and the non-illuminator.
Sorry, speak up.
The illuminator and the non-illuminator.
Yes.
Do you have that drawing?
Yes, I do.
Somehow you didn't receive it.
I don't have the drawings.
Yeah.
No.
Can you check that they were received by submit?
They're in the file this morning.
Okay.
As of this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it.
Thank you.
And the calculations, yeah, you have the calculations that show compliance with
Yeah.
where?
Yeah.
C1,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any speakers on 5770 Highland Boulevard? Okay. You can have them back. Yeah. You can come. All right, so I don't think we had any open issues. It's just that the missing trees need to be planted, but that's a basic requirement always, that you have to maintain the landscaping, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta. Aye. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that landscaping, missing landscaping shall be replaced, and all landscaping shall be maintained in whatever, highest possible condition, or something to that effect. And signage shall comply with C1 regulations, and the site shall be maintained, in other words, asphalt and no graffiti, our usual, keep the site in good condition, fencing, all that stuff, okay? So a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we do the second call for Mr. Duarte?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Mr. Duarte? Item number 86348BZ, 25916 Union Turnpike. Take your time, take your time. Let's be careful, please. I could swear you up, but go ahead, go ahead.
Go up there,
I
but
can
be
swear you.
careful of the step.
Just please be careful.
You can sit there.
No, I think standing.
Could I stand him at the same? Okay, let me swear you in real quick. Raise your right hand, Mr. Duarte. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board in response to the board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. I'm Alfonso Duarte for the application. At the last hearing, there were several items that were brought up. Excuse me. I took Uber down here and the traffic was
Okay.
unbelievable.
Second call works for us.
Okay, so one of the items was that the tire rack, the board wanted to remove. So I submitted a photograph showing that the tire rack was demolished. It's not there anymore. Another item was they wanted the signs removed from the wall that faced Union Turnpike. Submitted a photograph, they're all gone. And the other side of the wall that faced the residential, they wanted painted, which was done, and I submitted photographs for that. And the tenant put some landscaping around the area there. The other item is the sidewalk. I submitted a letter from the doctor why the owner could not be here. In fact, I got another letter from another doctor over the weekend stating that he can't be here. But in the interim, my discussions with the owner, he's prepared a letter which I submitted where he agreed to do the sidewalk. So I think that sort of wraps up what the issue was. And hopefully, if the board deems it, they can approve it, if they can do it today, whatever stipulations, because Wednesday, I go in for a knee replacement, and I'm going to be out 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh, dear. So question, the side of what we had asked about last time was painting both sides of the concrete block wall. Were both sides painted?
Both
So-
sides were painted.
Both sides were
Well,
painted.
one side, the signs are removed,
Yeah,
and the other side, you wanted painted.
Yeah.
Which was done.
okay, so it's
So the-
painted now on both
And
sides?
the tire rack was demolished.
Okay,
And
okay,
that's gone.
okay.
So I believe the 4 requirements were complied with.
Okay, in terms of the planning, Commissioner Otley Brown, you had a comment?
I saw an outdoor lift on the premises when I went by on Friday.
You didn't go by on Friday. So there can't be an outdoor lift, and apparently there's an outdoor lift on the site. No work is allowed to be done on the exterior, right?
That would have to be removed, I suppose, yes.
Yes, yeah, it would have to be removed.
Yeah,
So,
that would be removed.
okay, so here's the thing. If the owner could fix the sidewalk, and then in a few, because he said he could come in the summertime, right?
Yeah, the owner agreed that he's going to be responsible for it.
Right, okay, so we'll have the owner come back in the summertime. The owner actually come back,
It'll be
right?
done as soon as the warm weather.
Exactly.
comes in.
After, with photos showing the sidewalk fixed and photos showing, so the landscaping, if I understand it, is just in planters, in like pots. So it's supposed to be in ground planting. I'm not sure where we said, though.
I actually,
Yeah, so that was the thing. There was planting, but it was just potted plants, right? And the drawings itself, yeah, right. So it's just, but on the drawings on the approved drawings, I don't actually see where we said planting. So if that's more like the owner's preferred decor, I'm not, they want to hang,
can I,
baskets of flowers, that's a different thing, right?
so I think I have to say, I may have raised that question because I had seen that on the site visit, that there was this kind of concretized area along the entire property, and was that meant to be concretized, or was that to be landscaped along the property line of 79th and
Right.
268? So I was asking, was that meant to be landscaped, because the plans didn't indicate anything of that sort. And that was just a question I had raised.
No, and then we found out that that's not owned by the property owner, that's
Right.
public property, so you can't tell them to
Right.
plant public property.
Exactly,
Right,
right.
so I think what they do is they put those little planter pots on public property, which
Right.
looks nice. Okay,
Right.
so never mind about the landscaping. So the issue is then only that we want to see the sidewalk repaired, and the site maintained without the tire racks, nothing reappearing between now and the summer, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And the lift removed.
And the lift removed, right? So no work going on the exterior of the building, all work has to go on the interior, okay? So that's just a broadcast to your owner, to your client, right? Okay, are there any speakers on this? This one is 259-16 Union Turnpike? Okay, all right then. We really appreciate you coming. I'm sorry that it was, I'm sure it was difficult.
Yeah, I want to make it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's better to do this than to adjourn, because then it just drags it on unnecessarily, okay?
Okay.
All right, so if we could put this on for when, like, late June? For the owner to come back in June or in? For the work
I guess so.
June,
Yeah.
late June.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a point at which it's too hot to even work with the sidewalk, I think.
Okay, submission June 10th for a continued hearing June
I
30th.
can't hear, besides getting my knee replaced, I'm getting hearing aids.
Okay.
I was 90 years old last week.
Happy birthday.
birthday.
That's about land use lawyers, they just keep going.
So I can't hear, I don't hear.
Yeah, submission June 10th for a continued hearing June 30th.
June 10th. Go to Tony. Tony will give you the dates, or just come here. So. It's okay, who's going to help him? Sorry.
is that?
June 30th?
June 30th.
Oh, June 30th for a hearing?
Yes, and
Oh,
June
and
10th,
you want the sidewalk completed?
sidewalk and photos of the sidewalk completed.
Completed and the lift taken off? whatever.
Lift, no tire
June
racks.
30th.
Yes, and a photo of no tire racks, no lifts on the site,
Thank you
okay?
very much.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we postponed, the other hearing was postponed, and we gave them a date of April 7th. Do we want to recall that, maybe? Were you able to make April 7th?
Yeah. So, that's true, because if you're having surgery.
Horace Harding Expressway, we'd be able to make April 7th?
7th of what?
April?
No.
They told me I'm going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, so I...
No. So let's move Horace Harding
I think,
to the same date then.
June 30th? Okay, so we're calling 76456BZ, 20005 Horace Harding Expressway, so we're going to change it to June 30th
June 30th.
for the
So
next
you'll have
hearing.
2 cases on the same day, okay?
Okay.
And we'll get you a new notice.
I'm filing response to the withdrawal, and maybe that case could be put on the same time.
Okay.
At that time.
Okay,
thank
we'll
you.
we'll accommodate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Can somebody, Chief Daly? Yeah. Thank you.
I think he's going on the ramp.
Oh, got it? Okay. All right, let's go back. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 9, 10, 11, and 12. 8, 9, 10, and 11. 2016-4302A through 2016-4326A, 2016-4355A. I'm sorry, yeah, that's a 2016-4462A, 2017-107A, 2017-129A, and 2019-51A through 2019-57A. This is Forbury Lane, Avedita Place, and Cupidity Drive, Staten Island. Yeah. That's why I taped them together. All right, thank you.
Now it's saying documents, that was Jesus suggested.
Thank you, Jim.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicants. So we did attend review session and actually got to listen to the tape. Is that better? Better. Okay, I'll try and speak up. We were aware of the review session and heard the comments of the board. We just want to make a quick general comment and then maybe speak to some of the points that were raised. Try and do it quickly because I understand the need to move forward with this application. First, I just want to reiterate that General City Law 36, there's been discussion as to the authority of the board or the appropriate city agency to review these types of applications, but General City Law 36 clearly state law that directs the Board of Standard Appeals to review these applications. I know that there has been discussion and comments about whether city planning should be involved or different planning boards, but the fact is the plain language of the state law directs the board to do this. There are other provisions of general city law, which we discussed in our submission and been discussed at various hearings, that do empower a city legislature to allow a planning board to review certain issues such as subdivisions or plats, but those provisions are permissive, they're not compulsive. And in fact, the city has taken advantage of those provisions in creating certain districts throughout the city where authorizations from city planning are required for subdivisions or comparable approvals. Many of those are located in Staten Island. And it's important to note that this particular site is not within one of those districts. The city legislature, in enacting these districts, specifically chose not to include this particular site in an area that would require review of subdivisions or plats. So there's no type of review that's required that this property owner is not seeking to obtain. And it's important to note that the option is there for the city to enact legislation if they feel it's required, and they have not. Okay.
Council, just a quick question. Are you suggesting that GCL 36 is compulsive?
No.
Okay.
No, I was saying that there are other sections, like I think it's General City Law 32, that speak to subdivisions that are permissive as opposed to compulsive. That's the clarification. Okay, make that. So, that's the general point we would make with respect to this. We would also iterate that there's a long history of General City Law 36 being narrow in its scope. It's primarily focused on reviewing access to proposed buildings. It is not a review of bulk. It's not a review of use. Bulk and use have already been determined by city legislature. It's the R32 zoning district that exists in this site. We're not seeking any relief with respect to bulk or use for these 163 separate homes that are before the board. Again, if the board or if the city chooses to change those requirements, they can have the city legislature enact legislation to change the zoning district that would affect the bulk of use. But as I said, it's primarily been an access provision. This is echoed in cases such as Annandale and American Nassau, which are part of the record, where courts have consistently said that it's for review to ensure that, like, the fire department or vehicles can reach these particular homes. The roads that are proposed as part of this application meet every requirement of the private road requirements and DOT standards. They meet any construction design that would be required by city codes. Beyond that, speaking to some particular points that were raised yesterday during review session, I know there was reference to the borough president's submission that was provided to the record. I would first state that this report, we shouldn't confuse quantity with quality. When you read this particular report, the majority of the report includes unresponded letters and social media posts from the borough president. With all due respect to executives in this country who may disagree, Twitter is not legislation. And I think it should be important to look at the limited amount of that particular submission that focused on actual issues or actual items that we could look at. First, I would clearly note that when they listed all of the different communication regarding private streets that they provided in that record, first of all of the addresses are blocked out, so it's impossible to tell if any of these are duplicative or focused on the same type of street or same particular area. But when we went through the count, and we included this information in the submission, there were roughly 38 total instances that were included over a period of 5 years, which is less than 10 per year. Of those 38, 19 of them were just basic questions as far as what is the status of the street, and less than half involved what would be considered complaints. And of those complaints, some of them were missing a street sign, which are not the serious issues that have been alleged throughout this with respect to the private streets. The fact is, private streets are an integral part of the city, and they have been for many decades. At last count, there was an estimated 1,200 to 1,300 private streets throughout New York City. And if this is a situation where the borough president is getting complaints, or and it's not sure if these are duplicative, but they're getting complaints at a rate of 4 per year, I would say it's clear that it's the exception, not the rule. The board has recently, and I would say it makes sense, has recently said for approvals of this type, let's record some restrictive declarations so property owners are on notice that any road or home that they purchase may be on a private road. And we've included restrictive declarations. In fact, a draft restrictive declaration was included in our last submission that would clearly set forth that these homeowners should be on notice that they'll be responsible for the maintenance of the street. I also would note that it also includes provisions in there citing specific sections of the fire code. I think it's 503-271, that would allow the fire department to issue criminal court summons to the HOA should anyone not obey with particular regulations that are set forth as a condition of approval. So I know there was discussion about the private streets, but I think if this submission from the borough president comes forth, I would say we would just clearly state that, we don't claim that private streets are without any issues throughout the city, but it is definitely an exception, not a rule. And I believe that every provision has been taken for this particular site to ensure that there would be no problems. And, in addition to the restrictive declaration, an HOA would be approved It's an HOA that would have 163 members and would more likely stay viable than a smaller HOA.
Council, just a quick question.
Sure.
The private streets, you're mentioning for the entire city, while the borough president was only speaking of the private streets in Staten Island.
Sure.
Okay, so do you know how many private streets are in Staten Island?
I did not do a breakdown. I think that there are probably more in Staten Island than other boroughs. I think Staten Island and Queens probably have the most.
So do you believe it might be a little bit disingenuous to try to make a percentage out of only a small portion, or a portion of the amount that this borough president's writing about?
I would say no, because let's say that we split them equally per borough. 5 boroughs, 1,200, you have roughly 240 per borough. I would still say that getting 4 complaints per year, and it's not sure that those complaints are duplicative, so it might even be less than 4 complaints per year. 4 out of 240, I would say, is an exception, not a rule. And it's more likely 4 out of 600 or 700, since Staten Island likely has more.
It would be 38 out of 200, or 38 out of 600.
Well, I would say that those 38 complaints, as we clarify in the letter, if you actually try, and I would say, with all due respect to the borough president, it's very difficult to read that submission, but if you go through those complaints that come in, the complaints, they're not all complaints. Some of them are just, can you let me know what the status of the street is? Or can you let me know there's work being done down the way, are they planning to repair my street also? So of those 38 instances, when we figured it out, it was roughly half that actually issued something that could be considered a complaint. And those complaints, though, include something like, there's a street sign that's missing.
Okay.
But if all the streets were mapped, what would be the need to write to the borough president? But what would be the need for every city agency, including ours, right, or every property owner, to write to the borough president to ask the status of a street? If all the streets were mapped, all the streets are mapped, what's the status, right? If all the streets were CCO'd, for example, so effectively mapped, there wouldn't be any reason to ask. They're repairing the street up the street, and the last time they did that, they didn't do my frontage. Why aren't they doing my frontage, right? It's obvious that it creates an administrative, it's a huge amount of work. For an administrative hurdle constantly to be asked about the status of a street. It's kind of silly. It's New York City.
I would two to that point. First of all, even if you say it's just about status, I would say if I was the borough president and I were getting 10 questions a year about this, I would consider that a much easier workload than the workload I have now. So I don't think that it's by any means of great volume. Second, if the streets were mapped, they would still be getting questions as far as when is my street going to be paved. One thing that's not included in here is we don't have a means of comparison to how many questions go to the borough president about when are you going to map my street, or I have a pothole on my street, even if it's something like if they direct them to the Department of Transportation or to another appropriate city agency. When we've done research for other applications where we talk about street maintenance, Department of Transportation doesn't pave streets every single year. In fact, a lot of them are on 10-year cycles. I would endeavor to say that I bet there are some private streets that are paved more often than city streets because private entities have more control and take more care.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but you also realize that other representatives have stated in their letters, like Michael Cusick's letter and Max Rose's letter and Senator Savino's letter, they stated that their constituents have complained about the GCL 36 grant. So we can't just say it's limited only to the complaints that the borough president decided to include in his submission.
What I would say, though, is we have consistently said, can we have some examples for the record? And the borough president, to his credit, is the only elected official who has provided examples. Those examples which have addresses blocked out, as I said, we can't tell if they're duplicative of each other. So there are comments and letters, and a comment and letter can say that there are issues with mapped streets, but if they don't give any numbers, they don't give any specific examples, it's impossible to reply, and it's impossible to know that it could be one particular. I'm not going to deny the fact that there could be a bad property owner or a bad HOA that doesn't maintain a street, but one could generate several complaints, and one could be the exception, and that one may have been approved during the era when these applications didn't come before the board, And it may have been approved before restrictive declarations were filed, and it could have been done before a proper HOA was done, so we don't know the full circumstances of what's generated it. I think what's important here is that the board has the opportunity and has taken that opportunity to add to the layers of control by requiring these restrictive declarations, which I think are a smart addition and a beneficial addition to these types of approvals that provide a second layer of notice to property owners.
While I can understand your point, I don't believe it's necessarily relevant for you to be able to respond to the complaints. We're on notice. It's not often that we receive this many letters from representatives on an application. There's something going on here, and that's what it is indicative to me. And so it's whether or not they decided to redact home addresses because of, obviously, issues of privacy, and this is a public record. Whether or not they decided to do that is also relevant. You're making the argument that you can't respond to it when they've stated that these are issues that they've encountered during their practice. I think that's relevant.
And I just want to add to that, and I said this yesterday, I don't know whether any of the addresses that are included in the borough president's submission are ones that we've worked on, but it's more or less 100% of the cases where we've gotten GCL waiver requests on existing, whatever they are, unmapped streets, right, that we've asked the applicant, you're often the applicant, who owns that street? And the answer is most of the time, we don't know. Or where is the access agreement, where is the cross easement that's provided over all of those properties? And the answer is there isn't any. And on some of them where we ask, well, now you're going to have to go back and ask the neighbors for easements, that's an impossibility because the neighbors have no motivation for giving it. And it's not just on Staten Island, we've experienced it in Queens as well. And so if we were to take the universe of GCLs that we're exposed to, it's the vast majority that are sitting in some situation that is not, that's not regulated, where there's parking that can't be controlled, et cetera, et cetera. And in terms of the HOAs, likewise, you know, we've asked, well, you had an HOA, here's this HOA from the 1980s, who's in charge? No one's in charge because the developer who created the HOA sold off the houses, done. And none of the homeowners feel any need to continue it because for, let's just say, 10 years, the roads look good, the sidewalks, if there are any, are good enough. And it's not until there's a problem that someone realizes that the city's maybe not taking care of it. And in that case, now they maybe remember there's an HOA and the neighbor says, I'm not paying for that section in front of your house. Why should I? It's in front of your house, et cetera, et cetera. So we've had those, right?
And to that point, we've also had several cases in the past, several residents testified to the issues that these GCL 36s, including also the ones that were just stated by the chair, the issues that these general 36 waivers have caused for their properties, even if they're adjacent properties to the ask.
So there's a lot to unpack there. If I could respond to a couple of those.
Please.
The first thing I will say with respect, I'll start with the chair's comments because they're the most recent ones. With respect to the ownership issue, look, we've been involved with cases where there have been questions where we need to find title to a particular piece of property. That's not an issue in this case. And this case can easily be separated because there's no doubt about who owns this property and who would own these private roads. So though I don't dispute that there may be other singular instances where that comes up, that's a non-issue in this particular application. With respect to HOA enforcement, the estate is actually responsible for the HOA with the Attorney General. And if you reach out to the Attorney General, they will do enforcement on the HOA.
Is the developer claiming that he's going to hold title to these streets in perpetuity?
No, I think the HOA would take, I think that's part of it. So
And
the HOA, which is approved by the state and
Sure.
has the state enforcement procedure. So, you know, there's talk about city enforcement, the state would authorize the.
No, actually, I think the way this is laid out is each property owner has title to the street bed. And then they have to sign on to an agreement giving them access. It's not the HOA who owns the street bed. those are the two options we see, right? So now you've got these cross easements going on through,
In any case,
throughout
though,
the
the Attorney
entire.
General would need to issue the final approval, and the state would have the authority for enforcement, which is the case in our office, not for here, but for other situations with HOA, has been involved with Attorney General enforcement and tends to be affected. Can I
Finish
just
your
answer
Sure.
Commissioner Shabeta, and then we'll get to, I understand the points that were made about the sites, and the one thing I want to say is about some of the letters that have been received. I think that, Commissioner, you would need to acknowledge that some of those letters might be inspired by the particular nature of this site and the previous use of the site as a large undeveloped parcel, and now it's becoming a developed parcel. And you have to acknowledge that certain officials who have issued letters are previously on record as being against any development at the particular site. I think that's important to note right here.
I wouldn't
As far
know,
as
you're asking
the-
me to acknowledge something, so allow me to respond.
Okay.
First, I don't know whether or not there are statements from elected officials saying that they never wanted any
Can you speak
building.
up, please?
Sorry, whether or not there were statements by elected officials stating that they wouldn't want any development of this property. I certainly know that, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a statement from all of these electeds that state that. Secondly, your point kind of fails against how often we have complaints about GCL 36s and how often many of these elected officials have complained about it on other applications. So I don't think I don't think that that statement is necessarily fair on this record.
I would respond to that. The second point I was going to respond to is, again, I'm not going to dispute that the board may have received complaints about certain GCLs, but I do think it's important to note that in the volume of mapped streets or unmapped streets that exist in this city, there's a small percentage. It's a small slice, and it's also unknown as to what the nature of those, again, we can only respond to specific little items that are put in there. But the fact is, some of those complaints could be duplicative of each other. And I also think the important thing here is that if there has been an issue with past approvals that didn't have proper supervision, the board now is taking measures to that, including these restrictive declarations and those points. And the issue is to engage in the state-required approval or review. The state requires the Board of Standard Appeals to review these applications. I'm not saying
it's a waiver.
I'm not saying requiring. I'm not saying they're required to grant. They're required to review. The Board of Standard Appeals is required by the state to review these, and the board has the power to set forth conditions and has set forth conditions with recent approvals, and we think that it's very reasonable, and that's why we submitted the draft restrictive declaration in this case.
Okay.
And I just think it's an issue of, we would say that everything that's available in the record would say that issues are the exception, not the rule.
So I would say in my experience here for the last 2 years, I don't believe it's as small of a percentage of complaints because of many of the GCL 36s that have come before this board have been accompanied by testimony of residents of Staten Island who have complained about it, and particularly in Staten Island. With regard, and now also as a resident of Staten Island, it's my own experience that I've heard several complaints about GCL 36s throughout the years. So if it's something that I don't live near GCL 36 waiver. So if it's something that has come to me as a regular resident, it's not nearly as subtle of an issue as you're making it sound.
We can choose to disagree.
Right, and so I just want to also add, so the BSA has recently, in the last few years, required, and it keeps developing new methods as it learns about the sort of the failures of the old methods. It's been requiring restrictive declarations that sort of, let's say, direct ownership to maintain the roads and other utilities and so on. But until we won't know how that works until there's a problem, right? And the concept of recording it against the properties was to put owners on notice, but unless it's recorded, for example, against every single tax lot, and at the moment, the tax lots especially on these gigantic sites, the tax lots aren't formed, so there's nowhere to record all these restrictive decks. It's recorded against the gigantic tax lot. And Staten Island, interestingly, doesn't participate in the city's ACRIS program, but if we use ACRIS, Department of Finance's method of recordation, when a tax lot no longer exists, it's really hard to find the documents that move along that were recorded against the old tax lot number. So you end up having to, I know how to get there because I know how to do that, but there are many people who say, well, nothing's recording it, it's blank against that. So because it was recorded against lot 1, and now there's lot 163, and 163 doesn't have the record. So there's possibilities that the restrictive declarations won't follow onto the lot itself, don't know. And even if it did, that the property owner either doesn't understand or isn't put on notice by the attorney who represents the sale, or maybe the purchase took place so long ago that they don't remember being put on notice about this, and then the phone calls to the various agencies proceed, right? So we don't know that this restrictive deck works, and let's just say the property owner doesn't take care of it. What's the enforceability of this restrictive deck? That's the other problem. BSA is not the enforcing agency. DOT, who it's supposed to be in favor of, doesn't have any authority over this. So actually, how can they enforce? And then if we talk about the HOAs, the only way an HOA is enforced by the Attorney General is if there's a complaint by a member of the community. And so, right, the Attorney General does not have patrols that wander around to see that anyone's doing anything, right? So for the most part, these HOAs have never been enforced, and the only ways that we see, my experience with HOAs on developments is in the 2 rare cases in Queens, there are these very, very strong HOAs, and they patrol their streets on a regular basis, and if you have, I don't know what, the wrong Christmas tree, they come and they give you a violation through the HOA. We don't have any experience with anything like that happening in Staten Island. That's creating essentially a little police force within your own community, which is not
But the size of this application, it might be, by the size of this is a small town.
Yes.
So maybe its own police force would be appropriate.
Right.
But I would say, I understand what you're saying about that, but I think one of the key points that you made there is that, well, a complaint is generated. Well, in this instance, these restrictive declarations give a clear idea of to whom or to what entity that parties should complain, and it provides more information as far as the clarification. As far as the recording information, I acknowledge the fact that Staten Island decides it wants to have a different online presence, which makes all of our lives a little bit difficult, but the information is available there. I think any competent attorney would be able to find and track down this issue, but also there could be provisions with these restrictive declarations that the board could require that upon the final subdivision that this is recorded against each individual lot. That's not a problem.
It actually already says it in the document, but whether or not it actually shows up there is an issue about how the county clerk actually functions. It needs to copy 160, however many of these there are, and put it against every single property, right?
Sure.
So that's actually the county clerk's job, which is daunting. I mean, that's a lot of work, right? So anyway, whether or not it happens.
And
We can disagree with that's a lot of work.
And whether or not that actually is going to be effective in maintaining the very things this declaration states the owner should maintain. And
Right.
you don't need, if it's one owner who doesn't maintain it, that could, out of 136, which would be a great, in my experience, that's a great percentage of, that'd be a wonderful percentage, but that would create the very problem that we're trying to avoid.
But, you also speak to the fact, I would guess, it's been said before, the board has issued recent approvals for tourists, for Sullivan Court, for other large developments, where restrictive declarations have been reported for some of these, and the board was satisfied in those instances. What is the difference now?
Much larger, and we're learning more and more as we go.
So,
right?
how do you decide what's larger? Is 50 larger? Is 60 larger? Is 70 larger? Is it an arbitrary decision? as to size?
Before you go there, as you know, we declined to allow a 5-unit development because there was
Oh, we're
frontage.
very aware of that, yes.
Yes. And this site also has frontage, so that's the other issue. The issue isn't about the size of the development, it's whether you can make the hardship finding, right? And in this case, clearly, there's no the hardship finding has to do with, is there no frontage? Can you not develop the site in any way without a mapping? And is asking you to do a mapping onerous on a site of this scale, where you effectively are creating, as Commissioner Cheta said, Chavetta said, as you're creating a small village or a town? I mean, actually,
Sure,
it's
and
true.
let's-
That this is something where really that's not something that's in the scope of review authority of the Board of Standards and Appeals, right? The small towns, it's called it's called Newtown Development, right? Newtown Development is the purview of a planning department, and that's why they should go to the Department of City Planning to review the layouts of the streets. City Planning may find that, with a little tweaking here and there and a few less units, you have a viable project. That's a different question for mapping, right? And the assumption that nothing will be allowed to be built here, I think is unfair. You've never asked. So that kind of reminds me of a famous case.
I do want to further that the GCL 36, the legislation was not drafted, in its intention drafted for an application like this. It was drafted for the use of a silo, a cabana,
Studio.
An art studio. Nothing to the degree that's before us here today. What we have, the case law that we have, also even states this is for 1 or 2 houses on a lot. There's nothing that supports, as far as case law supports, that this is what GCL 36 was intended. In fact, it's quite the opposite. And the fact that the board may have decided things in the past before reviewing and learning does not handcuff us to those decisions.
So to that point, I think it's been said before, this is 163 separate applications. The board may view this as a large site, but there's nothing that would prevent filing a single application.
Sure, it's
And
on
filing
one
a single
zoning lot though,
application.
right?
What?
It is on one zoning lot.
It is one zoning, sure, but you could file one single application, and if that board approved the one single home, all the rest would be as of right pursuant to Section 3 of General City Law 36. So I'm just saying that for.
If your argument is that there's a
no-
potential of a
if I could
loophole, no, you had a point. If your argument is there's a potential that this law could be abused by the use of a loophole, therefore you should grant this greater project, I think that fails. You can't say the example, you can't say, well, we can abuse the law this way, so therefore you should allow this. No, perhaps now the legislation should address the potential loophole that you're discussing, but I do believe that when an application is before the board, everything on that lot is also before the board. And therefore, that would be a way to deter this further abuse of this legislation.
I would say, to that point, you speak about the drafting of the law. There's nothing within General City Law 36, and I think you would agree, that speaks to the scope or the size.
No, correct.
There's nothing. There's nothing in there. In 2015, when they added and amended and revised this, the state legislator had the opportunity to include provisions with respect to scope. They chose not to. In fact, Provision 3, the exception, potentially allows for limitless scope when it allows exceptions based on frontage on a corporate council opinion street or within a block where there's been a previous approval. So in revising it, the state legislator both specifically didn't put limits as to size, they actually included exceptions that would increase the size or the scope of what the law could apply to. So I think that this discussion as far as the size of the application is actually irrelevant with respect to the plain language of the law. And I think that any distinction as far as the size of the project is truly an arbitrary distinction as to how something like Sullivan or Taurus, where it's 45 homes or 29 homes versus 150 homes, where's that line drawn? I'm not saying a line can't be drawn, but it's up to the legislature, either the city or the state, to issue that distinction. That distinction has not been issued, and for the board to rely on any sort of scope analysis here is just contrary to.
I think
Sorry, it's
also
not a
hardship-
scope analysis. I just need to clarify that quickly. It's not a scope analysis. As the board has proceeded with these applications over the last 5 years, it's honed in on what the hardship is.
Sure.
Right? And in prior cases where hardship may not have been established, it was because the board was having difficulty with figuring out what the scope of a hardship analysis is. And as more and more cases come through, it's refining its understanding of hardship. And the Nello Court case, for example, where there was frontage, is the classic issue. If you have frontage, what's your hardship? And so here you have frontage, quite a lot of it, what's your hardship, right?
Understood.
And
And if I
then,
could-
in
sorry.
addition to which, if you have frontage, what's your hardship? If you can go for a mapping action to take better advantage of the site or different advantage of the site, go forth and do a mapping action. That's really what it is. It's not about the scope of the project, it's about whether hardship has been established.
And I think
Okay?
there's 3 points to that. I understand what you're saying about the hardship. I think it's important to note that it says unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty. And if we talked about the fact with hardship, we believe hardship's been shown in this case. We presented the as-of-right scenario where, as of right, those 3, as of right could be built here, are 3 large, out-of-scale, multiple dwelling buildings that would have 180 units. We're proposing 163 dwelling units. So it's actually more, that's correct. But those are small apartments designed for rental.
Okay, and that's viable.
What?
Wait, don't
would be-
interrupt, just let him
I'm just
finish the
saying, just
sentence,
saying.
okay?
But the fact is, the board has traditionally not required any sort of feasibility analysis for single-family homes. I don't think they probably want to start that in this particular case. But the fact is, I think by any measure, even just a general common sense measure, 183 rental apartments versus 163 single-family homes would be a loss of return. There's also less floor area that's possible in the scenario provided because, as the architect presented, those 3 large multiple dwellings aren't allowed to take advantage easily of the sloping roof provision. The current floor area analysis for these particular lots would come in at roughly a 0.6 FAR, which is what's allowed in the R3 district, the 0.5 plus the 10% bonus. These homes don't have that, so it would only be 0.5 FAR. So you actually would lose floor area. And the other thing, too, is just from a common sense perspective, there have been complaints from the community about this and the concern about the effect that this development could have. The fact is, what we're proposing is actually fewer units and fewer units than are allowed as of right. So we're actually proposing less traffic. We're actually proposing, and I think it was important, it wasn't mentioned yesterday, but this proposed development would result in a increase in the width of Fingerboard Road by an average of 17 feet, which would allow for the addition of 1, possibly 2 additional lanes to Fingerboard Road, which would address a lot of the access issues that were raised and concerns about the fire department as far as egress. So I think that the design actually is very beneficial to the community with respect to Fingerboard Road, and it reflects the 2 existing curb cuts that are there, as opposed to the as-of-right design, which would be 6 curb cuts on as-of road. So I believe that we satisfied the unnecessary hardship. But as far as practical difficulty-
That's not, you're saying, I don't understand how that's hardship. You can build an as-of-right building, go ahead. If you don't like the zoning, get it changed. If the community doesn't like the zoning, they should change it. Every single thing you just listed is a planning discussion about whether or not you can use the floor area. The zoning always limits the ability of many property owners to fully use their floor area. You have setback requirements, yard requirements, height requirements, and oh well, you can't use all your floor area. And that's not an entitlement. If you design it properly, maybe you can use the floor area, but that's not a question before us. You don't have an entitlement to the floor area, so I don't understand any of that from the point of view of hardship. You're describing planning issues.
No,
We're
we
not a
disagree.
planning board.
We disagree that it's a hardship because it would be a loss of return and a loss of floor area. Simply put, by our design, and we're willing to stand on that record, that any impartial analysis of that would say that there would be a loss of return and there would be a loss of floor area.
The inability
As far
to
as
build what you
practical
want
difficulty,
is not a practical difficulty or hardship.
Wait, don't
The issue of practical
let him
difficulty
finish the
also
sentence.
is that as-of-right design shows because of the very limited street frontage. This site has limited street frontage in proportion to the size of the lot. Nello Court the frontage, it's a greater percentage with respect. Because of that limited frontage, the maximized as-of-right design that we come up with leaves essentially 50%, the back half of the lot, that can't be developed or accessed by any means. And we believe that clearly shows practical difficulty. So we stand on unnecessary hardship, but we also believe that it satisfies practical difficulty, and we believe it's been clearly satisfied.
Okay, so I don't agree that you've shown any hardship or practical difficulty, but let's say the hardship or practical difficulty is to say, let me rewind for a second. The law was created because it would be unfair to have these one house or two house have to map a whole street for this very small application. Because it would be, it'd be a really arduous process for that to happen when these two houses, these two buildings would not have that would have negligible effect, after review, may have a negligible effect on the street grid. You don't have that here. You don't have the ability to say, oh, well, of the 163 houses, it's just unfair, it's onerous of us to have to go to a mapping or do other options. That argument doesn't stick here.
2 points to that. First, as we stated in the previous submission, to make it very clear, a mapping action is a legislative action. And this is an executive action. This is administering a law that was previously established. If I could finish. A mapping is a legislative action that needs to be approved by City Council. Any comparison between what should be an executive action and if the board chooses to use as an alternative a legislative action, Ward v. Bennett just denies that particular proposition. And we're happy to have that be resolved.
Sorry, I need to correct this. Everyone focuses on GCL 36 backwards. GCL 36 directs building developers to build on map streets. That's what it says. You must build on a map street. That's the instruction. And if you build on a map street, then you're meeting the requirements. If the street is not improved, you need to build on a map street and improve it. And it tells you how to improve it. It tells you what kinds of bonds and insurance to provide and so on. The instruction is build on a map street. And then there's one half of a sentence that says where there's practical difficulty, etc., BSA can waive this requirement if that's shown, and also there's no reason to have access to a map street. So I need to cut short a lot of this because we're going around and around and around, but the fact is that the argument that you're making is pretending as if there's no obligation on the part of a municipality in the state of New York to map streets. There's an obligation in the general city law to map streets. And this one little phrase in there is in the rare instances where mapping a street would be in some way an unreasonable burden on the property owner. Mapping an enormous site like this is not an unreasonable burden on the property owner, and it's not the place for the Board of Standards and Appeals to design a town or design a community in the case of fewer houses, et cetera. And actually, there's so many people here in the public I really would like to hear.
I just want to say one.
Yeah.
And the argument that if we don't grant a waiver to a law is somehow a taking, that if we don't permit you, if we don't agree that you don't have to follow the process that is deemed as law, that is somehow a taking from you, is absurd.
There's cases on record that say it is, though. So
No, not that you've shown.
There are, yes, in the record, there are. I understand what you're saying in the papers. We respectfully disagree with that interpretation of the law. We believe that the mapping is an option for the city. It's not a requirement. It's clearly stated in there. I would also note, and I think it's important before the public speak, one thing, new as this is to discuss that. We provided information from a city council hearing on these map streets. And at that hearing, the commissioner, the Department of Transportation, said the Department of Transportation does not want authority of these map streets. I think it's important to realize that, and we already noted the large volume of map streets that are in the city, it's actually of benefit to both the city and property owners. The city saves the expense of not needing to maintain these streets, not needing to spend administrative hours and the cost of mapping these streets. There's no requirement that they have to map these streets, and it's created a situation where there are a large number of streets that including the unmapped streets that are immediately adjacent to this particular site, including, as I'm sure many people here have traveled, Victory Boulevard is an unmapped street. So there are plenty of streets that are up there that don't have these mappings, and they exist without issue. There are exceptions that are problems. We don't deny that. There are means that the board can take in issuing approvals to address those problems and to work towards a better resolution. But the issue is, we're not asking the board to create subdivisions. This is not what this is. This is a very limited law that speaks to access. That's all it does for 163 separate homes. It has historically been that application over the last 5 decades. Mapping actions have never been required. There's been no private mapping action over the last 50 years. I know there was discussion about certain mapping actions yesterday hearing. Those were city mapping actions, very different than private actions. The city wants to go ahead and map, more power to the city. But they are not private actions, and it's very, very different, private versus public action. So
actually, I think what you're speaking to is, it's actually funny, I often speak with people from other countries who are architects and planners, and I tell them about how New York operates, right? And they come to New York, like we often have these delegations from other countries coming to New York to learn how to do it better, right? And so we give them a presentation, and they're all excited to find out about how New York does it better. When I tell them these stories, they're incredulous. There is, really, short of a place that isn't yet provided with streets with paving. No one manages their road system as badly as New York does on Staten Island. So to say Department of Transportation is afraid to take this on, that's just a shame. It's time for them to take it on, right? It's time for them to change their approaches. And I think the GCL waivers have given them the excuse not to do their work. And I think we have to stop giving them that excuse.
And I also want to just say that the case that you said, I was pretty dumbfounded by you stating that there were cases that support that facts like this are entitled to a waiver, and if not, it's a taking. The case that I believe you're citing was I believe 2 buildings? Right. 'Cause it might be a difference, as we stated before. There's nothing that supports your argument that otherwise there wouldn't be an objection into hardship and practical difficulty wouldn't be part of the statute if what you're saying is true.
But I also don't know if we've ever really discussed taking on our part here. So I understand your points about taking. I think it's come up in other cases. The reality is here, we seek to pursue this to the end to achieve the proposed development that we have. If failing that, it would be 3 large apartment buildings that have 180 units. So it's important to realize.
Or a mapping action when city planning makes it a little easier.
And the last thing I'll say, because I know the community wants to testify, so I'll speak quickly, is just, I understand what you're saying about the Department of Transportation on that issue. I think it's important to note here on the record, there's a big difference between what we think the law should be and what the law is. And I think that the board should act on what the law is, not what they think it should be.
Right.
I have a question,
yeah.
Mr. Dale.
Yes.
And a very basic question. Just based on what I'm hearing, and one of the big issue is the streets, who maintains the street, and how do you ensure you make it easier rather. So when you do these mapping, when you do these subdivisions, why is it not possible to have one tax lot that is used for the streets rather than it being part of individual? Like you, and that way you assign one tax lot to the entire street network, and then if city decides to purchase that property, it's easier to negotiate with one entity rather than 166 entities. And B, it is much clearer to ascribe that tax lot to all the restrictive decks, saying everybody has to pay X amount of money, whatever it is you decide, to the maintenance of it. And it's not like Mr. X has to take care of his portion of the thing. It's everybody has to pitch in.
I think that's.
What is the reason for having these little parcels of tax lots?
I'll say 2 things to that. First of all, I will get back to the architect. I don't know how much we go further, but like that, I think it's, as the chair noted, there's generally two different design scenarios for this. One is where you have a separate parcel for the street, something like industrial loop, which I know the board is very
Right,
familiar with,
right.
versus one where you have the different parts. I think it's a design issue. I don't know if there's particular zoning requirements or yardage requirements that might come into play as far as the bulk that can be designed. But I also think that, I understand what you're saying about having one lot for the street. The alternative, and it's just something to consider, is that if every person has a portion of the street on their lot, it actually invests them more into maintaining the street and tracking and keeping track of the street. If you make that street one lot and sort of separate it out, it's a lot easier for people to say, not me. But if they actually have an ownership lot that is part of that street, it invests them more in the maintenance of it. So I would throw that back as a
Or creates more confusion, but one of the things that I wanted to say is the idea of not having everyone have to sign on is incorrect. So the lot itself, that's the street, would be owned by the HOA. All 163 owners of the properties are members of the HOA. I've done a lot of work with this kind of situation before, and you end up having to get the approval of all 163 members in some form, even if it's in proxy form, on any changes or expenditures on the roadbed. So it makes it maybe easier to identify what the roadbed is, but we've actually had here some GCL waiver cases where the roadbed was owned by the HOA, but the HOA is defunct. And so I would ask, who's the owner? And the answer would be nobody, because the HOA doesn't exist. And so how could it be nobody? It's, the United States, there's no such thing as nobody. But as far as searching back into the title documents, the last person to own something died, and it was never conveyed to the inheritor.
I think it's an excellent point. So I actually think that this design actually, regardless of what else we think on other issues, this particular design is better in this instance because it creates more investment in the maintenance.
And also HOAs are often defunct after a short period of time.
Yes.
That's our experience here.
Okay, I'd like to hear from, thank you, Mr. Dale. Thank you very much.
Before we
Oh,
start
yeah.
this, just on the scale of the project, because Mr. Dale indicated that we've reviewed and approved like similar projects before. Yes, it did happen, but it's not the number of units that drives our quotient on this specific application. It's the complexity of the project. I believe this project need to be handed to an agency that has the resources to look at this project.
It's a fair point, and I would say it is handled to those agencies, the Department of Buildings, DEP, Department of Transportation, all those approvals need to be obtained for this outside of this. This particular review should be narrowed for those particular streets.
I'm talking about the planning perspective.
And I would say that the city legislator had the opportunity to set forth what's required to be reviewed by the planning board. They've set up special districts in Staten Island and throughout the city. They chose not to put this site in one of those districts. The city legislature wants to enact a district here. They have the opportunity to do so.
I think the law is pretty clear.
I think
on
we've
what needs to
already
be
had
mapped.
this part of the discussion we've already had. Okay. Are there members of the public who would like to speak on this application? If so, please, what do? You sign in with Tony?
Yeah, you could sign
And
in and come up, it's 3 minutes each.
Yes, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Are there any representatives of electeds here or the community board? Okay.
While they're doing it, I'm just going to...
Okay. Yeah. If you're going to hang something up there, we have these magnetic strips. Okay, okay.
Hi, my name is Mary Bullock, and I'm here to endorse mapping. I know how important it is because I had an ancestor who mapped New York City in 1639.
Who was your ancestor?
His name is Jan Pannebacker. Pannebacker means tile maker. He made roof tiles, which was the law in Amsterdam and New Amsterdam, that there not be thatched roofs, that there be roof tiles. And it's in the reference library at 42nd Street. And then I also represent a Dutch Reform congregation from Port Richmond. We go back to 1665, and we've been defending Staten Island and its quality of life that whole time. And I represent quite a few nonprofits and civic associations throughout Staten Island. Now, the last time we were here, we didn't get to testify till about 4 p.m., so we're way ahead of the game. And I spent the morning of November 19th, my 74th birthday, witnessing 4 high-priced attorneys testify for 50 West 66th Street, hitting you over the head with legal 2x4s to justify their proposed abuse of a zoning loophole. And believe me, I felt your pain. So today, we have the Staten Island chapter of this, which is the proposed abuse by the Savo brothers. And it's more than about excessively sized or premium priced. It's about environmental justice, the stability of the topography, the huge burden on the environment placed by excessive development. All the materials used in construction do not come from thin air. Access by first responders to the site and the surrounding neighborhood. An area already maxed out as far as utilities, sewage, and transportation are concerned. In May, the City Council effectively closed the loophole employed by 50 West 66, so it could not be used for future projects. The developer only has to win once. The people have to win every time. We will not accept ill-conceived plans and attempts to go around laws designed for the common good. The Savo plan is so unbelievably selfish and immoral, it boggles the mind. This problem exists all over the city, and it shouldn't be up to residents to fix it by filing lawsuits. We urge the city, and you as their delegated authority, to exert responsible oversight on this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Corinda Longuera, and I'm just going to respond to the road widening that they had proposed. Okay. This is the best way to see. They're proposing, and look at my photos up here. Here's Fingerboard Road, going from Narrows Road down to Merle Place. 23 feet. The neighbors' houses, 23 feet. Then starting at this point, they proposed to widen the road to 17.7 feet. You see, it's very, I'm trying to make it as easy for you to see. They had a setback for their driveway here. So the widening starts about here. So they're going to start to widen 17 feet, going all the way down, 365 feet. So you're going to get the road widened to 40 feet. From 23, it's going to jump to 40. Then when you get to the end by Merle Place, they're widening it to 16.5. It's going to be 46 feet. So you're going from 23 feet to 40 feet to 46 feet. Then after Merle, back down to a sharp curve in the road, which I believe is 30 feet. It doesn't make sense. You can kind of see it here. Here's your present Fingerboard Road. Here's their widening. You see this? People are going to start shooting into this lane. They're coming out of this lane, and it's to their benefit, so they have more room to get into the road. So when the residents come out, everybody's going to bottleneck down, back down to 23 feet. It's insanity. It just won't work. This doesn't want to stay. So basically, it's like every time there's a problem somewhere, they come with another ace on the table. Oh, we're going to widen the road. It does nothing. Also, they had this in the back of their mind going back to 2017. It doesn't help anything anywhere. And I just want to give you a copy of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. I thought this would be interesting for you, Commissioner Perlmutter. I had some correspondence with Robert Engler, and he beautifully explained why they call it a 70-foot width road when we all know it's not. So this will be for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Okay, if you could wrap up, your time's up, so we can take a look at this.
I'm
Okay,
done.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Gabriella?
Speak, speak, speak. Next speaker.
Please, next speaker, please don't wait. Come stand on the ramp if you want to speak, and so we can move this along, because I don't know how many speakers there are.
My name is Gabriella Velarde Ward. I spent 25 years working as an architect and have been involved in this project for, probably about 6 years. Claiming hardship because they're not allowed to maximize profit encourages shoddy work. Where will it stop? Maximizing profit over people's safety, where will it stop? I'm going to be very brief. I don't have it here, all right. I have a detail of the firewall that they're proposing. I don't think it meets building department code, because they have 1 inch of gypsum board before they get to wood. Now,
You're talking about between the houses? Is that what you're talking about?
between the houses, yeah. These photos up here, the color ones, are a row of buildings, condos, I think they are, that went up in flames a very short time ago. Without safety, without firewalls, without going through a building department review to make sure that all of these are by code, you're going to get this again. And I mentioned the last time I was here, not only they didn't have firewalls, this is totally inadequate, what they're proposing, and the hydrants were not, it's not understood whether they're going to be monitored, and we don't know if the trucks are going to get around. So this is a fire trap, just like this was, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you. One short.
That's okay.
Next speaker. Just state your name for the record.
Jack Bolenbeck, I'm a resident in the neighborhood. I want to thank everybody for the privilege of speaking. I wanted to just bring up that if you all can take a good look at this map, I was in the military decades ago, and we had, in basic training, we lived in barracks. The barracks were separated by 50 feet, each barrack. Trees around it. Look at this. This is worse than barracks. And there's old trees where there was once a 15-acre property full of trees. Old growth trees dating back before the Revolution, all gone, all cut down by the Salvo brothers. And they're pleading hardship. What about the hardship to community for the last 7 years of all the abuse we took? And I just want to look at this map here for a second. The streets, these private small streets, if you have cars, there's going to be, what, 100 some odd families here? If every family averages 2 cars, where are they going to be parking? On both sides of the street? And if a fire truck has to get up there, especially at night, they're going to be deterred. And this is a danger for the community. And on Fingerboard Road, as Corinda said, if they widen the street, you're going from a road that's two-way street, and it's going down, if it widens, even if it widens to 2 lanes going west, you're still going to have to come out to a small road that's only 25 feet, and that's going to cause a problem. So that's a danger in itself, because cars will be cutting into one another. On Lincoln Place right now, every day you can't even park there, and if an emergency vehicle has to come up and make a left, it's almost impossible because this traffic light on Narrows Road North is very short duration, because you can't see it here, but the expressway is right here, one of the most busiest highways in America, and all these cars are coming off. They make sharp right-hand turns on Fingerboard, and if an emergency vehicle can't get across because during rush hour, this traffic is backed up because of this short duration of a green light, you could have a head-on collision. And I want to make another point, is that you can't park here right now without this project. It's impossible to park on these streets because on Narrows Road North, there's a bus stop, an express bus stop, and on Narrows Road South, there's an express bus stop going to Manhattan and coming from Manhattan. and all the commuters park in these neighborhoods, all in these streets to get these buses. With parking here, they can't fit all the parking in this new development. They're going to be parking again on these side streets, which is going to be a hellhole. You got a young girl with two young kids coming from school. What are they going to do? They can't let their kids go into a house and come back to a car if it's double parked. The person's going to have to park maybe a quarter of a mile or half a mile away and then walk back to their house. This is an absolute disgrace, this development. And then we have all the elected officials against this project. We have, we're running out of time.
Yes, please
Okay,
wrap up.
I'll wrap it up. And as far as hardship, when they expose the community to asbestos deliberately, that's some hardship. That was a primary thing. And I just want to say that this project should be denied. This is absolutely insane to have this kind of a project. But thank you for the opportunity of speaking. 3 minutes is tough to get it all in.
It is, it is.
But thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Janet McKee. I'm with the group Save Mount Manresa, Friends of Mount Manresa, and I'm here to speak specifically about Fingerboard Road with regard to a bus route that goes along there, the S52. It runs from the ferry to Staten Island University Hospital North and back. It's an important route just for the fact that people take it to go to doctor appointments at the clinic. And if, it sounds to me, this is a very complex situation and they're trying to give Band-Aid solutions to all legitimate problems that have been raised, issues. If it does have to become a one-way street, it's gonna mess up with the bus route, you know, and what I have here are two articles about speaking against conversions to one-way streets. And I've highlighted.
You can just give it to, give us the pot, no, just give us the pile so you can keep speaking. Okay.
Yeah.
Here.
And I'd like to ask the attorney for the developer about ingress, egress. Is there going to be an actual mechanical bar, you know, that will have to be activated by residents to enter, you know, leave the property? If that's the case, especially rush hour, regardless of them widening the street, it's going to be a disaster. There's a development on Staten Island, maybe 15 minutes away, in Clifton, Concord, Celebration Rainbow Hill. It is twice the size of the property, but it's in a very secluded area. They have a manned gatehouse and with the gates, and I happened to go over there Friday evening. It wasn't even rush hour, it was like maybe 7:30. And you had to see the line of cars waiting to get in there. Now, if that was to happen, it just seems to me, just to sum it up, that the developer bought this property, that whole purchase is like very shady, but we won't go there, it's done. It was like the community, city agencies had to accommodate themselves to their vision. And their vision is just maximizing their profits, the property. And, you know, the first time I came here, I said it should be named Hit It and Quit It Estates. I still hold fast to that designation because HOAs, we're concerned about this development becoming a zombie, a ghost property. And it's like they transplanted a city within a community, and we have to accommodate them.
Thank you, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gloria Vistica. I live next door to Mount Manresa, and I will leave my graphic photos, which I have prepared.
You could actually hand them over here and we can pass them down.
All right,
Because we can't see them.
Okay, I'm going to read something.
Okay.
It's from an art show. And the curator who lives next to Mount Manresa said, it was from the FIT's museum. The name of the show is called Homegrown. How do our surroundings shape us from the neighborhoods we grew up in, the natural world we inhabit, and the community of people around us? Our environment can greatly influence our perspective, outlook, and artistic practice in the age of the internet and global interconnectivity. To what extent does our geographic location inform our sense of identity? And during this art show, some of the artists were from Staten Island, and they showed their unique view of life because they were living in a suburban setting as they were raised. And their setting was very unlike other parts of New York City. But it was very valuable to them, the young people, as well as to their families. So as I walk in my neighborhood, I see many immigrants, I walk a dog, I see school kids, and we are looking at these photos where every time a house is sold, all of the trees go, and a single-family home, which there are many around Mount Manresa, turn into these lots of concrete, and the trees have become now an endangered species. And it's like a spiritual death to have to walk and witness this every day. It's somewhat unthinkable. And I have made many views around the property of Mount Manresa, just so that you could see it in color. And some of them also show there's a glacial hill on Merle Place where this is where they're talking about widening. It's a very, very steep road, and there's a dangerous curve which has a blind corner. It leads up to it's very crowded. And these photos show how narrow Fingerboard Road is, approaching Narrows Road. And just everywhere around it, we have very quiet streets with single-family homes. And there's no way that this traffic could happen with hundreds of cars and no trees and hundreds of people. There's not enough buses that would take all the commuters. There's just so many things to think about with these type of projects and how the quality. Today I heard Todd Dale use the term quality versus quantity. How can that be when you talking about quality versus quantity? You had quality to move to a certain area, a certain home that had trees there. How can you talk about the quantity of what you're going to do to destroy an atmosphere where all of us here and many people on Staten Island are very connected to our community, and we really care about the residents, the environment, and our neighbors. And I know New York City, this is a big part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Sanchez. I'm a member of the committee to remember Mount Manresa, and I'm also a resident of the area. Just to point out, everybody has spoken about Fingerboard Road. This is the huge bottleneck that they're trying to say that they're fixing by adding 17 feet of their property. It's a bottleneck going right into the highway. So that's the first thing. The other part, which has been pointed out before, they're not talking about the development that they're going to put here or the development that they're going to put on the other side. There's no plan in there for parking as well. So on top of the spots that they are not including in their plan, they're not also accounting for those new residents as well, which is it's an issue for the entire community. I looked at their HOA plan, which very nicely left out sanitation at all. It doesn't discuss that is a responsibility of the HOA. It doesn't discuss how the sanitation of garbage is going to be removed, and this is a very dense area and can lead to a lot of problems. We have problems all along Fingerboard as well as Narrows Road North with sanitation from the developments like this one that's described. In general, I think you've already said this is a huge community that shouldn't be planned
this way, and I agree with that. I think it needs to go through the ULURP process, and I hope you'll stand by that decision that you've already mentioned several times, that this really doesn't belong here. And thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Any more
Next speaker?
speakers?
Anybody else? Anyone else want to speak on this? Last chance. Anybody? Okay. Mr. Dale? Oh, okay.
Are you speaking? Oh, okay. Are you going to speak? Okay, okay.
Todd Dale for the applicant again. With respect to some of the comments, I just want to make a few quick points.
Sure.
First, just to clarify, there's no intent to have any bar by the two proposed curb cuts at this point to do that. The fire detail that was included with the last plan, just to clarify, that was provided at the request of the fire department. We were still waiting for a response back from that, but any detail between the building would need to be approved by both the fire department and the Department of Buildings. So it was designed with all intent to comply with code, but it still needs to go into that review. And then just to clarify, the 17-foot widening on fingerboard has been always part of the plan since back in 2015 or 16. The most recent submission just pointed it out for a little bit more clarity because the fire department had requested more information about that because they were interested in the ability to have additional width and egress for their vehicle. So we just pointed it out.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, board questions, anything? Is there anything you want to add?
Well, the only thing I would say is, at this point, I think, we're satisfied with the record. The board's made a position. We think it's appropriate for closing at this point. We would request, though, at if the board agrees, to set a decision date in the future a bit, because I know the fire department is still waiting. We'd submitted a response to their last letter. They have not submitted a response back. We're just curious for the record to see what additional comments the fire department might have as opposed to the revised plans that we provided. And also, so the board knows, there was a DEP letter on record. We had stated already that the project architect with the division that actually reviews site connection, that division told the project architect and engineer that they wanted the board-approved plan before they proceeded, but then you have the division that reviews applications from DEP saying that they want the site connection, so we're sort of twixt and tween there. We just want an opportunity to reach out one more time to the DEP that actually does the approval, just to clarify their request for the BSA plan, or at least note that in the record. So I can understand closing, but I think it's important for this, at least with respect to those two city agencies, provide a little bit additional time and leave the record open for them to respond.
I'm sort of not understanding. If this went for a mapping action, or, if you just heard comments from the board yesterday and today, the impression is that the board is not in favor of this, right? So it means that that your next step, other than commencing an Article 78, which we fully expect, right, would be either an as-of-right project, as you've discussed, or going to city planning for a mapping action, in which case the entire layout would be different. So I'm not really sure what the relevance of the DEP review is, because the whole drainage and sewage system would be different. And ditto for the fire department, the entire access and so on would be different. So I don't really, and the idea of kind of holding up a decision for something that's kind of not relevant anymore. And if, for example, you were to prevail on the Article 78, obviously the court would send it back to us for whatever the direction is, at which time you could continue with the fire department and DEP, right?
2 points to that. With respect to the DEP, we're satisfied right now to leave it on the record if the board accepts the fact that they understand we were trying to work with DEP and that there's no effort on our part not to be working with DEP. As long as that's acknowledged, that's fine.
Yes, we acknowledge that of the agencies that have reviewed it, some of them have reviewed it. DOB hasn't really done anything. And would be obligated to look at your firewalls and so on, obviously.
But with the fire department, we do, I spoke with Inspector Daly briefly, and he said that they hadn't found a letter. We do think it's important to have that letter in the record, because our position has always been that this is primarily about safe access and egress. So if the fire department comes back with comments regarding safe access and egress, and they issue a letter of objection, we find that that's very important to our position going forward, and leaving this indeterminate response back from the fire department where they haven't said yes or no one way or another, we think is a very key point to this particular application. I'm not suggesting we defer this for months, but I think it's reasonable to defer a decision perhaps a week, or perhaps until the hearing afterwards, depending on what Inspector Daly says, when they think the fire department might be able to issue a letter.
Wasn't this filed in 2016?
The original ones, yes. There was delays in moving forward because the Department of Buildings delayed in issuing its objections, so we were required to wait until the Department of Building issued additional objections. And then, after we responded to notice of comments, we were waiting for a hearing date, so.
I think that's sufficient time. It was filed in 2016. At this point, I think, frankly, I'm done here. The only thing I'd like to add is possibly, you made it sound trivial that there's a missing street sign. You thought that was a trivial complaint, but that's how ambulances find those houses, because it's literally uncharted territory. They're not on map streets. That's how the fire department finds those houses. So these aren't trivial things.
To clarify, I'm not saying it's trivial. I'm just saying that the type of repair needed for a street sign would be less involved than street maintenance. And I think that that's a fair statement to make. As far as the date, the initial action was filed in 2016. The most recent ones were filed 2019. So there are applications that were filed.
No, sorry. It was, I have the record. So it was submitted in November of 2016.
The originals.
The original. There was a notice of comments in February of 2017. There was a dismissal warning letter from us because we were about to dismiss the application in February of 2018, and a response from you in February of 2018, which brought us to, I'm not sure, which brought us ultimately to the first hearing in September of 2019, right? Because there was a lot of kind of waiting and delay on when we would put this on for hearing. So what I want to say is, though, I'm willing to recognize that if the court directed us to grant this, for example, you took this through the Article 78 and the court decides for whatever reason that we should consider modifying the application, et cetera, then we would have you work with the fire department to establish whatever it is they would consider to be a safe set of conditions, right? But the idea of waiting for them to figure out what to do here, when it's the position of the board that this isn't what you should be doing here, it seems to me the cart before the horse. And I recognize that you've been very cooperative in responding to the board's request for restrictive declarations and all of those usual things that we ask for. So I don't have any doubt that you would eventually make the changes that are required by fire department. For instance, sometimes fire department has required a cul-de-sac be added or the road be widened or something. So I assume that those things would happen, but that's not really the reason that the board is opposed to the project. It has to do with hardship.
I understand. Right? If then Inspector Daly would be willing, if he could just state on the record that the fire department has not made a final determination with respect to our response. If he's satisfied doing that, then we would understand and we would agree with the board proceeding. But we just don't think it's...
A final determination as to this project?
Final determination as opposed to our last response to the fire department letter. The fire department issued a letter in November. We submitted plans in response to that. We want something on the record that the fire department has not completed that review. That's it. If they're satisfied...
They did object to it initially, right?
There was an objection initially, right?
October, and then in November, they revised that objection and said, we'd like this additional information, which we provided, which included the fingerboard distance, which included the fire details, which included information. We think it's important to have a recognition from the fire department on the record that even if they aren't making a determination, that they didn't make a determination at this time.
But you can see that. It says they objected and that they're waiting for additional information. That's already on the record.
I would like them to acknowledge they received that information and review is still pending. I think that's very reasonable.
I don't know whether they're willing to say that.
Are you willing to say that you received the information and review is still pending?
I don't, again, if there's an objection on and they haven't
reviewed it yet.
They haven't stated that there's not an objection, the objection still stands.
Yes, that's correct.
John Daly, Fire Department. I do acknowledge that the fire department has received the latest submission from Mr. Dale's office, and currently the Bureau of Operations is reviewing the plans. Any further information, I don't have that at this time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But at this point, the fire department objects to the application.
But currently, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know whether your response satisfies their concerns.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I understand and we accept that. We just felt it was important to have the acknowledgement that we had responded in an efficient manner we're waiting for.
But the
response.
feedback from the fire department is not the thing that's driving our opinion on this
No.
case. So I don't think waiting for
No.
feedback from fire
I
department.
think it's good that we still have an objection on the record,
Yes.
though.
No, I think
It's
that the
relevant.
point is that this applicant is cooperative, has been cooperative in giving us the kinds of things we expect to see. However, and cooperative in giving us an argument for why it thinks this has a hardship and so on, but we don't agree. That's that, right?
That's fine, and I
Yeah.
acknowledge that, and I appreciate, Inspector Daly speaking, we just think that that's important for the whole picture and the position that we're presenting. So I
Understood.
think that everybody's satisfied.
Understood. Okay. So on that, I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
No.
Vice Chair Chanda?
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
No.
Commissioner Shetta?
No.
Commissioner Shabeta?
No.
The application has been denied.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No applause,
No, no, no,
please.
no applause. No applause.
Thank you very much. You've done a really thorough job. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to take a
short break.
15-minute break.
Yeah.
12:30, basically, because that's the reality.
Is this going to be the lunch break? Should I go get lunch?
Do you want to make it a lunch break?
No, I don't know.
No,
You
normally
did.
we do that at 2.
Oh, so there will.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing, February 25th, 2020. We'll continue with the appeals applications, item number 12, 2017-16A through 2017-19A, 1558 62 Clintonville Street, 150 9395 Clintonville Court, Queens, and item number 13, 2018-105A, 150 87 Clintonville Court, Queens.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostu representing the applicant, and I'm joined by the property owner, Mario Ferrizzoli Jr., and Todd Dale of council. I heard the board's comments yesterday at the review session. We presented an as-of-right drawing, which shows 3 two-family homes. If we were just to obtain a waiver for the GCL 35. And these homes would be on much longer, extremely long lots, which are out of character with the existing lots in the area, the majority of existing lots, and the homes would be very large homes, again, out of character with the area. But we did note the chair's comment about looking at the possibility of developing the site with 4 semi-attached two-family homes, and we'll of course look at that because we'd like to make this application less complex and ask for the least amount of waivers as we can. However, even providing 4 homes, which would all front on Clintonville Street, would still leave a lot of zoning lot area, and the resulting 4 lots would be extremely long, again, out of character with the area. In addition to that, the original proposal called for 6 two-family homes, so the 4 families, if we were able to actually provide that, would be a third of our original proposal. Also, in our experience, when it's the same owner...
Sorry, say that again.
Sure.
The 4 homes are as of right, and you're asking for 6, right?
Originally, with including the GCL 36 waiver, right.
It's 6, so it's 2 houses less than, right? Okay, so it's 2/3 more, 2/3 of, or 1/3 less?
1/3 less is
Yeah,
what I
okay.
meant. Yes, I
Okay.
meant 1/3 less with deducting the 2 homes. So, also in our experience, when you have 2 semi-attached homes, it's treated as 4 units when it's the same owner, and we've had to provide ADA accessibility, which would require ramps and configuring the grading and that would be a challenge. Also, the detached home would have a different value than the attached homes would have, and we would generally be left with a lot of underutilized zoning lot area. So, but we will look at that. Then a question was raised regarding the ownership of Lot 32, and I'll call on Mr. Dale to address that and make a few other points.
Hi, Todd Dale for the applicant. So our office became involved with the application with drafting some of the declarations and the share agreements. And I heard a question that came up, just pass this up. It's just one copy of 4 sheets. There was a question about ownership of that lot. It's actually owned by DCAS. I know that Acris doesn't show it, but just as a little trick we can pass on, if you go to the Department of Finance and look at the tax rolls, they'll list the owner there, and you can see that DCAS is the owner, and the last available record is 2009. So DCAS has owned it at least since 2009. Also, the property owners confirmed that they previously reached out to DCAS about purchase of the lot, because I know there was questions about what about access from the other side, and DCAS said that they are not in the business of selling property. They weren't interested in it. They also said, though, if they were to go ahead and, well,
Sorry, that's actually what they do.
well, look, I'm just passing on, because, so.
You know, you always have
They
some
also
great
said, though, that if they were to
attitude.
engage in any sale of the property, 2 things. First, that it would involve a ULURP process. Second, that they would actually then want to sell it to each of the adjacent lots. So they would create a process for ULURP, and then they would try and sell it to the 2 adjacent lots to the side, as opposed to the 1 lot down. Now, that might work out in a situation, but the configuration, I think the shortest thing is to say DCAS said that there would be configuration requirements as far as any sale, if they were interested.
No, but so it's not that, it's owned by the city of New York, right? So the city of New York, having mapped that, so we've seen how one agency transfers to the Parks Department or to something else, right? Within the city, they just move it around in ownership, right? So I'm kind of, well, why don't they just transfer it over to the agency that should own it, which is DOT, since it's a mapped street? And then there's no sale, there's no ULURP, there's no nothing. It's just an internal transaction. Now you have a mapped street held by the city of New York, and you don't need to go through all of this. I mean, I have to say that if you looked at the plan like that, probably the layout's a lot better, right? Because you're approaching it from the other side, and then you actually have frontage of 2, if not 3 of the houses on that map streets, and so, wow, so then all you need is this 35 waiver, and I think you'd have
I understand
a
what you're saying.
project.
I am not part of DCAS. I can't speak to
No,
the
I know.
administrative
We understand.
decisions. And as far as them transferring from one city agency to another, I have enough difficulty getting certain agencies to respond to me directly. Asking an agency to get a response from a different agency just adds a whole level of hardship to this, and there's no guarantees that they would issue or what transfer or what process. But I just mainly wanted to clarify that, there was questions about ownership, it's DCAS.
Okay, that's it.
And that
So
there
how did-
actually was an effort.
Just curiosity, how'd you do that?
Go to the Department of Finance.
Yeah?
Go to the property taxes, just
Mhm.
like a lot as if you wanted to pay property taxes, and you can see on the record where they're sending those bills. So in this instance, if it were a private property owner, you would want to get confirmation from a title report, but in this instance, I feel fairly sure that Department of Finance, if they're issuing tax bills to DCAS, that's what it is.
Mhm.
And the records generally only go back about 10 years, so that's why 2009 bill is the last one that's there.
Okay, so, and there's no deed information on Acris up to 61, right?
Acris, I mean, the other thing, Acris will be recorded deeds, and if it's a city property, they often don't record deeds. So absent a title report, the other tricks you can use besides Acris would be going to Department of Finance or go to HPD's website, another little trick. Sometimes you can get the information there.
Yeah, go ahead. May I add to this transfer property, at least based on my experience at City Planning and HPD, DCAS will only transfer property if that agency wanted that property. Otherwise, it will hold on to it, and it would be of the interest of that agency to want to use that site for some use in the immediate future, especially if it's in the capital plan or not. That's what we have had to experience whenever we needed to transfer something. onto the HPD portfolio to develop housing. We had to justify all of that. So I just kind of wanted to.
But in this point, we could reach out to DOT and ask them this question, but it's a map street, and it's unimproved, and we're only talking about a very short little nub. I mean, it's not like you're talking about opening up the street all the way and therefore DOT owning a very long street, right? You're just talking about opening up this little thing that the developer is going to pay for and to do the work, right? The developer is going to pave it and do whatever is necessary. So it's kind of nothing for DOT arguably to own it, and you might even make some sort of a deal where you maintain it, which would be the same diff, right?
Understood. I would say two things to that, though, that the property owner did reach out to DCAS and they expressed no interest in it, so I think that's a threshold issue.
No, that's no interest in selling. That I get.
That's fine. But even if it's just, this application has been pending for some time, and I think that if you add that extra level of review, it's just additional years of property taxes being paid with no guarantee as to what the outcome would be and any change in policy. So I understand what you're saying. It's not, the theory here is different than the practice.
Right, and I understand the theory, and I'm sorry I didn't notice this before, and it became, as I said yesterday, I started to look at it more closely when I realized we had decided on Nello, which is not that different than this situation, so you should also distinguish this if you can from Nello.
Sure, and I can do that.
And so then I was thinking, oh my, now we have Nello, but maybe there's a solution, and then I'm looking at the street patterns and I see, but wait a minute, there's actually just it's actually not even a forest there, it's just sort of a dirt road, a dirt spot. So it's already cleared,
Speaking to Nello, because that was the other point that we were going to speak to, is I believe that you can actually create some clear distinctions between this particular development site and the Nello site. I think the first is I know that there's been discussion about that the board could grant a general city law 35 waiver. There's no doubt it's needed for certain this, but the fact is that's not a condition that exists at Nello. So this site is further burdened by the map street, regardless of how you get the approvals or what improvements might happen. That is a difference between this and Nello Court. I think the other key difference between this and Nello Court is that Nello Court originally the tax lots, but the lots of records have all frontage on the map street. In this instance, one of the original lot of records is an interior landlocked lot. So you have a different situation where that lot, because it's landlocked, if you were going to develop that as a lot of record, there would be no means of access. So some access would need to be provided one way or another to get to that particular central lot. So I think those are two key distinctions between, the original site here and the Nello Court site.
So I need to just look at that. But so the lot of record, so the original lot of record is lot 31.
I think it is. I don't have the tax map in front of me. The one that's...
It's a gigantic lot, right? Lot 31 is what has frontage on Clintonville.
Do we have the original?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Is that right?
So let's take a look.
Lot 32, sorry. Lot 30, I don't know what you mean. They all have frontage.
Lot 27, there's this lot right here is an internal lot.
Can you?
The current tax map doesn't show lot 27.
This light right here, that's a landlocked lot.
Oh, that little thing in the back.
So if you're going to develop that parcel,
Is that 27 or 20? No, it's lot 20 that's in the back. Yeah.
My eyes aren't good enough to see it on the paper.
Right. But so what's weird about that is it has frontage on an unmapped street. That's what's the situation. I mean, no, it has frontage on a mapped, unimproved street, sorry.
Privately owned, because that lot 21 is a privately owned, so it is correct, it's mapped. But, so you're dealing with a situation where that site, that original lot of record, has no access. It does have frontage on the map street, but it's privately owned, it's not a city street. So you end up with just an extra layer here that affects this property owner in trying to come up with a development scenario. I think that's an important distinction between this and Nello Court, where Nello Court did not have any of these landlocked parcels.
Okay.
So I think those two points are worth pointing out.
Interesting.
So anyway, those are the points when we heard the review session. As I said, we became involved with some of the access agreements, and I just wanted to throw those comments out there.
Okay.
Is that going to be part of a submission?
Yeah. You'll make a submission about that,
Yes.
right? Of course, okay.
Comment regarding the curb cut on Clintonville Street based on the builder's pavement plan we submitted. I would just say to that, DOT reviewed the application, they signed off on it. The Department of Buildings reviewed the application. They did not obviously approve it, but the Commissioner of Buildings did issue a determination that accepted that access into the private road, the proposed Clintonville Court private road, and the fire department also reviewed the application and approved it with conditions that we provide the access easement, sprinklers, and as per their letter.
Right.
And the road, the private road, Clintonville Court, has the required width for emergency fire department vehicles, apparatus road, and it meets all the building department requirements. They did not require a cul-de-sac, although I understand, we could have designed it a different way, but this was acceptable. This meets the code requirements.
Right. I guess maybe that's something that fire department could comment on, because one thing is they're looking at their emergency vehicles that'll drive over your lawn, right? They just want to know, can the truck make a turnaround? And so as long as you pull the houses back far enough, it'll drive over your lawn. But in terms of, the television repair guy or whatever, who comes in with a truck and isn't allowed to drive over the lawn, so then what happens in terms of that? That's why it's not a great layout, not having a cul-de-sac, because it forces you to do, a 5-point turn, or always use the neighbor's driveway, that same neighbor over and over again, who might find it problematic that everyone's using that person's driveway, right? So that's the part where I look at it and think the cul-de-sac, absence of the cul-de-sacs problematic, which is another reason why I thought it would be so great if you could come from the back. Then you're just driving down a street and you pull into the houses like you're supposed to, right, without that. So,
We understand, but we appreciate all of those comments.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to? No, I think those were the issues, right?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Are there any speakers on this application? This is?
Clintonville Court and Clintonville Street.
Court.
So GCL 35? No?
And 6?
36, sorry, thank you.
In Queens, right? No?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so any comments from the board? Questions? No? Okay. So I would like to request that you do look at the 4 houses, because we need to we need to make sure we can distinguish this from Nello. I'm not sure yet. And add your arguments, whatever you want to think of that you didn't think of already. And also, I think we might reach out to DOT and see about this.
Just wanted to say, Nello did have a landlocked tax lot.
Oh, it did? Okay, so.
Tax lot 550 was landlocked.
Okay, so, in terms of your distinguish, you need to look, obviously, you didn't have time to really do this, so really look at the facts of Nello, look at the conditions there, explain why this would be different. But I think we're going to do some conversation internally about the potential for transferring over from DCAS to DOT, or whatever agency, so that they have the right to open this map street. Kind of silly. The borough president, in this case, Queensborough president, might help us with that. I'm not saying that we'll succeed. I'm just saying it's worth looking at. I think it's a much better project if you do it like that. Okay.
Is similar about the same way we do with Cypress? Is that what you're looking to do?
Sorry?
Similarly the way we did with Cypress? Abby?
For this, yeah, for your.
I need more. I don't remember. I don't know. All right, never mind. Probably.
Yes. Okay. Okay, it was a BZ case, sorry.
Yeah.
It wasn't a GCL.
Okay. Okay, so, you tell us.
So, question. To provide the as-of-right plan, would you want a full set of plans with us, or just site plan, or typical floor plans, elevations, everything?
No, I think just as of right, I mean, just site plans is good enough, because then we understand how much floor area is in each one.
And zoning analysis.
Right, and
of
you're
course.
arguing something, which I'm not really sure, isn't one of your buildings a semi-detached?
Yeah.
So then, if it's a problem for that building, then why is it a problem for, if it's a problem for the 4 units, why is it not a problem for this one? So you're already proposing one semi-detached
I
or
guess it's a question
semi-attached.
of 1 versus 4.
Why? Right? No, because the question had to do with ADA access, right? So if it turns you into something where you need a FUCA, or whatever you call it, not a FUCA, a LULA lift, so you do it there, you do it at the other ones, right? And here you're providing smallish houses, right? Each one has a, 24 by 40 something floor plates. So if that's okay, I mean, you can make it a little bit longer, whatever. And then, and in terms of the depth, you also need to respond to my comment that with at least 60 feet of the width, or even a little more, maybe even 110 feet of the width, it's the same width as the neighbors right up the street. And they are individual houses on a lot.
I actually was looking at that, and what I did notice was there are 2 blocks here, blocks 4683 and 4699. These are the only 2 blocks that have, these are the irregular shaped blocks, and they have these unusual long lots, which are a little bit more than 100 feet. But this particular block has lots that are like 150 feet, 180 feet long.
192 feet.
Right, and the subject lot has the longest lots. The others that have, if you notice, they have house behind the house. There are actually, there are 2-3 of them that have house behind house on that same street frontage. So, I think people have recognized that they have this long lot and they have this excess floor area, so they've created this house behind them. They probably proceeded, I don't know how they were approved, I didn't look through the details, but.
Yeah, there's 2 lots, 13, 14, or a house behind a house.
I see that.
And you see that on your land use map. And 11 and 111, house behind a house. And then 8, 9 are attached houses. And then you have freestanding houses, all 192 foot deep. So that's the question is, 192 feet is kind of standard for this block, right? Where it gets longer than usual is that odd phenomenon because of lot 32.
Yes.
And lot 20, lot 20 is quite strange. Like, what happened there?
Yeah, I think this 2 block was initially at some point City May in its ideas had thought of mapping the street but did not map it, and it remained like that, and that's why you have this odd shaped lot.
No, it looks like actually.
There was a street that was supposed to go that way.
I think what ended up happening is that community facility ends up wanting to buy that little dog leg for whatever reason. It needs more frontage or access to its parking, and it chooses to cut off what might have been lot 31. That was probably lot 31. And so it cuts that front part off for itself, and then the seller retains lot 20, which is lots of times, this community facility is like, I don't really need the rest, so why don't you keep it? So that's kind of the Wild West of properties subdivision.
Yes, configurations were different.
Yes. Okay.
I just kind of want to put one thing on record, and I think given this unusual depth of this lot, what I would be more concerned about having these more hodgepodge development of house behind a house and a much more planned configuration that is being proposed is it will result in less curb cuts and will result in better site planning. And the building forms will be more in sync with the typical build forms in this area. So I just wanted to have that on record.
No, those are sort of planning considerations.
Yes, no,
Which
but-
is sort of not,
right.
again, not our domain, but nonetheless. Okay. All right, so I already asked about speakers, so you know what to do, right?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe for us to reach out also to DOT, we're going to need some time. Maybe, yeah, that's good.
Okay. Submission April 1st for continued hearing April 21st.
Is that enough time? That's basically a month for you to do your work. It's enough for you?
It's enough.
Andy? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoning calendar, item number 14, 2017-56BZ, 1321 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Print your name, yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I listened to the review tape yesterday, and after analyzing what's happened in the past, we would request that a three-family dwelling be approved on this lot.
Great, okay. So I'd like to make, are there any speakers on this one? Richmond Road? Yes, please.
Any speakers on Richmond Road? Yes? Okay, how many? Oh, please sign in. Ouch, sorry. Sign in, sorry about that. Please sign in and proceed. 3 minutes. Just the other, is that just 2 people? 3, 4? About 4 people? Okay. Good, sign in when you're finished.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. My name is Dr. Mohammed Khalid, and I'm President of the Orange Hill Civic Association of Staten Island, which covers the Toad Hill and the Dongan Hills Colony section of Staten Island. We have close to 2,000 members. Before I say anything further, I want to correct record of the last meeting. Mr. Rempola misquoted me that I was also mentioning about Dongan Hills Civic Association, which I'm not. I was mentioning Dongan Hills Colony and Toad Hill and not the Dongan Hills, which is not in our area, although the top part is in our area, which is the Dongan Hills Colony. So I want to correct that. Madam Chair, as a civic association covering the area, our position is very clear. We are not against the construction. We are against building more than one family house. As of right, builders should follow the law and not give variance to, and please not give the variance to changing the zoning. All the houses in the area are one-family homes. There's one dwelling. This construction should be in conformity with the existing construction of the houses. This is not fair to the people living on Overlook, that they have to worry about sinking their foundation with multiple dwellings. Mr. Rempola, you and your client should follow the law in existence and do not change the situation for the purpose of the greed. Members of our association will prove builder can make enough profit with one family. Therefore, I request that the board not approve more than one family dwelling. Thank you very much.
Are the members going to submit something to that effect?
I'm sorry?
Are the members going to submit something to that effect?
Well, we have submitted, I think
They
about,
submitted before.
we have submitted close to 50 petition against the
Yes,
project.
yes. There are a lot of submissions on this case.
Yeah, we have submitted 2-3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, you have one for everybody on the folders? Oh.
Thanks. Nice folder.
Very nice folders. Good stock.
Anyway, good afternoon, commissioners and board members. Thank you for your time. You've just been handed some...
State your name.
Oh, yeah, state your name.
Excuse me?
Your name,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. My name is Ben D'Amato. I live at 1351 Richmond Road. I own a home within the 400-foot radius of the proposed condominium, three-family dwellings. So, you've just been handed a folder that has plans for a house that was constructed at 1331 Richmond Road back in the early 2000s. All right? This is an approved plan by the New York City Department of Buildings and permitted and built in the hillside area. Pricing has been given to you also from two contractors on Staten Island, along with pictures, so you can physically see the walls and the contours and how the foundations of the house that is less than 50 feet away from the property that is looking to be developed can be built. Okay, when I built my home back in 1997, there was a down zone to an R21 zoning. I complied with the zoning of that time. Building my own home there, and the down zone was requested at that time by the people in the community, Borough President's office, the Community Board 2, and the Councilman's office. The down zone was granted by the New York City Department of Zoning in the area to an R21. All developers, including myself, complied with the new building zones. Here we are today because a developer/investor, knowing he purchased a piece of property in an R21 zone and now wants to have a zoning change because of his so-called hardship. I present to the board, which you have in front of you, plans of a home that was designed to be built in the existing hillside condition that are similar to the conditions that exist on Lot 91 and 93, using the stepping foundation, the stepping retaining wall system, and a conventional construction method. This was accomplished with no zoning change. This plan that was approved and permitted by the City of New York Department of Building was built, CO'd, and sold. We took this plan that we have in front of you today, that was permitted by the Buildings Department, and priced it out in today's job market. The board has a copy of the approved plans and the pricing from licensed contractors on Staten Island to build this project on Lot 91/93. Okay, if you look at the proposal that we've done, you can see pricing for the construction includes $200,000 to $250,000 number for various retaining walls needed to the cost of construction. Add that to the $360-some-odd thousand needed for the construction of the house. You got a total cost of anywhere from $640,000 to $638,000 to construct this home. That's a good number. Add in if you include the land at $80,000 that the developer paid for, the total cost of the construction should be no more than $720,000. Put the sale of the price of the house at $1 million, which can be verified by Zillow, or looking up a home that I constructed not too far from there at 26 Atlantic Avenue, you can get $1 million+. All right? Oh.
What's the square footage of these houses?
Excuse me?
What's the size of these houses that you?
The approximate square footage of the house is on the proposal,
I can't really
and
see
it is
Very teeny.
2,700 square feet to be built on a 75 by 129 lot.
2,700.
Which is the lot size of the, looking for the zoning change. All right, so.
Sorry, but each of these houses is 2,700 square feet? You have
This
six
particular house,
houses here.
the end house, the one that's closest that you're looking at, is approximately 2,700 square feet.
Okay, but this was a development with 6 houses, right?
Correct. This was a development with 6 houses, but the plan for that one house on the corner, which has got the similar slope of the land that's at 91 and 93, was priced at today's market price.
Understood, okay.
Okay, so at that market price, we're looking at $640,000 to construct this house on that piece of property with walls. Done in this fashion, not in this elaborate, cut the wall and kill the hill and dig it all out and put up a $500,000 wall. So what I'm trying to say is, at this point, you take the house, the construction cost of the house, you take the land, you got $720,000, you put it up on the market for $1 million, which can be sold in that area for that kind of money. You're turning a $280,000 profit. Not a bad day's pay.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think we got it. Yeah. You have a question?
But looking at, if I look at the section here, section AA, on the second page of these drawings, and even the other section, that the slope degree here is kind of totally different from the one we have.
I didn't say they were the same, I said they're similar.
It's not even similar. This slope here in section, and I just wanna, like, everybody look at this. If you look at that slope in section AA, it's a very gentle slope. Even if you look at the other one, you have two houses, one at the top and one at the bottom. That earth retaining treatment here in these two cases would be much different from the case before us. And I'm not sure even about that treatment for the excavation here.
I'm sorry, say again.
I'm not sure about the treatment and the support of the excavation for these projects. So yes, I understand that these were submitted to the city agency and built.
Right.
But two things, the slopes here are totally different from the slope before us. And the kind of earth retention for this project, if this is sound, is totally different animal even from the excavation support system that's gonna be needed for the project before us.
But you're giving him a variance to pull the house forward as it is, correct?
That's
now,
correct.
instead of going back into that hill, you are now closer to the sidewalk, which reduces that impact on the back end of the property.
Okay, but so that, as part of the point is, we are asking them to pull, so first we establish the hardship, right? Hardship being extreme slope. Then we say we're trying to reduce the impact of the neighboring properties to the rear, so we specifically ask the applicant to pull the house forward. Therefore, they need a variance in order to be allowed to do even that, because the variance is to allow a shallower front yard than is required. So now we're in variance land, right? So either they proved a hardship or they didn't. But the other thing that I do want to point out, and I know Mr. Rampula has mentioned this during the course of these many hearings, what you showed us here is a 6-unit development where you've got 3 houses that have access to overlook and 3 houses that have access to Richmond. And so you have the benefit of economy of scale. So you're building a lot more at once, and it's cheaper ultimately. And I understand that you price this based on one house.
Today's market.
And today's market. But at the same time, the reality is you have an economy of scale when you're building 6. And if their site were large enough to build several houses, had enough frontage to build several houses, we'd have a completely different analysis here, because what I do want to point out is the house that they are proposing here has the same amount of floor area as a one-family house. So the concern about its impact because it's arguably larger isn't accurate. The house they're not asking for a floor area waiver. They're only asking for a use waiver to allow more than 1 unit, and they're to offset the cost of the site work. And we imposed on them the requirement to move the house forward because we were trying to reduce the impact on the hill, right? So just to be clear.
No, that I understand, but still, you have to look at the numbers. I mean,
we're looking at the numbers.
$720,000 to build a house with walls, that's a lot of money.
So we're looking, okay, I don't, because we really shouldn't be having this back and forth. We did look at the numbers, that's part of the point. And the house that was originally submitted to us was 6 units, 10 parking spaces, and the house that we now have before us is 3 units, 6 parking spaces, and a floor plate that's smaller than the original request, and it still meets the zoning maximums for height and otherwise and floor area. So it's actually, other than the idea of having 3 units, there isn't any difference between this house and a single-family house.
And I just want to explain something and make it clear. The only reason that I believe that something should be granted on this case is because of the special treatment needed for the slope to stabilize it during construction. And this is not for the developer. This is for the residents right behind that project. And if we're going to be thinking about granting something on this case, it's going to be conditioned on their behavior during construction. So they have to design and engineer and construct a system that they make sure the buildings behind them are stable during construction. I'm not sure if this has been followed with other projects, including the one that you just showed, but honestly, you cannot build an as-of-right building and spend money to ensure that the stability of the houses atop that side are stable during construction with a feasible, it can be feasible.
I'm going to have, I've been building a long time, I'm a developer, I'm second-generation contractor on Staten Island, and I'm respectfully disagree with you. I really do. I think you can build this house, I think you can build it and make a profit on it. Maybe you will make $280,000, but that's your best case scenario.
Okay, all right, we need to move on to the other speakers, but I do want to try to understand, if the size of the house is the same as what could be built for a single family, and we have instructed over the course of many, and we've reduced the number of units significantly, we've cut it in half, right? And if the slope is being protected using methods that are sort of part of the, or it's not exactly the methods, but the insurance of safety is part of the condition of our approval, then I don't understand, short of you not wanting more than one family to live below you, which is a different question, I don't understand the nature of the objection anymore.
It's a matter of the community in the past fought to get this area downzoned.
So what we're talking about is the 3 houses.
You want to put a multiple dwelling there. I mean,
Okay,
it's just,
so
you're
just to
taking
be
everything
clear.
and throwing it out the window.
No. So just to be clear, the concern of the community is 3 families as opposed to 1, where it was started off as 6, right? That's really a multiple dwelling.
It should be one,
Okay,
though, as an R21 zone as of right.
Okay.
That's all.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, my name is Roseanne Clift. Single family, as of right, we don't feel causes a hardship, and I know we've beaten this horse to death, but I have to say it. Overdevelopment is a hardship, and not only just for our community, but for all of Staten Island. In researching this and going around with the plans to the different builders on Staten Island, I'm being told that the plans that are submitted by Mr. Rampuller are not what they are going to build. That this is a fallacy, that all the builders guarantee me this will never be built. He's going to build 3 side-by-side condos with 1 car parking, and here we are. And they will assure me that this is the scam, and that I'm not, that I don't know it, but that they know it because they do this. This is what they do.
So I need to correct you right now.
Okay.
So whatever it is we approve here is what they have to build, or they get stopped by the Department of Buildings, and they have to come back here to modify the application or whatever, but they would get a stop work if they don't build what the drawings show.
Exactly what the drawings show, and the amount of parking.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
So just to add to that, the plans that we will approve are the plans that are going to be sent to the Department of Buildings. So whatever interior details and everything that will have to be provided, it will be, things will be consistent, is that overall the floor layout, the floor plate as shown, floor plate will be consistent. Number of units will be consistent with what we approved. Number of parking spaces, the location of the building in relation to the site plan will be consistent. Interior partitions may vary. That's up to Department of Buildings in terms of their code requirements and other things. But at the end of the day, it will be 3 units with 6 parking spaces as shown on the plan in terms of location and the curb cuts.
So it'll be one building,
One
One
building,
building.
3 units.
3 stories.
Not
3
spread out
units,
long ways,
not
side to
spread
side
out.
on the
I mean,
lot.
The drawings are available for view.
I have them.
You can see them.
I didn't want to mention when I started this that I was on the board at Community Board 2. I didn't think it was relevant, but since Mr. Rampula told me I was being disingenuous by not telling you, I didn't think it meant anything one way or the other. It's
It's only
irrelevant.
that you can't represent Community Board 2, you're representing yourself. That's all.
I am.
And
Are you satisfied with-
I want to add something else, please, if I may. We didn't just look at the things that were submitted to us. And this is the first time that happens on a case since I joined the board 2 years ago. We even went further than that. We looked at things that beyond our jurisdiction, like the excavation support. We cannot review and approve or deny or ask for modifications for excavation support drawings because it's not our job. But we, in this specific case, and again, this is the first time we're specifying a condition that a design and construction of an excavation support that prevent any negative impact on adjacent and surrounding properties should be done, otherwise this variance will be voided. So if they take this grant, if we grant something and they take it and they think that they could play a game, it's gonna be the variance on risk.
Okay, because this is what I'm getting from the builders. No, this is how they do it, this is, you know.
Are you
and-
satisfied with, if these plans that we just stated, that the bulk is the same as a one-family house, is that something that you would be satisfied with?
I would prefer a one-family, only because about a month ago, I was at my property, and the builder there, whatever, starts yelling over to me, big ha-ha, oh, you want to sell, I want to put condos here. I don't find that amusing, okay? And I'm not going to sell. And because he thinks he has the key to the city now, and he's going to start, you know, putting condos all over Richmond Road, I'll be back here.
Okay.
And that, you know, so that's why when the builders started telling me, oh, this isn't what's going to happen here, they're going to do this, and they showed me plans from other jobs, and they go in with this, but they go and they get it. So I want to be clear on that, both for
Just so
myself.
you know, since the neighbors are watching, you can always call 311 and complain that you're seeing something built that doesn't look like the drawings. That, it's just the reality. of
No, I didn't know if
neighbors,
it changed somehow at some point.
No, it doesn't
You can resubmit
change.
something to the building department and claim another hardship, or...
No. The set of drawings that we approve are the set of drawings that DOB uses to determine whether the submission for a building permit matches, and that's what has to be built.
Okay, now I needed to know that for Community Board 2 also, because...
Yes.
Then we need to know that if that's, you know, if that's what happens.
All right, I think
That's
your
something-
time is
I'm
up,
done.
so we
Okay.
can move to the next speaker if there are any. Any other speakers on this? Yeah. You can speak and then sign in, just to move things along.
Good afternoon, my name is Tom Backus, and I own 34 Overlook, which is above and right next to this property. So again, I'm directly affected by what they're trying to build there. And, you know, my problem is that they are trying to build a multiple dwelling right next to my property that doesn't belong there, and under the zoning laws, it doesn't belong there. And if they want to do that, they had a burden to come in here with and make out the 5 findings that you have to find in order to grant him the variance. And I don't think that he's done that. Especially the one that I continue to
jump up and down about is the C finding, which the resolution specifically says that what he's proposing should not alter the essential character of the neighborhood and should not substantially impair the use of my property. With regard to the essential character of the neighborhood, the people who live in this neighborhood are the people who should have the biggest say in what is the essential character of the neighborhood. And what we've done here is we've gotten petitions from basically everyone within a 400 square foot radius of this that says, we don't want this here. We've got a letter from the borough president. We got a letter from the councilman for the area objecting to it. We've had Dr. Khalid come down here and sit and explain that the Iron Hill Civic Association does not want this. So no one wants this, and it doesn't belong there. And when I go to sell my house, if I go to sell my house 5 years from now, the fact that I have a multiple dwelling when no one else has one directly affects my property value, and just from a selfish standpoint. But beyond that, the opposition in this of the community to this property should heighten the board's scrutiny of their application. And frankly, everything that I've heard about their application indicates that it's a complete sham. I mean, they came in here looking for a 6-family originally, probably with the intention of, we'll get a 3-family as a compromise. But their numbers were completely inflated. I think in the executive session yesterday, it was acknowledged that even with the 4-family proposal, that his numbers were inflated. So you guys are aware of that. And it basically requires, as someone once famously said, a willing suspension of disbelief to believe that his numbers are correct. Especially when just the last hearing, he brought his engineer in here. And the guy who designed this elaborate retaining wall that's costing however many hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's basically fueling the cost of their project. And you asked him directly, have you ever seen anything like this? No, I have not.
Right.
I mean, what is that? I mean, I don't know how the application wasn't voted down right then and there. I understand that there seems to be a magic 2-year mark where there has to be an up and down vote, and I would ask that the application be voted down. He has not been straightforward with his numbers, and there's a doctrine, like if he was in a court of law, a judge would instruct and say, if you find that he lies about one thing, you could find that he's lying about everything. And I think that should be applied here, especially in light of the opposition. And one last thing, as far as me, with the C finding, is that this, based on everything that I've heard in the executive sessions, and even as of last night, this plan that he has in there right now has a substantial probability of causing problems to the integrity of my home. And to the extent that you have to make a finding in a resolution that he will not impair the adjacent land owner, I don't know how you can approve this resolution with this being his proposed plan in what he's proposing right now with this retaining wall and everything else. And basically Dr. Schettler saying last night, we'll put stipulations on there for the Board of Department of Buildings, shows that he has not made out his burden, that he will not substantially impair my property. If you have to tell the Department of Buildings something, that they have to change something on this, that means that what he has right now is not sufficient. And I think that, I pray that you don't make me do it, but if I have to go to court and challenge the resolution, I will argue that, based on that, your finding of the C, if you find that, he's not impairing my property, that would be an irrational and unreasonable finding. So, I ask that if you're going to do an up and down vote today, I would ask that you discourage this kind of activity in the future and say, no, you've been playing games for 2 years, the people are very concerned, you haven't been straightforward with us, your application is denied. Thank you very much.
So I just want to add something, that the reason that we talk about structure is because the application is before us, right? It's a discretionary review. If this were just a single-family house being built as of right, they wouldn't ask you anything, right? They would have to notify neighbors to the extent they're excavating somehow or other near your properties. But other than that, if it's not, you wouldn't be notified of anything. If they wanted to build a 40-foot retaining wall and thought that was cost-effective, they would just do it and nobody would be paying attention, because it's a public review process. And this concern was raised by the public, where we're on sort of heightened alert, and we are saying, yes, we agree with you that the slope is extreme, hence the reason for a variance, and we want to alert the Department of Buildings to pay attention in particular to this site as it's being developed. But You know, most of the time, nobody is watching because it's not going through a public review process. So if anything, you probably have a safer site because we're alerting the Department of Buildings that the site is, might be at risk if the work isn't properly done.
Right, and I understand that most of the time, the substantially impair element as far as safety, because what is substantial impairment if not jeopardizing the safety of my property? In 99% of the cases before you guys, I'm sure it's not an issue. So it's something that sort of gets glossed over. But in this case, because of the hill, because of the conditions, it is an issue. And, I think that he has to make at least a showing that what he's doing is safe and sound from an engineering
And
perspective.
we'll have to with the Department of Buildings, but we don't review excavation and construction drawings.
We will have
That's
much
the
less involvement with the Department of Buildings. It's a much more closed-door process. And I think that the option here should be, you did not make out your burden of showing that you are not going to have Mr. Backus's and his neighbor's house sliding down, or whatever the issues are. Your application is denied.
Yeah, okay.
Not to say
So
you
I'm
should go to
sorry,
the
but
Department of
that's not
Buildings.
how our
I think the
findings
as
work.
of right, though,
But thank
wouldn't the as of right create perhaps a more dangerous circumstance?
I don't think that he would have to do all this elaborate digging and all that stuff.
Yeah, he
as
would.
had
He
to
wants,
do an
if he were
as-of-right.
going to build exactly the same size, single-family house, he'd be confronted with the exact same thing, except
He'd be
he would
further
have to
back.
pull the house back another 7 feet more into the hill, closer to your property, therefore a bigger impact.
The number here is,
And it is very possible with him deciding that, okay, I'm gonna build an as-of-right, one-family house, that I need to make it cost me this. He's not gonna have the courage to spend money to secure your property upstairs. He's gonna be greedy because he's not getting enough. By granting this, something on this case, we're encouraging him, and actually we're asking him, we're
Directing
putting
him.
this in the resolution. It's a condition that if you do not make sure during construction, you and your design team, that the property uphill is safe, not just his property, actually every other property around his property is safe during construction, it's not just you're gonna be in trouble, you're gonna lose your variance.
Right.
All what is spent so far in this case is gonna be gone. And I wanna clarify about something. Till this hearing, I don't recall that I said the design he is submitting is unsafe or not sound. All what I said is it's exaggerated. The retaining wall is very thick. You know what? If he tie back this retaining wall correctly, if he stabilized that hill correctly, probably it's gonna be better for your property. But what I asked him during the past whatever hearings is, please think about a design that minimize the impact on the properties around you, and in the meantime, it costs you something feasible, so you don't have to risk the safety for the profit. And that's what exactly we're putting in our resolution for this case, if we grant something.
I just
okay,
understood that the
so-
Department of Enforcement at that stage.
Sorry, so I think we had enough discussion here. Are there other speakers? Yes.
Just speak first and state your name for the record, and then you can come back.
And Mr. Backus, could you sign in?
My name is Ray Clift. I own the house next to where they're going to dig. I went and got to the building department and got the set of plans of the house that's 50 feet close to me. It's a one-family house. They built a step foundation. They didn't really destroy the mountain. The slope that is next to me is the same slope that I submitted the plans for one door down. So to say that it's not the same slope, it is the same. 60 feet high, it's the same slope. You're saying it's not the same slope. The guy built the house with a step foundation, did not dig into the wall. There's been no problems. It's there 20 years. The value of the house, I hired a builder to price out that house. He came up with $650,000. The property's 80 to 750. He could sell it for 950. He could make $200,000. I want to know, where is the hardship? You're giving a zoning, you're changing the zoning because of hardship. I don't see the hardship of building a one-family house. There is no hardship. He's going to make $200,000.
Okay.
So I would like established why is there's a hardship? What numbers are he using that you're granting him a hardship?
So all of that information is in our record, so I don't think we want to rehash this.
I want
It's
to
in-
know what is the hardship?
Right, well, we've already explained what we think the hardship is, and we've been persuaded that the hardship rises to the level of a 3-unit house with 6 parking spaces, and that the shape of the house is not different than the shape of a one-family house. So the only difference really is 2 extra families, and if I look on the land use map, I see just down the street, 2 family homes, so this is 1 family more than what's typical on the block.
So
That's all.
You're changing the zone.
No, we're not changing the zoning, we're giving them a variance because they've demonstrated to us that there's a hardship. Okay, I think we're
okay.
finished with this. Any other speakers? Any other speakers? Okay, all right then.
Can you read the condition?
Yeah, I will do that when we get to that part, okay?
Just for
Somebody's
the,
ringing.
for the E finding, should we have the applicants, I think we should have the applicant respond to the submissions of the 2 contractors.
I don't think we need, we've had so many submissions on this. We've been at this hearing for 2 years. This information was submitted already. It was taken into account when we were looking at the 4-unit project. And so, which is one reason why we directed the applicant to give us a 3-unit project. I just don't want to keep going on
I understand.
indefinitely with this application, okay? So, Mr. Rampula, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Just that we're required to have a 30-foot rear yard, and I believe we have a rear yard to the rear of our building of close to 53 feet, which would allay some of Mr. Bacchus's concerns. The Cliffs, who own the property directly to the right of my property, own a non-conforming, non-complying, mixed-use building with retail space on the first floor and apartments up above, and there is a 3-family there's a 2-family and a 3rd unit on the property to the right. There is a retail shopping strip directly across the street, and there's 12 units across the street also.
Right, right. I think that's something that we've acknowledged. If we look at the land use map, and you can actually follow along with what you just said on the land use map, more or less. So, okay. So with that, I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shepherd?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant a 3-family, it's the drawings that we have, so it's a 3-unit, 6 parking space house, and the floor area is in the drawing, so I won't go through that because I'm afraid I'll make a mistake when I say it. What I do know is it has an 1,890 square foot floor plate, and 3 stories over a parking level, right? But I would like to add a condition that was because of the concern for the hill, and that we're going to alert Department of Buildings in particular to this condition, and to the extent we can red flag somehow or other to them about this project. The condition is, the applicant shall install an excavation support system prior to starting excavation and foundation construction. The applicant design team shall be solely responsible for selecting the most suitable design criteria and construction means and methods to ensure that the excavation and foundation construction are done in a manner to prevent any negative impacts resulting from excavation and foundation construction from being imposed on the stability of any of the surrounding properties. These negative impacts include, but are not limited to, settlement, tilting or leaning, undermining and cracking of adjacent properties. If the Department of Buildings determine that such damage is the result of inadequate or improper design or construction means and methods, this variance shall be void, and no further work relying on such variance shall be permitted to continue. So with that condition, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shepherd?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Application's been granted.
Thank you for coming. We do appreciate the community attending.
Item number 15, 2018-67BZ, 7406 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn. Oh, I'm already here. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions and you signing this sheet?
Yes.
This one, this one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicants. We heard the board's comments yesterday, particularly the concerns about the duration of time here. As was noted in the last hearing on this in July, the fire department raised an issue about the legality of the use in the existing first floor. And as we mentioned then, the applicant is committed to making that use legal. That has taken longer than the applicant would like. Both because of language barriers and because of contractual issues with their tenant who does have a lease to operate a lawful facility. Today,
Sorry, let's go back. What's been the procedure, efforts have been taken to remove the illegal occupancy?
when the fire department issued the notification of the inspection of the use, the applicant reached out to their tenant to begin to explain to them that what they are doing is not legal and that it needs to be corrected. There's a language barrier. And we were hoping that within that time, they could change that use in the space.
Can you give me the idea of time? We've been at this since May of 2018.
I know that the existing use, I do not have in front of me the date which they opened. I know that when we filed the application, the site was vacant. This was a tenancy that came in during the pendency of this application.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
So the fire department gave us their results of their inspection in July. Later that month, the applicant began reaching out to its tenant to say that this use needs to be changed. The tenant promised that it would make efforts to do so. It had not. To date, and I do not know exactly when the letter was sent, the applicants sent their tenant a notice of default under the lease because they are operating an illegal use.
But you don't know when?
I do not have the date in front of me now. I know that we've reiterated that on their behalf a number of times, as recently as yesterday. And I am also been made aware by the clients that they have engaged counsel to begin a landlord-tenant action. However, this is a contractual issue that does have to be resolved that way. They're constrained by the speed at which they can do it. They cannot padlock the front door.
Wait a second. It's a commercial lease, right?
Yes.
Constrained by the commercial leases, chop, the person's out when they're in violation of their lease.
It has not been as easy
There are no
here.
protections.
No, there are no protections, but it's still a contract. There's still a default period opportunity to cure.
30 days.
They're working. I don't know the terms of the lease. I don't want to say what the lease is.
30 days. That's what it always says in a commercial lease. I don't understand. I'm not hearing demonstration of diligent prosecution like it says in the letter that was submitted. We need demonstration of diligent prosecution to eliminate this illegal use.
If I can ask what the board would like to see specifically to demonstrate it.
Well, so if in July, I hate to say it's nearly July, but it's actually nearly July. If in July, fire department says that you have an illegal occupancy, that's when there should have been movement on evicting the tenant, giving them their 30-day cure, right, and evicting the tenant, right? And so it sounds like nothing was done until we raised it. That's typically what happens here. Nothing's done until we ask you to come. So we need proof of what's been happening, and that, we need proof that there's a cure in process.
Okay.
And it can't be a language barrier because there's people who speak whichever language, so that can't be the excuse.
The language barrier is a time factor more than anything. It's not an inability to communicate, it's that communicating takes slightly longer. But I understand what the board is asking for to show diligent prosecution, and we will provide it.
Okay, you need to do it quickly. So we're not
Understood.
going to give you a lot of time because we've been at this too long.
Understood.
Okay, so you have to come back in a month.
Okay.
All right. Are there any speakers on this one?
Submission date, March 4th, for continued hearing, March 24th.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, that's a whole, yeah, that's right. Okay, that's good. That's fine. What? No, because it's the end of February, so it's the end of March.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, item number 16, 2018-171BZ, 1 East 70th Street, Manhattan. I didn't swear you in? Oh, that's right. Raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. My name is Gary Tarnoff from the law firm of Kramer, Levin, Neftalis, and Frankel LLP. We represent the Frick Collection, the applicant here today. We were at the executive session yesterday. No issues were identified for us to address. There have been 3 public hearings in this matter. The board stated at the hearing last summer that we believe that the findings had been addressed.
At the hearing last?
Last summer, I believe.
Oh.
It was in June or July. The hearing has been adjourned several times to allow the environmental review to be completed and to get sign-offs from the various agencies.
It was September.
September.
Okay.
It was maybe still in the summer, but September.
Okay. Since I said it's already July, you could say September's the summer. Okay.
Okay. So now we have sign-offs from all the agencies. We've extensively revised the historic resources chapter in the environmental assessment statement to do a careful examination of the interiors, and LPC, Landmarks Preservation Commission, has accepted the revised chapter. We filed a revised environmental assessment statement with the board and circulated in accordance with the board's notice requirements almost 2 weeks ago. And we've just filed revised plans at the board's request to include the agency recommendations, mostly from DEP, I believe, so that if this is approved, those requirements will be transmitted to the Department of Buildings and be enforceable in connection with the approval of the building permit for the project. We have nothing to add at this point, and we're available to answer questions.
Okay. All right. No, I think that's all. I do want to note that we received plans, I think, yesterday that are bubbled that show the notes that were added to the drawings that incorporate the project, what are they considered? Project improvements that are related to the various agencies' reviews of the environmental concerns. Okay. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the public if there are speakers.
The attorney.
Well, yeah, so opposition counsel can come first, or if we have elected.
Tapper.
Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Tappert, and I'm an attorney with the law firm of Carter, Ledyard, and Milburn. I'm here on behalf of the East 70th Street Block Association. As you're well aware, the association does not oppose the Frick's expansion plan, but does believe that the proposed construction activities will, unless adequately mitigated, have a significant adverse impact on the environment that would require the preparation of an environmental impact statement under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. We've previously submitted comments explaining both the nature of those impacts and the measures we believe are required to mitigate them. And these are measures that the Frick had in the past declined to enforceably commit to as part of the process. We commend the board for having DEP review the project. DEP reviewed the project looking at air and noise impacts. With respect to air, DEP, the letter that they filed listed 6 emission reduction measures as project commitments. On the issue of noise, the DEP letter was a little more ambiguous as to what the appropriate mitigation measures would be. We think the board should ask that DEP simply provide a comprehensive list of project commitments to reduce unacceptable noise levels and make it clear exactly what needs to be done to mitigate the adverse impacts. To date, the Frick has refused to commit to a full range of reasonable noise and air quality measures needed to mitigate those impacts. SECRA provides 3 feasible options in this situation that are available to the BSA to address this continuing failure. If the BSA finds that the FRIC's proposed project is a type 1 action, as was correctly determined in, I believe, the FRIC's first EAS, but then what they backed away from, or if the BSA finds that this is an unlisted action, the BSA has essentially 3 options. They are require preparation of an EIS, analyzing construction-related impacts, considering those impacts with and without the mitigation measures that the association has proposed, and that the DEP has identified. Or in the alternative, the FRIC, or the BSA could allow the FRIC to submit a modified application that defines the project to include those mitigation measures and commits the FRIC to implementing them. The third option would be issue a conditional negative declaration, and this is if the BSA finds that it's an unlisted action, issue a conditional negative declaration, which is appropriate when an unlisted action may have significant adverse impacts that can be eliminated or adequately mitigated by imposing enforceable conditions. In any case, to ensure that the project commitments are enforceable as expected by DEP, the BSA should require that the application for building permits include these project commitments, and that the Department of Buildings include those project commitments in the building permits issued to the FRIC. These 3 options are laid out in our June 14th, 2019 letter. The association believes that any of these 3 options are defensible under SECRA, provided the mitigation commitments assumed by the FRIC are sufficient to eliminate or adequately mitigate the significant adverse environmental impacts this project would likely have on the surrounding neighborhood, and provided that they're legally enforceable as conditions of any building permit. Thank you for consideration of the association's comments, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other speakers?
Good afternoon, Michael Hiller, Hiller PC, standing in opposition to the application on behalf of Stop Irresponsible Frick Development. As the board is aware, under SECRA and SECR, the lead agency, in this case the BSA, is duty-bound to ascertain whether or not the proposed action, in this case the application for a variance, may have an adverse impact on the environment, which is defined to include, among other areas of concern, historical and cultural resources. And if there is a finding that the proposed action may have an adverse impact, subject to an exception which doesn't apply here in our view, an EIS must be prepared. It's not optional or discretionary, it's mandatory under section 617.7A2, as well as under the decision Develop, Don't Destroy Brooklyn, among many others. Now, the reason why SECRA uses the word may is that if there's any doubt at all as to whether or not an adverse impact will occur, any doubt at all, it should be resolved in favor of granting, requiring EIS. And that doesn't mean you deny the application or reject the project. It just means you're being super careful. And in determining whether or not something is or is not going to have an adverse impact, among the criteria that the BSA would consider are, among other things, whether the proposed action, were to be approved, will impair the use or quality of an important historical or architectural or cultural resource, and whether or not the action would be irreversible. Now here, it's not disputed that if the application were to be approved, the music room would be destroyed. It's also undisputed that the Frick is a cultural resource. It is a designated landmark under New York City law. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places and is a National Historic Landmark under federal law. Now, the applicant originally suggested that the LPC's declination to grant interior landmark status to assorted interior spaces of the Frick, including the music room, must mean that the music room is not significant. On February 11th, you received a letter from the LPC rejecting that argument. I would also direct your attention to the submission by SHPO on August 26th, 2019, in which the SHPO said, and I quote, "The whole Frick building must be considered, and its significant features, including the interior, must be identified." And as I said, it's undisputed that if this application were to be granted, the music room would be destroyed. It says so in the EAS. Now, the applicant, in an effort to minimize the significance of that, has cited to National Park Service Brief 18 and has argued that the music room is a secondary space within the Frick and not a primary space. I looked at Preservation Briefs 18, and I just want to make sure that all of you have as well, because primary spaces referenced in Brief 18 are defined as it says, quote, "Primary spaces are found in all buildings. Examples include foyers, corridors, elevator lobbies, assembly rooms, stair halls, and parlors. They are the places in the building that the public uses and sees." So what's a secondary space? What is the type of space that the applicant has tried to assign as a designation for the music room? According to Preservation Brief 18, secondary spaces are, quote, "more utilitarian and may include service rooms in the building, such as the bathrooms, kitchens, and also storerooms, service corridors, and sometimes some cases, offices." So the question before the BSA to determine whether or not the music room is a primary space or a secondary space is to determine whether or not it's more like a kitchen or a bathroom, or is it more like an assembly room that people go to see. I would respectfully submit that there is no question that the music room is a primary space in a National Historic Landmark, which means it is a cultural and historic resource, and in that respect must be considered in the context of an application for a variance here. Now, we have submitted evidence in the past that the Frick, including evidence from the Frick itself, which confirms that the music room constitutes a critical part of the Frick as a part of its historic and cultural character. That evidence has been bolstered by the Frick's family historian, Martha Frick Symington Sanger, who has, I believe, on each occasion traveled here from Maryland to advocate for the preservation of the Frick, including especially the music room. She is also here today, I believe. I understand that the applicant has argued that the music room has outlived its usefulness, that it no longer has utility. Respectfully, the evidence, again, largely drawn from the Frick itself, overwhelmingly demonstrates that the music room does have utility. And I'll get to that in a moment, but I will emphasize to you that utility is not a requirement for purposes of determining whether or not a particular space within an historic building is worthy of preserving. There are plenty of rooms that lack usefulness but are nonetheless worthy of preservation. But I will emphasize to you that this particular space clearly has utility. I know that the applicant has hired a third party to submit a three-page letter suggesting that the acoustics of the music room are no longer effective. No, I was, and I guess I still am, a professional musician. Unless, I can tell you that unless the room has been physically altered or has not been maintained properly, neither of which is alleged here, acoustics don't change. If the acoustics were effective for piano concertos in 1938, the music room would be effective today for piano concertos. And in point of fact, if you look at the Frick's website, they have advertised over the years for plenty of piano concertos as well as other musical concerts. We would have submitted an expert report to explain that, but as I'll get to a little bit later, our application to submit supplemental materials after the applicant submitted that report as well as other documents, our application to submit materials was denied. In any event, you don't have to take my word for it. I respectfully urge the BSA to consider the Frick's own description of the music room on the Frick's website, which, by the way, is still there today, or at least as of last night. Quote, "Since 1938, the Frick's concert series has been, not was, has been, delighting listeners with the finest in keyboard recitals, chamber groups, and groundbreaking early music ensembles. Many of the century's greatest artists have performed in the music room, including New York debuts, nationally and internationally acclaimed musicians." The Frick's website does not suggest that there's been any degrading of the acoustics of the facility. Quite the contrary, the website continues to emphasize its consistent quality. And furthermore, the Frick has consistently sponsored 10 concerts every year since 1938. They have been routinely sold out, including, by the way, on March 29th of this year. That one is sold out too. Also, I would urge you to take a look at page D8 of the environmental assessment by the applicant, which lists the additional uses that are still made of the music room, including lectures, video presentations, and even dance recitals. So the music room does have utility, not only for purposes of musical performance, but of other art forms. And even if the space weren't useful, as I said, there is no question that neither SECR, nor the National Historic Registry requires utility for purposes of determining whether or not a space constitutes a historic and cultural resource worthy of preservation. So just to wrap up this point, Given the low threshold, again, merely that the proposed action may have an adverse impact on an historic and cultural resource, the fact that the Frick does constitute such a resource, it's not disputed here, that the space is a primary space, not like a kitchen or a bathroom, but a space that the public comes to see. The Frick's own acknowledgement in its EAS that the music room is still being used even today, the evidence we previously submitted, and the undeniable fact that the music room would be destroyed were the variance to be granted, an EIS is warranted here. And again, that does not mean you deny the application. It just means you take a closer look and you force the applicant to take whatever steps could be made to avoid destroying it. Now, before I get to my last point, I do want to emphasize here that this last point is not for the purpose of provoking anyone. I simply have to make a record on this issue, and I hope that my comments are taken in that context. At the last public hearing, I informed the BSA that I had become aware, quite by accident, that after the BSA had closed the hearing process to further written submissions by the parties, including the applicant had made multiple additional submissions at the behest of the BSA. All told, since the BSA directed the parties not to make further written submissions, the applicant has made at least 8 that I know of, totaling approximately 1,200 pages. Now, a lot of these are double-sided. Among those submissions were documents filed as late as yesterday. The chair mentioned that earlier. We attempted to get copies, but we could not because we were informed that the papers were the file was with the commissioners. In addition, obviously, there's been correspondence back and forth with the BSA and the LPC. And the applicant's submissions focus predominantly on the environmental issues, as Mr. Tarnoff mentioned. And we have made clear throughout this process that with respect to our opposition, there's been a heavy emphasis on the environmental issues, in particular, although not exclusively, preserving the music room. I specifically asked for leave to file an additional submission to address the 8+ submissions by the Frick and to address the BSA's and LPC's comments as well. That application was rejected. The last hearing, I note for the record that in rejecting our request for leave to make a further submission, I was told words to the effect, and it was hard to hear on the recording, Mr. Hiller, you're not the co-applicant, implying that applicants and co-applicants have the right to participate in the back and forth of the BSA pertaining to environmental issues, but that the opposition does not. And I respectfully disagree with that assessment, and I just want to talk briefly about that before I close. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation website clearly states that the lead agency here, that's you, quote, must consider, among other things, public input. In the Court of Appeals decision in P.S. Friends versus Jewish Home Life Care, the court ruled, and I quote, opportunity for public participation and engagement is an essential and mandatory part of the SEQRA process. At each step, the agency must provide for public comment. And more recently, in the Inwood rezoning case, Northern Manhattan is not for sale versus City of New York, the court ruled the lead agency should consider public policy and public comments in addition to technical studies to further evaluate the impacts of the project. And the public review process should be taken with due regard to the comments derived, the public review process should be taken with due regard, and the comments derived therefrom should be appropriately considered.
Sorry, just to interrupt you there, aren't those related to an EIS?
Which one are you talking about?
Certainly Inwood rezoning, I'm not familiar with the other one.
I'll take a look, it's entirely possible.
Well, we know Inwood had an EIS. We use it very often in our cases to refer to parking studies, so that was an EIS. So, of course, when you have a public comment period on an EIS, you have to take into consideration public comment.
Absolutely.
But I just want to say that with respect to our review of environmental issues, the board's job is to take a hard look at every area of environmental concern so that when the public raised, as you did, areas of environmental concern, we made sure to take a hard look. That's our standard, and that's what we've done, okay?
I understand your perspective, Madam Chair, and what I would say is this. If it were just the case that the public has the right to make written submissions just at the outset, and then after that point, after that first set of submissions, it's an exclusive process for the applicant and the BSA, then that would effectively encourage applicants to submit deficient initial presentations with respect to their EAS, so that the public effectively is deprived of the opportunity to respond. In other words, if we only get to respond to the first issue and raise the issues, and the applicant gets to pile on evidence, piles of evidence,
Sorry,
without affording us the opportunity.
I know you're trying, but let me just make this clear. It's each area of environmental concern, once it's pointed out to us, then we take a hard look at the area of environmental concern. So for example, construction impacts were presented to us as an area of environmental concern that merited deeper analysis. So we went to the agency and we said, we need you to go back and look at this specific question because normally they don't look at it as carefully as they did, arguably. Maybe they always do, but we asked them to take another look, right? And with respect to historic resources, we went back and we looked at it and we took a harder look, right? But the idea of a back and forth, no, your look wasn't hard enough. The question is, does the agency take a hard look? And that's ultimately what we did. A harder look, it's hard for me to imagine that we would have taken a harder look on any of these subjects. We've been at this a long time. We've been digging since September on all of these, actually longer than that, on all of these questions. So that's a long time.
I understand your perspective, Madam Chair, and I'm not here to argue with you, but I'll just give you an example. That document that was submitted with respect to acoustics, that's something, with all due respect, I think that you would have benefited from hearing a response from the public on that issue. I would suspect, among others. I would also emphasize, Madam Chair, that I've appeared before the BSA in prior proceedings. I have submitted made environmental submissions after the first round. And I'll give you one example. 319 West 94th Street, 80-07BZ. That's a case where I was involved, and I made multiple submissions throughout the process while the BSA was engaging in its hard look, and I would respectfully submit that the BSA has in the past allowed the public and organized opposition to continue to submit make written submissions even after the first round. I understand your perspective, and again, I'm not here to argue with you about it, but I would respectfully submit that if you look at that case that I just mentioned, as well as others, you will find that the BSA has considered public responses to the applicant's subsequent submissions.
You are making comments now, today, aren't you?
I am, and I'm glad you mentioned that, but I should emphasize to you that it's really hard to respond to a lot of documents like this in such a short period of time. And there were documents that I didn't receive until yesterday. There are some documents I still haven't seen.
That wasn't all submitted yesterday.
No, I'm not suggesting it was. I said some documents were submitted yesterday. I don't know what...
No. The only thing that was submitted yesterday were some drawings with some bubbles to indicate notes. All of those environmental review we have sign-off from DEP on construction.
There were submissions from November to the beginning of February. I believe that these documents mostly comprise that period. I'm not suggesting it was all done yesterday.
We have hazmat for construction impacts signed off in September. We had, most of that work was done in September. The things that were open, which we've been having some submissions on and notice of comments that started in November, had to do with historic resources. Those are not long documents, easy to read. I don't understand why that would be hard to respond to here if you wanted to respond, and you did, right, I think. So in terms of the construction impacts, that information has been in the public record for several months. So I'm not really sure why, and if anything, it's because the EAS has to be updated to reflect the most recent changes, right? So that's all. So it's simply updated to reflect changes that are created by the changes in the historic resource report, and I think that's kind of it, right? Yeah, every sign, and it had to reflect the sign-off letters that we got, so.
My point simply is that we were not afforded the opportunity to, for example, respond to that acoustic letter. And we could have submitted reports and letters and analyses with respect to the music room, its utility, how often it was used by whom. And I do believe, by the way, that the BSA...
The record is open today. We're having here, this is a hearing, this is an open hearing. If you want to respond to it, now that I hear you responding to it.
Yeah, but, I'm not, don't get me wrong, I think I'm a great musician, but, the truth is, you really should hear from eminent pianists and acoustic engineers who really know this stuff And
And if
I
I'd been
can't
here
really
today-
speak to that issue as much as I'd like to. It would be intellectually dishonest for me to stand in front of you and say I'm an expert on that. It's an expert report that I could not produce because I wasn't afforded the opportunity to produce it. Again, I'm not trying to incite anybody. I just want to point out that there are things I wish I could have done that I wasn't afforded the opportunity to
No,
do.
but I think the point is, here you are with the opportunity to respond, and each thing that you said you haven't had a opportunity to respond to, you've already responded to. We have a lot of submissions on the argument about the music room and its contribution. Many, right? So, and then the Historic Resources Report was revised several times to respond to those issues. And if you looked at the many comments that the agencies had in response to what was submitted, you'll see that there was a hard analysis, hard questions asked, and responses to those hard questions. So to say that you didn't have an opportunity to respond or an opportunity to weigh in on the subject, these many hearings, you've had an opportunity to weigh on the subject, and if there's anything you want to add, you're arguing that the acoustics are great. All right, let's say we took your word for it. I mean,
But you couldn't, right? I mean, I'm just saying, you couldn't rely on me as much as, I am a professional musician, but I'm not the guy you need to hear from on this. You need to hear from experts, and I mean, unless you're telling me that I could have submitted a report along with a letter, I would expect your response would have been to reject it because, well, at the last hearing, I asked for leave and it was rejected. So again, I don't want to get into an argument with you about it. I've made my record. I understand your perspective. I would just like to conclude my remarks, if that's all right. And I really want to, for the moment, just take you guys, the members of the board, right to the language of secret self. And it talks about the lead agency, in this case you. It is the intent of the legislature that all agencies conduct their affairs with an awareness that they are the stewards of the air, water, land, and living resources, and that they have an obligation to protect the environment for the use and enjoyment of this and all future generations. I would respectfully submit this is your moment. This is your opportunity for a legacy to make an effort, every effort you can, to preserve this very important space. A very important historic and cultural resource that's been there since 1938, was critically important to the founder's late wife. Music, as Mrs. Frick, who built this, and she built it in an homage to how important music was to Henry Clay Frick, and you'll hear about that from Marty Frick, I suspect. And this is an opportunity for you to stop the destruction of the room. I'm hesitating because I'm not sure I want to get into the issue of procedural due process. I just will say this. Just last week, I received a decision in a case involving the Landmarks Preservation Commission. There's an Article 78 that we brought. We argued that the LPC had closed the hearing process and declined to receive oral public presentations from the public, but continued to receive written materials. And we said that because the applicant had changed the application and added things that the public did not have the opportunity to address, that it constituted a violation of procedural due process. And we won. And so the case obviously involved the LPC, not the BSA. The circumstances aren't identical, but they're close enough, and certainly make the argument that the public should have the opportunity to adjust with the application as it changes. I would urge the BSA to give us the opportunity to either submit more papers, or if not, directed, an EIS be directed. And again, it doesn't mean that you deny the application. It just means that the applicant goes to the further trouble of addressing this particular issue in greater detail. Thank you.
thank you. Next speaker, please. Anybody else from from opposition counsel? No? Okay. Please.
Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes, and you can come and sign in when you're finished.
Sorry, just a second. Are there any elected official representatives here? Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Paul Pissarro. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and the board and staff. I'm the great-great-grandson of Camille Pissarro, a French painter, and I've worked for years as an art consultant for high-net-worth individuals, so I'm very familiar with the art world, not so familiar with the legal world. But I grew up on the Upper East Side, 10 blocks from the Frick. I love the Frick very much. I think it's an amazing collection and a beautiful building. I currently live on the Upper East Side, and I was just somewhat confused and looking for clarification. You know, I know that the Frick is a landmark building, and frankly, I was astonished to find out that the process to significantly alter a landmark building is even, possible. And so I just wanted to come here and state for the record that I find this to be astonishing as a member of the community and someone passionate about the arts. I think that this building and the music room especially should be preserved, and that as much as possible that steps should be taken to make that process as difficult as possible for whoever wants to alter it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tim Dunphy. I'm with Hiller PC, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a citizen of New York, having been born and bred in this town, and having worked in this town and through the tri-state area as an architect, an attorney, and a certified planner. One of the things I just wanted to rebut was that in PS Friends, Inc. v. Jewish Home Life Care, the quote was the opportunity that there should be the opportunity for the public participation and engagement as being essential and mandatory part of the secret process at each step. It doesn't say EIS, it says at each step. Just wanted to confirm that. Also...
Sorry, but each case, when the court reviews a case, it's specific to the facts of the case. So if it was about an EIS, then the court is looking at the questions presented by EIS, which is subject to public review. It's a notice and comment. It's an elaborate public review process. So you need to get your facts straight.
I believe I have the facts straight.
Careful.
But
I don't know.
I read the quote.
I know you read the quote.
I just read the quote into the record.
Did you read the case?
That's it. Of course I read the quote. Where do you think I found that? How do you think I found it? Just fell?
You found the quote.
Okay,
but
so
did you read
anyway,
the case? Is it about an EIS?
Let's move on.
Again, we're not here to argue. We're not here to argue, probably
Okay.
setting up a record for the Article 78. The other thing is, when you talk about the expansion of the secret record, it went, originally, there was no discussion of the music room. We brought up the fact that secret requires that. That created a 650% expansion of Section D. Okay, it also created, that's just the text, 730% increase in what the whole thing was submitted. Also, I just have to say, and this is just an observation, I have never seen, and I've stated before, I was a public official, I've never seen any comment like this come from the lead agency. Discuss the type and quality of the concerts, artists who have performed there, and why so artists of high reputation have declined to perform in the music room. This was a spoon feeding of the EAS with no ability to comment, just a one-sided, and I know you hate the term ex parte, but nobody else was permitted to comment orally today with a document that stated your receipt 221 and something that was received yesterday. And you state, hang on.
What was received yesterday? Wait a minute, you're confusing lots of things all at once. I can't follow.
Oh, yesterday, I believe you received a set of drawings that, I don't even think they, when I looked at the record, at the video, you didn't receive a drawing that was bubbled.
We did subsequent to
Today.
that. No, yesterday.
Yeah.
We said you can't.
Yesterday afternoon.
yesterday.
We said you can't submit drawings that are not bubbled because you
Right.
can't figure out where the changes
So you got
are.
those yesterday?
We got those
Yes,
bubbled
sir.
drawings
Okay.
yesterday.
Now,
We got,
hold
I just
on.
want to be clear, we did get an initial set of drawings which had all the comments.
Right.
Just to make it easy for us to review, we had asked the applicant to bubble the changes that they have added,
Right.
which were just the same set of comments that the environmental review had, were incorporated into the
Right.
plans, and those were bubbled to make it easy for us to make sure that those comments were replicated in the list.
And-
That's really what the.
And
I believe
I need
that
to
when
clarify, you're using, you have to be careful with your terminology. Ex parte means that it's not in the public record and there's communications between board members and the applicant or others outside of the public record. The communication is a public communication where the board and Landmarks Commission issued comments on the historic resource report that were available in the public record. And then the applicant, because that's how it's done, responds to the comments. So excuse me, there was nothing ex parte done. You have to delete that kind of terminology
Okay,
from your sentence.
very good, thank you for the correction.
Okay.
But there were comments from LPC on February 19th and February 21st.
Correct.
That were put in the record, but we have to make an appointment with your office to review those.
Correct, because you're not the
So-
applicant.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly,
Okay.
even though the public should have input into the environmental review
Well,
process.
I have a question about that. Isn't that what you're doing right now? We frequently,
with
excuse
one
me.
day,
We
with one
frequently
day's
see,
review.
we frequently see members of the public testify and they provide presentation materials. We've seen that all day today. It's actually a little bit surprising that you didn't come in with anything to submit.
It was a little tough to do with lack of sleep last night.
So-
I only had so many hours. Okay, so to say that you received something on Friday and we should be able to go through this without anything being bubbled
So-
for us, but
so-
we should go through piecemeal, which with all respect, Chair Perlmutter said was a burden on the board yesterday.
What's
And-
it- You mean in terms of the bubbles, right?
Yes.
Well, right. So let me just go back. You said yourself that you, opposition, you and others, were the ones who raised to us the subject of the music room. Correct. So then, in response to your raising the subject of an area of environmental concern, we proceeded to take a hard look and ask and send out comments to the applicant to respond to the many questions we had about Historic Resources Report, and correct, they revised their report significantly several times to respond to that, okay? That's an example of the agency, the lead agency, taking a hard look at an area of environmental concern raised by the public during the public review process that is these hearings, okay? So more back and forth on that subject isn't really necessary. Your job is to make us take the hard look, and from there, we decide what the areas are that need to be looked at, and that's what was done.
And
Okay.
from the outside, again, you know, in July of last year, there were modifications made to your rules and procedures, specifically based on the fact that there's a very big lack of public confidence in how the board is perceived. That's even in the cover letter regarding it when you wrote when you first drafted that legislation.
I'm sorry, I lost you. Okay, I don't know that this is relevant, but I don't know what you're talking about.
This doesn't add to it the fact that we get something yesterday and we're supposed to review it and have the comment orally today while you and the applicant.
You keep saying that, but I just need to stop you
Well,
there.
you
What
and
was
the applicant
submitted
had 4
yesterday were sets of drawings that are the same drawings that have been here for months, and the only thing that we asked them to, we actually asked them, please put on the drawings, we said that yesterday at the
Notes.
hearing, all of the sort of
Right.
conditions or
Right.
or what are they called, project-based improvements that are required by the EAS. We wanted to see it on the drawings. That, by the way, was done in response to opposition counsel saying they wanted some sort of conditional approval that shows up at the Department of Buildings. We can't make Department of Buildings put anything on a permit. We don't have that authority, but we always have things put on the drawings. So to clarify, we said put that information on the drawings. That way, Department of Buildings is on notice that those are the criteria. So please, you have to drop this about something being submitted yesterday and you didn't have time to review, because if you count the number of words, it's probably 100 words repeated over and over and over again on every single page of the drawings. It's not even 100 words. So I'm sorry, you need to stop that. If there's anything else that you want to discuss?
Sure. I just wanted to tell you that we didn't have time to search for those 100 words overnight.
Okay,
That's
skipping the
all.
100 words. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Alita Kemp. I'm the chair of CB8, however, I'm testifying individually. I oppose the grant of a variance. Seeker mandates an environmental review where there may be a negative impact on the historic and cultural resources. Elimination of the music room by destroying the only space of its kind in the city will necessarily impact these New York City resources. Furthermore, the singular integration of the architecture of the original design and the additions is a cultural and historical resource in itself, contributing to New York's diverse urban design. The music room is part of the cohesive design of the Frick Museum. As the National Register of Historic Places registration form states in the summary, the Frick Collection and Library display a, quote, an uncommon degree of physical integrity and convey the character-defining features that underpin its national significance both for its architecture and as a cultural institution. The Frick's plan changes will alter this extraordinary cultivated cultural and historical environment. The registration goes on to describe in detail the various design elements and notes the compatibility between the library and the house, even though the library is distinctive in design. The elimination of the music room is not compatible to a design that contains a rarely seen degree of refinement and elegance. Thus, the music room alone, and in combination with the architectural finesse of the original and later designs, is essential to New York's cultural and historical environment. The various elements of the Frick cannot be looked at alone. They were intended to work together, are a valued city cultural resource seen together, and must be analyzed together. However, the music room in itself is a cultural and historical resource, both because of its unique status as a music room and because it functions aesthetically jointly with the rest of the Frick and the library. Clearly, destruction of the music room alters this cohesive relationship. As the National Register recognizes, the Pope and subsequent editions were so seamlessly integrated into the original design that they have taken on the refined quality of the original work. If the music room is destroyed, that seamless blending will be lost forever. The very qualities extolled by the National Register will cease to exist to the degree applauded. Once gone, those qualities and the music room can't come back. Of course, the public will lose the only remaining example of its kind in the city, a place specifically designed for the playing and enjoyment of music on a certain scale. The National Register considers the Frick to be one of the best examples of an art house museum in the country. Loss of the music room would simply shrink the distinctive qualities recognized by the National Register in deciding to designate the Frick. Ironically, when the museum was further expanded in the 1970s, the Register recognized the stringent stewardship of the building by the trustees, something not exhibited in this instance. Indeed, the registration states, quote, the trustees have guarded Hastings' design contributions zealously through the decades, preventing the defacement by modernist additions. Yet this desired design is the opposite of what the earlier trustees had worked so hard to achieve. Not only does it deface the original design by adding incompatible bulk and form, it defaces it by removing a space carefully designed to blend with the original, to provide the casual visitor and scholar alike a sensory experience unique in the city. I'll just go right to the last paragraph. Thank you. The music room, a unique New York City space designed for the pleasure of music and integral to the cohesive design of the original Frick Mansion and the expansions, is essential to the culture and historic environment of the community. Destroying it will necessarily have a negative impact on those community facets for which the historic district and indeed New York City is internationally known and revered. It may be that the Frick's administration has forgotten both the pleasures of the music room and the value of the architectural integrity binding the collection and the the library. I urge you not to forget, to guard this integrity for the citizens of and visitors to New York, and prohibit the Frick from destroying the music room. New York City will be justly grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hand your testimony in?
Sure. It's longer.
Okay.
Next speaker, please, and please sign. Any other speakers?
Any other speakers on
Let's
this?
go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can all the speakers line up?
Line up, but there's no place for them to, I don't know,
Yeah,
people are
it's
blocking. Mr. Mulligan and the other gentleman past you, maybe you want to take a seat or something? You're not going to stand and speak? Sorry, Mr. Mulligan.
Good afternoon. I'm Christabel Goff. I'm speaking for the Society for the Architecture of the City, which is taking an independent look at this situation. BSA has been reviewing the need for a full environmental impact statement. Requiring what we really want is a public scoping session, which would give all the opportunities, so that really, if you require an EIS, we're in clover.
We know.
Okay. In any case, my statement, public comment, because there may be a significant adverse impact on historic resources, so the need is great. There has been a fatal disconnect between local and federal preservation law, leading to a catastrophic failure to protect interior spaces which are of paramount concern to the people of the city and music lovers everywhere, because the destruction includes the Frick Music Room. As a National Historic Landmark, the Frick interiors are recognized but not protected from demolition. Under local law, they could be protected, but they are not recognized. So not protected from demolition, and the state office has opined that they have no ability to comment. Here, environmental review could have a fundamental role, not least because the LPC, as an expert agency for purposes of environmental review, would have a legal responsibility to fairly evaluate just the eligibility of the music room for designation, not required to take any such action. It's, I am assured, a different way of looking at it from the environmental office.
I don't think that's the case, but, okay, keep going, sorry.
I'm not going to argue.
Okay.
Historic preservation involves a multiplicity of initiatives, local, national, and international. Perhaps unexpectedly, UNESCO has been a pioneer in defining the human rights aspect of historic preservation, most recently in the 2003 Convention for Safeguarding the Intangible Cultural Heritage, which advocates, among other things, for the preservation of cultural spaces. But in New York, some are too timid to designate and regulate major nonprofit cultural institutions. It is hard for outsiders to believe that the Modern Museum of Art is not landmarked, that Lincoln Center is not landmarked, but they are not. And similarly, the Frick interiors are not. It is hard to see this as anything more than a fear of powerful donors and trustees who will not countenance the interference of any regulation in the public interest, while financially profiting. Yes, I've got 10 words. These trustees will not countenance the interference of any regulation in the public interest while financially profiting from a public tax expenditure by deducting their contributions described as charitable. The BSA could help protect the public interest here by requiring a full review of the real impacts of the Frick expansion. Thank you very much. Sorry to run
Just a
over. I said
reminder,
something
our
extra.
Historic Resources Report went to the Landmarks Commission.
Oh, I know that.
reviewed
I
it.
saw
Okay.
these documents.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah, I was suggesting that the Landmarks Commission could have gone a little further than they did if they were concerned.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. Just before the next speaker speaks, I just need to check on the breathing of the commissioners. We haven't had lunch. It's 2:30.
I think after this.
Okay, all right. Are you, everybody okay? All right. You could also get food. Sure, fine. Okay.
Please state your name
Okay,
for the
sorry.
record, and please, ladies and gentlemen, be respectful of the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jill Usden.
While we support and understand the desire of the Frick to reconfigure the building to enhance the visitor experience and to grow their educational offering, we oppose their plan which demolishes the beloved, one-of-a-kind music room. The music room is a cherished historic and cultural resource, and its demolition will have a serious adverse effect on the community at large. We are counting on the BSA to do the right thing and reject the application as submitted.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Keep it moving. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah Davis, and I am a resident of the Upper East Side. I am here as an individual and someone from the community. I've been very interested in these proceedings, and I've had the opportunity to speak in front of you before, so thank you for the opportunity again. I've been following these proceedings, and the reason I want to make that point is, along the way, I'm all for progress, I'm all for innovation, I'm all for looking at doing things in a new and different way. When I look at museums, in my mind and the way I was raised, museums are to protect history, they're to protect our culture, and to protect what went before so that we can see that in the future. So those people who didn't have the chance to live it and can experience it for themselves in their own way. There's been nothing in any of the reports that I have seen come through from the Frick itself that shows or gives me any confidence that their current new plan is going to preserve that experience for future generations, so that my daughter, who happens to be in 8th grade, will be able to experience the music room and things like the music room. I haven't had, there's no plan that I've seen that has shown that they're really preserving that. So my concern is, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, when you take it away, if you grant this right to destroy it now, you can never put it back. And so in this case, new isn't better in my mind. The music room it's art, just as much as the paintings on the wall, just as much as the drawings, and everything else we're seeking to protect. Again, once you take it away, you can never put it back. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please. And if you haven't signed in, please sign in then. Thank you. After you speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clifford Shearson, and I have a home on East 71st Street. I also spend part of the year in San Diego, and I am a mayoral appointee to a commission there. So somewhat peer-to-peer, thank you all very much for your service. I'm here in defense of the music room in particular. I flew out for this hearing as well. I've attended numerous recitals and concerts in the music room because music is a personal passion of mine. In San Diego, I'm on the board, this is my 11th year on the board of La Jolla Music Society, which is a classical music producing and presenting organization. We do a lot of things out there that happen in the music room at the Frick. The quality of sound, the quality of the space is precious in what you have here. And I despair at the prospect that this may indeed go away forever as part of this larger plan. It is a cultural resource that is open to many, and we hope that it will continue to be able to do that. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Next speaker, please. If you're in favor or opposed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Can you bring the mic down closer to you, please? Just pull it down. Yeah, that's good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. My name is Helen Clay Chase. I'm a great-granddaughter of Henry Clay Frick. I'm here today to express my unqualified support of the Frick Collection's proposal and to read excerpts from a letter I previously submitted to this board. In addition to being Henry Clay Frick's great-granddaughter, I served on the Board of Trustees of the Frick Collection from 1981 to 2005. During that time, I held the office of president between 2000 and 2005. I continue to remain actively involved with the Frick Collection in my capacity as president emerita. My commitment to the Frick Collection compelled me to address misconceptions about the music room that have been put forward by the opposition. Henry Clay Frick died in December of 1919. He never saw the music room nor did his wife Adelaide, my great-grandmother, who died in October of 1931. Music Room is not part of their original home. It was rather conceived as a lecture hall originally by the early Board of Trustees as part of the conversion of the 1914 house to a museum. Under his will, Henry Clay Frick bequeathed his house to the Frick Collection for the purpose of establishing and maintaining a gallery of art in the house, and encouraging and developing the study of the fine arts and of advancing the general knowledge of kindred subjects. The Frick Collection, which is first and foremost a gallery of art, is in need now of a rectangular gallery space in the area of the music room, much needed for special exhibitions, for which we are famed. Now, when we mount a special exhibition, we have to put several of Henry Clay Frick's carefully chosen paintings in the basement vault in order to create special exhibition space. I wish to quote one of the Frick Collection's trustees who has said that the Frick Collection, the core of which is my great-grandfather's treasure house, is like a precious enamel and diamond Fabergé egg, those perfect creations which the last of the imperial Romanovs of Russia gave each other for Easter. The egg opens to reveal a surprise, the original Frick residence as created by Henry Clay Frick. This core must not be disturbed. The serene ambiance of what he created must be kept inviolate while accommodating the public in the later editions. That is the mission of the Board of Trustees. If the proposal designed by Seldorf Architects is approved and the Frick Collection is able to go forward with greatly needed practical solutions for conservation, education, accessibility, and other visitor amenities, nothing that is original to the 1914 house will be destroyed. All that activity will be relegated to the east of the house and underground. When you return to the Frick Collection after the project is completed, you will be able to take pleasure in the same magical beauty of those rooms and collections so dear to Henry Clay Frick.
Please wrap up. You've actually submitted this testimony. We've read it, so we've already read this testimony, so.
You don't need it.
No, so please wrap up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Samuels, and I'm the president of the East 70th Street Block Association. My testimony today follows 3 previous submissions by our council and my recent letter dated January 24th. Our requests for enforceable best construction practices are straightforward and not controversial. While the Frick has indicated that these requested practices are not unreasonable, the Frick refuses to commit to them on an enforceable basis. Any BSA approval of requested zoning variances should include enforceable, I say enforceable project commitments with a specific list of clearly articulated noise reduction and emission reduction measures. The DEP's letters, their sign-off letters to the BSA, include project commitments that are conditions to the DEP's sign-off conclusions. So without enforceable rules, the DEP's conclusions are just not real. So you need to make sure that they are enforceable. To ensure that project commitments are legally enforceable, BSA should require that DOB building permit applications include all project commitments the DOB would include in building permits issued to the Frick. Then DOB could legally enforce the project commitments. The DEP letters list 6 specific emission reduction measures as project commitments. We believe that without limitation, 3 project commitments are essential and must be included in whatever sign-off you give. Diesel equipment reductions, that's use of electric-powered equipment. Dust suppression with sustained watering and dedicated personnel and water supplies. Noise suppression generator enclosures that reduce ambient levels by at least 35 to 40 dBA. Regarding specific noise reduction measures, unfortunately, the DEP sign-off letters are at best fuzzy. A comprehensive list of specific noise reduction measures is essential, especially because the DEP letters conclude that construction noise at adjacent receptors would be elevated to the, quote, clearly unacceptable, close quote, range for 20 non-consecutive months. That's 83% of the 2-year construction period. There would be clearly unacceptable noise. And that's one receptor. Another receptor is 18 months. It defies common sense that DEP has concluded that clearly unacceptable noise levels for 20 months, that's 83% of the 2-year construction period, is transient, temporary, and does not rise to the level of adverse noise impacts. The BSA should not accept the DEP's clearly unacceptable noise assessment as temporary. The BSA should not accept the DEP's failure to provide specific noise reduction measures in their sign-off letters. The BSA should ask the DEP for a list of specific noise suppression measures.
Please wrap up. Please wrap up.
I
You know,
will.
you submitted this testimony. We read this also. In fact, I think you've submitted it 3 times in the last week.
I'm glad that you got it, and I hope that you've
Yes.
read it completely. So
Yes, because you submitted it 3 times. I read it 3 times.
It was sent. Thank
Okay,
you
thank
for
you.
those comments. I have one final comment.
Okay. Quickly.
Because you did interrupt me.
No, I interrupted you because your 3 minutes are up. So basically,
to doom the neighbors with clearly unacceptable noise levels, that's the DEP's standard, clearly unacceptable noise levels for 20 months would be an arbitrary and capricious decision.
Okay, thank you. But I do want to add that, so first of all, we don't have any ability to require Department of Buildings to indicate anything on their permits. It's not something that's in our domain. That's why we ask that the drawings indicate what the DEP and other agency requirements are on the drawings. What we do is we have a resolution and a set of drawings, and that's what's given to the Department of Buildings, and they're in charge of making sure that the project, the construction documents and so on comply with the drawings and the resolution that we send to them. So, but we can't force the permits to show anything.
Thank you for that explanation, but the bottom line has to be for the public that whatever conditions that you require have to be enforceable. It would not be acceptable.
Department of Buildings and Department of Environmental Protection enforces their regulations. Department of Buildings is the agency that goes and inspects, and with respect to environmental issues, DEP goes and inspects.
So as long as whatever sign-off you have with the conditions, because you know there are conditions, and I'm told you do put conditions in.
Yes.
Then the DOB will know that they have to enforce it.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Anyone else who wants to speak can line up? Is there how many more speakers are there? Raise of hands. How many more speakers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. All right. You want to line up over there? Go ahead. Proceed, sir. I'm sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Alexander Peters. My mother, Phyllis Rothschild, my grandmother, Carola Warburg, and my great-great-grandmother, Frida Schiff Warburg, are still turning over in their grave as to what has been done to our family house, which we gave for the Jewish Museum. Okay, many original rooms have been destroyed there, and it is no longer even distinguishable as to what it was then. That is a tragedy that should not be allowed here, so that some new person who's in charge of the Frick now can build some modern edifice totally defying what is there now, as opposed to preserving the original mansion. Okay, and the fabulous music room that thousands of New Yorkers have enjoyed. That would be a tremendous mistake. Okay, my family has given buildings all over this city, from the Henry Street Settlement, the Jewish Museum, the Jewish Theological Seminary, the 92nd Street Y. We will not sit back and watch you make a tremendous mistake here. You need to preserve this building. Okay, not allow some modern edifice to just spew. It is just horrendous, this plan. Okay, and we're also very disturbed at the pro-development bent of some on this board helping the other side. Okay, we think that this group should be totally looking at what's going to be destroyed here and not allow it. This is a huge mistake. Please think before you allow this. And I too am a member of REBNY and a proud real estate broker in New York City. I do not want any more of the magnificent edifices of my history and our history to be destroyed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Please refrain.
No applause, please.
And I'd like to add, there is a building right behind this building, the Epstein Building, which is presently for sale, which would do very well. It was formerly a school before his despicable activities, that would do a very fabulous addition to the Frick at a quarter of the cost of this modern edifice that would defile the skyline and ruin the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I regret that I have but one copy to give to the city. I wish I could give you copies.
Thank you so much. There's different,
There's one set.
It's one set of two different things? It's okay.
Exactly, two different items, one
I'll look at one.
set. My printer died, sorry. My name is Theodore Grunwald. I am, among other things, the founder of SaveTheFrick.org. In May 2018, at the Landmarks Commission, at the public hearing, on the application for the alterations, I submitted as my testimony a request for evaluation, an RFE, for 3 rooms at the Frick: the West Gallery and Enamel Room, the Music Room, and the Reception Hall. In late October 2018, I received a letter from LPC Director of Research Kate Lemos-McHale rejecting the RFE for several reasons, the central focus of which was the disparate nature of the 3 rooms in the submission, clearly stating that while these disparate rooms were interesting examples, blah-de-de-blah, they are disassociated spatially and historically from each other, from the museum's main circulation paths, and from other prominent rooms. As such, the 3 requested rooms did not rise to the level of an interior landmark. Ms. McHale went on further to explain that with the exception of the former New York Life Insurance Building, interior designations do not include non-contiguous, disconnected rooms. The vast majority of the interiors that we have designated are main circulation spaces such as entry halls, lobbies, stairs, etc., and significant spaces that adjoin main circulation routes, including major public volumes that are the primary destinations of visitors and define the building's significance. In order, therefore, to directly address the disparate, decontextualized nature of my original submission, and to make explicit the interconnectedness of the Frick's Beaux-Arts-style partie, which organizes circulation and public rooms along intersecting axes that tie together all 22 public rooms in a unified web, I accordingly today earlier this afternoon, submitted to the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission an expanded request for evaluation, which extends the scope of the original May 2019 RFE to include all 22 of the principal public rooms of the main floor of the Frick collection. Then they are listed here, and this document with photographs. Careful analyses of all 22 public rooms on the main floor of the Frick will demonstrate how the 3 rooms in the initial submission of May 29th are integrally interlinked to the surrounding suites of rooms, enfilades, corridors, arcades, courts, and passageways, like a vast, tightly fitted jigsaw puzzle, carefully calculated by 3 generations of architects and craft laborers to be as seamlessly unified and as indistinguishable as possible. If these 22 public rooms don't rise to the level of a New York City designated landmark, then what does?
Please wrap up.
I will
Please
wrap
wrap up, yeah, and you can submit that testimony if it's different from what you submitted here.
It's identical, it's just, it's in my printer.
So as you know,
Finally-
but please wrap up, but as you know, we're not in charge of the request
Oh,
for
I know,
evaluations? Okay.
I'm just informing you that there's another process now going on that I initiated today at the Landmarks Commission.
Okay.
And furthermore, it's in 2 parts. Several hours ago, in addition to the expanded RFE, I also submitted to Chair Carroll of the Commission a second RFE requesting that the Commission evaluate the music room as a distinct cultural landmark as opposed to merely an architectural landmark. Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I need to stop again because now it's 3 o'clock and the commissioners have not eaten. So I'm actually going, because there are more speakers, I think we should take like a 20-minute or 15-minute break and just eat. Although I'm afraid they're going to pass out at the table, okay? Is that okay, 20 minutes? I mean, I think I can see on their faces there's not a lot of blood, so, okay, so we're going to just take a 15, 20-minute break, so
15,
back
20-minute break.
20 minutes after 3. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. This is the public hearing for February 25th, 2020. We are on calendar number 2018-171BZ, 1 East 70th Street, Manhattan. We're taking public testimony. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Seymour Chaler. I'm a lifelong resident of Manhattan, going back longer than I wanted, long enough to realize what an important, iconic building the Frick was. I grew up on the east side, and we didn't have many Frick mansions there, but every time I walked down Fifth Avenue...
You want to move the mic a little?
Can you talk closer to the mic? It's hard to hear you.
Every time I walked down Fifth Avenue, I was amazed at the beauty that could be produced in a city where a few blocks away there were tenements and run-down buildings. So I was very surprised when I heard that there was going to be a major addition. I walked down Fifth Avenue for 25 years to work, and I passed the Frick every day, rain or shine, and it was always a stopping point for me because it was halfway. I marveled at the construction, the architecture, the design. The magnolias in the springtime were magnificent. So when I saw the plan of a huge building going up right behind it, I was appalled. I was surprised that there was no alternative. The Morgan Library expanded without changing its nature. The Louvre certainly didn't. The old Breuer, or the old Whitney, expanded without changing the architectural integrity. What you've done here, or what they've done here, is create they've made the old Frick a trivial part of the construction with this huge building going up right behind it. And I know you may not be so concerned with the aesthetic aspects, but they concern me because I see my city, in which I've lived all of my life, that my children have grown up here, they've gone to school here, to see the city being so broken up with these huge pencil-like buildings and terrible construction that changes the nature of the city. You go to a city like London, you see great uniformity and great integrity. In New York, we're losing that integrity by permitting buildings going up that do not really relate to their environment and certainly not to the Frick. Now, I sat here for the last few hours. I have a confession to make. Not that I was going to, but I think in the spirit of transparency, I also happen to be a lawyer. But I'm not here to comment on the procedural or substantive aspects of the presentation, which was done very well by all counsel, but particularly by counsel for the opposition. They were given extensive opportunity to talk and were severely questioned. And I wondered whether there was an imbalance, because when the proponent appeared, he had hardly any questions at all, and he was given a sort of a carte blanche and a free pass, whereas the counsel for the opponents were vigorously questioned. And I sort of felt, I've sat in courtrooms, I've sat in the Supreme Court, and it was an imbalanced approach that you take. And it bothered me, because I believe in fairness, and I don't think there was adequate fairness in the presentation. I think it's a train heading for disaster, because the record is not going to be very favorable. Thank you very much for listening.
Just a reminder, this is not a court, right? This is not a court. This is an application for a variance before a board of standards and appeals. So the process is very different than in a court.
Well,
okay, I'm just explaining.
Transparency and due process are universal.
Yeah. I think if you look at the entirety of the record, you feel differently.
I won't live that long.
Next speaker, please. Thank you for coming.
My name is Ned Van Zandt. I'm an actor and an art lover and a music lover. And I had to look up what ex parte was after the earlier exchange. I think I would respectfully, with justice to the board, you have an opportunity here to save the music room. This will be your legacy. I have to agree with the previous gentleman that something doesn't smell right here. And I would like you to dispel that. There's corruption, there's money. You see it everywhere. It's in our country, it's in our politics. And this is an opportunity to stop that. So I respectfully urge you to save the music room.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Any other speakers?
Yeah, there are more, but
Please don't wait for each other. Please, someone come up. It's 3:30.
Well, I'm coming from my name is June Rachelson Ospa, and I'm a writer in New York and an artist, and I've been going to the Frick since the 70s when I was at School of Visual Arts. And then I had a friend of mine who's a composer who started playing in the music room. So I started going to the Frick even more. And my children are big fans of the Frick. They are now 27 and 33. And I'm basically really horrified that there's this process of destroying this amazing cultural room that has given people so much joy. And the feel of it, the intimacy, there's so much to it. And it's the demolition of it, of a landmark. It's being taken away, and it's not right. It's just not right. I don't have anything else to say. It's just not right. Thank you.
Next speaker. Are there any other speakers?
yes, and you,
Please, if there are other speakers, please come and stand on the ramp there so we can know that there are other speakers. Okay, go. Please.
My name is John Clipper. I'm here to urge you to reject the current plan that Frick is proposing. not only is it substantially modifying a previously landmark building, that I never thought landmark buildings can be modified, but it also destroys a jewel in New York City, namely the music room. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes,
My name is Miriam Clipper, and I've had the privilege of serving the people of New York in an administrative capacity, much like you people who have had to sit through and have spent, I'm sure, hours and hours and hours and days on this issue. But as a former assistant district attorney in Manhattan County, and having served the people of New York, I just want to make the point that the people of Manhattan and the people of New York do not know what's going on with the Frick and the destruction of the music room. And whenever I bring up that idea, since I'm very opposed to the destruction of the music room, they say, oh, we had no idea. We thought they were just modifying, but we had no idea about the destruction of the music room. So there has been a total lack of transparency, perhaps because the press has not made a big issue of this, perhaps because the Frick has not chosen to let the people of New York know exactly what is going on here. But whenever I've spoken to anybody about the destruction of the music room, they are shocked and disappointed and very sad, as I am. And that's all I wanted to submit for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Peyton Hughes.
Ms. Hughes, could you lift the mic up a little bit? Thank you.
Hello. My name is Peyton Hughes, and I'm an actress and creator living predominantly here in New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to allow my voice to be heard today. Throughout my artistic life and career, I've been very fortunate to spend a lot of time in London, where the House Museum is a celebrated staple. And for me, the Frick has always been the New York equivalent, and one of the only surviving and prominent ones. I question any plan that does not seek to preserve the spirit with which the museum was created. Growth and planning for the future is certainly a necessary privilege for any artistic hub strong enough to thrive into a new century. But any plan that might destroy the intimacy and current historic structures of such a prized jewel as the Frick is not one that should be accepted as honoring the past and a tolerable way to move into the future. I would implore the BSA to categorically reject the current proposed plan and to include thoughtful conversation with the artistic community in New York on the best way to bring this special jewel into its next stage of life. While I wholeheartedly support and am excited by the desire of the Frick to reconfigure the building and grow as an organization, I would argue that bigger isn't always better and expansion is not always growth. And I would ask what the true cost of this is when it comes with losing the precious spaces that the artists of New York are so inspired by, walking down the halls and being in the garden and the atrium, and yes, the music room. And I just think we should all be aware that we are all guardians of that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sorry.
Please. Are there other speakers?
Okay.
Ladies, please, if you're going to speak, you must come up or we will move on.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Berger. I am deeply concerned with how this variance application has proceeded. I know that from the onset the community has advocated to preserve the music room. Members of the SIFD have repeatedly urged the BSA to make every effort to preserve the music room. SIFD's lawyers have repeatedly argued that prior to any action that would result in the demolition of the music room, which is a national historic landmark and thus important historic and cultural resource, an environmental impact statement must be required. And I'm disturbed that, despite bringing this matter to the board's attention in the first place, and even though the community is represented through counsel the BSA has denied the council the opportunity to file opposition papers. What's the point of affording the public the opportunity to contest applications on environmental grounds if the BSA can communicate with the applicant privately, receive written submissions from the applicant without notice to the public or its retained attorneys, engage in extensive back and forth, and then render determinations without affording the public, through its retained counsel, the opportunity to respond to those submissions in writing, without affording counsel the opportunity to submit exhibits and other documents he or she believes are relevant. While counsel spoke today, I think you all realize that such a limited opportunity to make a brief oral presentation at this late stage, after such an extensive back and forth between the BSA and the applicant has taken place, has limited, if any, real utility. The BSA is going to rely upon the written submissions it's received, not the oral statements made by counsel. We know that. So I just want to go on record and express my concern that the process has been fundamentally unfair. I feel that it has been inequitable and terribly one-sided. It seems as if the BSA has been an ally to the applicant and hostile to the public throughout the process. And the cost of that unfairness and the bias will be the loss of a precious, last-of-its-kind public asset, the music room, which, according to Martha Frick, was an especially important space to the Frick family, which I know is important to all of us, and which we wish were important to the members of the board. As the lead agency, I implore you to do the right thing and reject this application as currently submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Linda Jesselson.
Can you lift the mic up?
Sure. I'm a longstanding resident in close proximity of the Frick Museum, and we've been members of the Frick in the past. Originally, my husband and I moved to the neighborhood in part due to the Frick and an appreciation for the aesthetics. We've always cherished the programs and exhibits at the Frick. Having raised our children, we would take them. Got something in my throat and.
Do you want to get a drink of water and let someone else speak, and then you come back?
I think I'm okay. We would take them to the Frick monthly once they were old enough to be admitted. The destruction of the music room is extremely disappointing to us. Although we endorse education at every level and encourage expansion by the Frick, opportunities to offer classes and programs to children in the neighboring buildings in order to preserve the unique structure. Oops. Let me go back. Although we endorse education at every level and encourage expansion by the Frick, we feel that there are much better opportunities to offer classes and programs to children in the neighboring buildings in order to preserve the unique structure and exterior of the Frick. We are extremely disappointed, we, our children, and other followers and visitors who will not be given the incredible opportunity to experience the music in its great form. Music performed in small venues with delightful acoustics and surroundings is rare, and yet so inspiring. We hope you will consider preserving this historical, remarkable space. Moreover, due to the new addition, the children's park directly adjacent within the park off Fifth Avenue will have shadows during the prime time of when children are in the park, and there are more than 5 schools in the neighborhood that visit the park on a daily basis. We are also aware of the noise level that will accompany the construction for over 3 years and will be at unacceptable noise levels. Furthermore, I am quite surprised and against the design that will take away from the aesthetic elegance and uniqueness of the Frick structure. It seems unimaginable that the process of replacing existing windows with new windows within the landmark district is so rigorous and stringent, yet placing a 5 to realistically maybe 10-story building with additional mechanical structures on top of one of the most beautiful this is landmarks in Manhattan. Is approved within the constructs of the landmark zoning. I am not in favor of the demolition and construction under the current plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Try and get that right for you. Good? Okay. Hello, my name is Jennifer Euston McBride. It's nice to see you all. Thank you very much for hearing all of us and all of our public concern. I just want to make 3 points. The first one is with regard to, actually 4 points. First one is regard to the Frick. On the opposition, we want the Frick to continue through this century and the next. We all love the Frick. We're here because we love the Frick. We are just opposed to the way the Frick is going about expanding their mission and their plan and hiding behind a programmatic need that no one has really asked for. There's no public study that says that there's a demand for more education from the Frick. We have the Metropolitan Museum of Art, we have the Whitney, we have the MoMA. There is a plethora of programs in New York City that offer programming like what the Frick is going to offer. So I think it's interesting that they have decided, they've taken it upon themselves to continue to expand their mission, and that's their prerogative, but they could be doing it in a much more sympathetic way. I want to point out that while you did not invite SHPO to comment, that doesn't diminish the fact that the Frick Collection is a National Historic Landmark, and it is on the State Registry of Historic Places. So the music room is considered a cultural and historic resource because it's listed on the NHL and the State Register of Historic Places. Kramer Levin and the Frick has made assertions that are opinion. They cannot argue against the fact that the State and National Register do consider the music room a contributing factor to the landmark. And the removal of it by, and this is not a proverbial wrecking ball, it's a literal wrecking ball, will have an adverse effect on the environment. And if you have any doubt about this, require an EIS. It also should be noted, and Mr. Hiller pointed it out, that SHPO was very clear in their letter of August 26th, restating that they consider the entire building, inside and out, to be part of the National Historic Register and Historic Register of Places. They didn't have to call out that detail specifically, but they did. I also want to make an observation about the Frick comes up and says, oh, well, the Whitney is for us, and the MoMA is for us, and all these art institutions that are for them. Well, of course they are, because if the Frick is allowed to expand in this way, then potentially these other institutions would be allowed to do the same. They would never go against what one institution is doing. It's a brotherhood or a sisterhood, if you will. The only thing is that I really think is interesting is that not one of the people that are for, not one of these institutions, or people that are presumably going to speak in favor of the Frick, not one of them say, yes, demolish the music room so that the Frick can build and expand. Not one addresses what the community will lose because of how the Frick will execute this plan. They're looking at expansion, the Frick is looking at expansion myopically, and what it gives, not what it destroys or demolishes in its path. And I'll wrap this up to be respectful of your 3 minutes. To Michael Hiller's point about how this feels like a very one-sided process, or to Ms. Berger's point about how it's a one-sided process, it feels that way to us because it seems, and sir, you made the point, well, you know, we hear you, you're talking now, but it seems as if the cake has already been baked by the time we get here. You have all the ingredients, you've looked it all over, you've made a decision, but then you allow us to speak kind of at the 11th hour. It feels like it's not really something that we're going to be able to sway you against. All we can do is present to you the facts, and the facts are that the music room constitutes a cultural and historic resource to the community. Removing it by demolition will adversely affect the community and that cultural resource. Please reject the application as it stands. The community has so much to lose. This is the way.
Thank you. Just want to correct the record. The first hearing here was in March, so we've been here almost a year. The application was submitted in October of 2018. There have been 3 adjournments over the course of the calendar over this year, and those adjournments gave both sides opportunity to perfect their arguments. And so it's hardly, and there's been testimony. This is the 4th hearing of elaborate testimony. So the idea that we've made a decision allowing only last-minute comments from the public is not accurate. We've been hearing testimony since March of last year. So, and I don't want to have a debate about this. I just want to clarify for the record, we've been hearing the community's concerns and have been responding to them. So, okay.
Thank you. I'll clarify for the record as well that Mr. Hiller has not had the opportunity to submit any additional papers after October 30th, at which point the applicant was allowed to submit up to 9, is what I counted.
Right, but, so I'm not going to get into that. It was already discussed.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Catherine McBride. As you know, I've been to several BSA hearings already, and being a part of this has taught me that there are things that are worth fighting for, no matter how hard it might be to change people's mind. I know that you probably feel like you already have your minds made up. I'm here today because I hope that one more voice will make a difference. Last month, I was lucky enough to go to a concert in the music room. If you destroy the music room, 85 years from now, I will be the only person alive who has experienced a concert in the music room. Wouldn't it be nice if 85 years from now, another 11-year-old could share the same experience? The choice you make about the music room today will either make it a possibility or just a memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers? Yes, this lady here. Is that it? Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, great. Okay. So let me know. But sorry.
I have such trouble being short. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Good. All right, thank you.
State your name.
Oh, my name. My name is Martha Frick Symington Sanger, and I am the recognized Frick historian. I have published 3 critically acclaimed books on the Frick family, not the museum. I'm not in that area of research or expertise, on the family. And after 35 and 40 years of extensive study of this family, I have to say that the Frick collection with this particular presentation is frankly off the wall and in violation of everything that the Frick family ever stood for. I understand that this isn't a court, but it is a quasi-court. I've listened to your recording from 2016 to the Center for Architecture, so I get it that this isn't a court, but it's a quasi-court. So those were your words.
No, sorry, in certain contexts, when we do interpretive appeals, we're quasi-judicial. But in a context like this, we're actually an agency that looks at applications for variances and special permits. So
okay, well,
it depends on what
I
our hats
understand
are.
that. I hear that.
Yeah, okay.
But on the other hand, I completely support what everybody, including the attorneys, have said so far about this tip scale that we have been dealing with, and it's real and it's there. And I think it's extremely unfortunate, and I do completely support them. Also, to wit, from the very beginning with this process, we've heard from the Frick that it's a done deal, and it's a done deal. And there are 2 rooms in the Frick collection that are closed for restoration, and the suspicion is that they have items that are wrapped up and ready to ship out. I hope that that's not true. Now, more important, I want to talk to you about the music room, because that is absolutely a critical issue to the Frick family. Henry Clay Frick may not have envisioned a music room, but he sure didn't envision a Frick Art Reference Library. That was his daughter's project, and that came, her idea for it came 8 months after Frick's death, and it didn't open to the scholars until 1924, and it is not a public facility. Good heavens, you have to be registered and all these rigmaroles to be able to use the materials in there. So music in the Frick family, not the Frick Art Reference Library, was a critical component of their lives. Every single house, I have testified to this before, was filled with music. They had organs. They hired Archer Gibson for what is today's $300,000 a year to play the organs. 1 East 70th Street was full of organ music. Well, of course, now, because the Frick wants to get rid of the music room, the organ doesn't play anymore. They used to have piped-in music that had been played by that organ, piped into the collection at midday when people were in the garden court. The sad tragedy of that is they've lopped off one very important aspect of Frick family life. Now, destruction of the music room causes other problems, and that is it will destroy the serenity of the garden court. Crowds of people in a special exhibition gallery will be traipsing through it, and they'll go into the inviolate rooms, galleries that Frick held so dear, and those galleries will suffer from the noise, the confusion, and the foot traffic, as well as when they look out through the living hall or any rooms that are there on the east side, they will not see the serene sanctuary of the garden court. They will see throngs of people wandering around. The simple solution is to save the music room, keep the underground auditorium, build next to it a special exhibition gallery, build a cafeteria and bookstore down there. Then you have safeguarded the integrity of what Frick wanted and his family wanted through Pope, and get rid of this monstrosity tiered building that they want to put on top of the Frick that dwarfs that beautiful museum. It just squashes it, and get rid of the glass that's a Starbucks lookalike. It's ugly. You see it all over New York. It is not attractive. The way to preserve the Frick, if you all are interested in doing that, and I hope that you are, is to go down, keep the music room and go down. And I appreciate that this group loves architecture above the ground, but that is not what should be doing at the Frick. It is absolutely a desecration of something that is extremely special, and frankly, I'm appalled by the difficulty that we've had in moving forward with our complaints and being able to properly discuss them. Yes, it's been going on, Madam Chair, for over a year or maybe a full year. But darn it all, when you took your law exams, when you took your architecture exams, you had to get it right. And the Frick, you shouldn't feel sorry for the Frick that it's been a year. The Frick needs to get it right, and this is wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other speakers? We're going to be finishing with speakers. Please, if anyone wants to speak, come now. Thank you so much.
Just a couple of short points.
State your name just so.
Gary Tarnoff, Kramer Levin, Neftalis, and Frankel, for the applicant. With respect to the statement by Nicholas Tappert, I believe his name is of Carter Ledyard, and Les Samuels, throughout this proceeding, the 70th Street people and Carter Ledyard has presented no expert testimony suggesting that the conditions and whatever is being proposed by DEP as to noise attenuation and sound attenuation is not adequate. As I said before, and as the board requested, those conditions will be on the approved drawings that will be sent to the Department of Buildings, assuming this is approved. We intend to work with our neighbors. We've said that all along. We will probably have agreements with various neighbors during the course of construction if this goes forward. And hopefully all of the issues that they've raised will be addressed in that context. We don't think it's appropriate to go further than the agencies at the board. The The environmental assessment statement, a copy of which I have in front of me, is very extensive. The Historic Resources chapter, which has been revised several times, in my mind, is as extensive and as detailed and as thorough as any chapter that would be found on historic resources in an environmental impact statement, and is plainly sufficient for the board to take a hard look at the issue and make a determination. With respect to Mr. Hiller's comments about Preservation Brief 18. Preservation Brief 18 is not a regulation, it's not a law, it's not part of secret. It's a federal guidance document of the Department of, Federal Department Park Service. We would suggest, Landmarks Preservation Commission commented that we should look at it as guidance in analyzing the interior of the Frick, and we did that, and determinations were made as to what was primary and secondary using that as guidance. Determinations were reviewed by Landmarks. There are comments that they made to the board suggesting that some of the determinations were changed from primary to secondary, so it was thoroughly looked at. The guidance document is to identify character-defining elements in a building's interior. They're important to its historic character and the purpose for which it was constructed. It suggests that you look at the National Register nomination form, and that's very important to determining its historic character. The Frick collection was designated as an art house museum. There are 25 photographs in the nomination form. There's not one photograph of the music room. It's mentioned once, I believe, in passing in the document, without any explanation or discussion. We believe that the environmental review chapter on historic resources is adequate for the board to make determination, and we request that the board close this hearing and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the board on this? No? Okay. So I think we've heard lots and lots and lots of testimony, and the board's in a position that it can consider the testimony. So I'd like to make a motion to close this application.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Sheha?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And schedule it for decision next week if that's available. I don't know. Is it next week available? Yeah, that's fine.
A decision date, March 3rd.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We do appreciate your attending and your testimony. March 3rd.
Item number...
Okay, well, let's wait until the room clears because it's noisy. Let's take 5 minutes to let the room clear.
Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. Item number 17, 2018-172BZ, 4609 and 4619 31st Avenue, Queens. You want to raise your right hands? That's the only people that are... Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony and before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? See.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Barack Robel here on behalf of the Ali Fournier Center. I'd like to respond to the comments and concerns that were raised at executive session yesterday. This morning, we've submitted electronically and just now in hard copy a revised operations plan that we believe addresses the concerns about location and storage of garbage on site, and also garbage that is left by others during days that are picked up by private haulers. I can address those directly. The operations plan, which I just gave you, does ensure that all garbage is maintained in enclosed cans in the building until 9 or 10 p.m. at night when it's brought out for the next day pickup, as sanitation permits. On the days, there has been some issues with its ticketing and private hauling. So the private haulers do require that Ali Fournier ticket the rubbish that they leave out.
Yeah.
Some other members of the public may leave other rubbish there that isn't ticketed, then it doesn't get brought up by the private hauler. Ali Fournier is going to make sure that all of those, any rubbish that is left out on those days gets brought back inside and brought back out on a public collection day, so it gets picked up by sanitation. There was also some concerns about how to address potential loitering that might occur outside the premises. And the operations plan does demonstrate that there'll be basically a supervisor or superintendent who will be responsible for addressing any of those infractions if they do occur, and ensuring that residents and clients maintain their, on the premises. Besides that, we think we address all the concerns in terms of the operations plan. The revised plans do address the inconsistencies that were identified with respect to the interior rear lot requirements, the floor area and the height.
Did you submit this?
Yes, we submitted electronically today the bubbled plan and hard copy also of the bubbled plan.
I don't know until somebody looks at it. Did somebody look at it to make sure it's accurate? Because I don't want...
Architects here too can walk through any of the changes that were made.
Is this the operation plan?
That's the operations.
Where does it say that?
This operation plan, down on the first page, the second paragraph from the bottom describes this as an operations plan.
So wait a minute, which is the operation? Maybe, oh, we're talking about the chart.
Well,
That's the operation. Which is the operations plan? This one says
there's a cover letter.
revisions to plans, right?
There's a cover letter, there's something that describes what the plan is about. There is also the amendments that are included in this plan on the back page of the back of the first page describes the changes that were made to the operations plan since the last submission.
Okay, but so which is the operations plan? This chart?
The chart would be there, would represent the plan, the delegated tasks and responsibilities.
Okay, so if we talk about all garbage will be stored in the large, tight, closed receptacles on the grounds located at the top of the stairs. This is about the church building, right?
Right now, this basically identifies how garbage is handled for the church building and notes that all the same protocols will be utilized for the new building, but also notes that the new building does have a compactor that will be utilized.
Okay, but we haven't seen this, so
I understand.
we're going to need to read it. So I'm just going to read it because I think there are members of the public here for this. It also says regular garbage disposal to be placed out on curb for New York City sanitation pickup on Monday and Thursday evenings after 10 p.m. So it'll be placed on the curb after 10 p.m. Garbage disposal time to be documented in shared Google Drive spreadsheet labeled Astoria garbage.
That might be more detailed than you need, but yes.
Yeah, but what's the whose access? It says it's a Google Drive spreadsheet.
So
is that accessible by the public?
No, that would be accessible by the various members of the team that would be responsible for ensuring that these responsibilities are carried out. So the representative from California who was here last time, Millie Valles, who's not here today, is the Deputy Executive Director of Operations, basically overseeing operations for all the 19 facilities. She will have access to the drive. Additionally, we have a gentleman here, Troy Philadelphia, who's Director of all facilities, who also works closely with Millie, who also will have access to the drive. And on site, there'll be an operations facilities manager at the site who will also have access to the drive. So there'll be basically accountability and everyone making sure that who's supposed to be doing their job is doing their job.
So to go on, so there's public pickup and then there's private pickup. Regular garbage disposal to be placed out on curb for private hauling firm on Sunday and Wednesday evenings between 9 and 10 p.m. Garbage disposal time to be documented. We are required to use the waste connection stickers on garbage disposed by us on these days. This will help differentiate our garbage from illegal dumping.
So,
Okay.
yeah, the hauling company requires them to use stickers.
Sure,
right?
understood.
Yeah.
Then, so we're just trying to make sure the other garbage is picked up, and it says garbage disposal by church. The church will inform groups using the place of assembly to dispose of garbage in the receptacles inside the gate. AFC will ensure the garbage is properly sorted and disposed of. Recycling to be placed out on curb for pickup by the private hauler on Sunday between 9 and 10 p.m. and by New York City Sanitation on Thursday evenings after 10 p.m. Missed garbage pickup. In the event that the garbage is not picked up by city sanitation, the facilities manager on duty, it still says will contact 311. Forward ticket number to director of facilities via email and bring garbage back inside. What's the 311 for?
I think they'd still like to notify the city that there's illegal dumping taking place on the site, so potentially they could enforce. that. If it's
Okay.
a sanitation enforcement officer maybe nearby.
All right, and the same thing about the private haulers, it's basically the same statement. And then, on the other side, it says, in the event of illegal dumping, i.e. large-size items such as mattresses, the facility manager on duty will contact 311 and forward ticket number to Department of DOF. What's DOF?
I think they mean DOS.
Maybe it's DOS, yeah, via email. The items will be brought back inside and stored in designated facilities manager garbage area. With respect to loitering, trespassing, all Astoria residents must adhere, Astoria being the name of the facility, must adhere to the following curfew consistent with the resident agreement. Sunday to Thursday, 9:30 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 12 a.m. Residents will be reminded through the weekly resident advisory board meetings of our loitering policy. Clients who loiter at or around the site are subject to immediate discharge. Youth counselor on duty will ensure compliance with this rule by performing ground check every 30 minutes, basically. Additionally, a youth counselor will be on premises ensuring clients are indoors and loiter and
Not loitering on
not
premises.
loitering, so you got some typos here, right? Daily sidewalk cleaning and clearing will be done daily to ensure the sidewalk is clear and cleaned. Then they're going to say, they're saying AFC will add additional monitoring systems, cameras, and light sensors to supervise premises. They will include on-site and off-site supervision of garbage areas, ensuring that systems in place are being followed. Monitoring systems will serve to monitor client activity on the property. This camera system will be monitored by manager of operations, facilities manager, and director of facilities. This team will have complete oversight and responsibility, both on-site and off-site, of systems to ensure garbage removal has been addressed. And once completed of the new building, once completed, this place will be adopted, these procedures, I guess, will be adopted to the new building, or adapted, I don't know what the sentence means, with the addition of garbage compactor processing, which will be handled by the on-site facilities manager. All garbage of the site will be compacted and prepared for pickup. So you're saying they're going to take the trash from the church and bring it to the compactor?
No, that's not, no, I think they're saying with respect to the new facility, they'll follow all the same protocols, but it'll be compacted, more tidy.
Okay. All right, so if there were changes made to this, since we didn't see it, I don't know what they are. And it's not a bubbled set.
There is bubble. There's a bubble.
Is it bubbled?
Yeah, this is a bubble.
This is a bubble?
Cammie would be
Yeah,
happy to walk you
if
through
you
it.
could, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Cammie Altman, I'm here to represent Magnuson Architecture and Planning, and I can kind of point you to the, none of these were really changes. The last set did have inconsistencies as far as, dimension lines that didn't go to the right place type of thing. So on A01, for example, we added just reference of the rear yard to clarify the 24-foot 11 dimension. Is your set bubbled?
Yes.
Okay.
Or at least there's one bubble there.
Yeah, there aren't that many bubbles, just so you know. A02, we added the church gross square footage to the building summary chart. So now we have the number in that summary chart and in the zoning analysis below as well.
Okay, so just a second. So you have total proposed floor area on the zoning lot, right, of 22,811?
Correct.
Okay, and so that should be showing up.
In the chart below.
Where is it?
Under proposed, under the total combined allowable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And then the rear yard, 2411, okay. So that open space area that you're showing on the drawing, why does it say 26 feet?
That is including, so that's just open space to the retaining wall of the, so there's an easement, the 15-foot easement. So at the easement level, we have an outdoor space. If you look on the, you can look at the basement floor plan, for example. We have a landscaped rear yard, which maybe we shouldn't be calling a rear yard, but a landscaped area. Above the easement on the first floor, the second floor, we start building out the building above the easement. So that's where the 24-foot 11 comes into
But what
play.
about the 26 feet?
So 26 feet is at ground level, at that easement level, to the end of the rear yard, to the beginning of the
Because the
easement.
building overhangs over
Yeah.
the easement on the second
Yeah.
floor. So the 2411 is showing the rear yard from the second floor, whereas on the lower
Exactly.
floor, it's
Yeah.
it's more.
And I was trying to make it clearer by adding the dashed line on the first floor plan, which shows the edge of the building above the easement. So there,
A04 shows the 2411 rear yard plus the 15-foot easement.
right, but there's also a little
No, there's a
wall in
one, the
between.
missing 1 foot, which isn't dimensioned, right? You have 24-foot 11, then there's a
Right.
space that's probably 1 foot or so,
Yeah,
and then 15 feet. That's how you got to 26,
right.
right?
With that,
Okay.
Well,
Is that-
there's the other dimension that says 28-foot 8 inches.
That's the depth of the setback.
that's just the depth of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. I moved.
That's the
I-
setback back here.
Yeah, so just so you know, what we bubbled were changes made, just like moving dimensions, just to make it clear.
I'm just looking for consistency. You know, it's fine if they dimension lots of things. Just want consistency on the
Sure,
drawing.
sure, so I can,
Okay.
so then, also on A02, we had just missing the word space, so I added that to the, and on A04, we clarified again the rear yard dimension and corrected some of the building dimensions along the south property line, just because these were inconsistent too. And on A05, we clarified again the rear yard dimension and again corrected those building dimensions. And then on A06, again, we clarified the rear yard dimensions and corrected the building dimensions at the rear and also at the front. We were missing a dimension showing that the building was set back, so. So those really are the only.
And anything on elevation?
Well, I think the problem is that it was, like you said, it was a little messy. We had some legibility issues. So we sort of made the dimensions a little bit farther apart so that it made it clearer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna look at my notes, see if there was anything.
I have an unrelated question, if I may.
Sorry?
I have an unrelated question, if I may.
Go ahead.
To my question of yesterday, is this in
Speak
addition?
up, please, speak up louder.
I thought I was getting picked up. To the question of yesterday as to whether or not this is in addition to the transient housing,
That will remain in place.
that will remain in place.
Right, the existing program in the basement of the church is continuing.
Right, okay. Okay. All right, any other questions, comments from the board? Thank you for making these corrections. The operational plan has some typos, but we're going to incorporate these into the resolution. So maybe you want to just mark, I don't know, maybe while we're getting, if there's testimony, send an email to correct the
Yeah.
typos, because some of them I don't know how to translate them.
Yeah, I'll have the person who produced the document at those changes.
At what?
Make those changes and we'll send them to you.
No.
You want them handwritten?
I want it done now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to do it
Yeah.
now. Well,
I don't know about handwritten, but an email to make the corrections or something like that. Well, let's hear what the testimony is, but please do it now. Yeah. Maybe you could contact your office to just make the corrections and send it now, okay? Are there speakers on this application? Yes, please.
If you're going to speak, you want to line up?
Thank you for your time.
I don't know.
My name is Daniela Pellegrino. My purpose here today is to ask you not to go through with this current proposal to build a 21-studio unit on 31st Avenue between 46th and 47th Street. This area consists of family residential housing. This building will change the dynamics of the neighborhood by introducing a population of troubled youth that have been homeless and have a history of being unwell. By catering to this population, it decreases the safety of our neighborhood and puts our families and our children at risk. Please take note, there is a high school 2 blocks away and additionally a middle school just 1 block away. We do not want our children at risk of being exposed to drugs and violence for simply walking to school every day. The facility will not only house youth, but adults 18 to 24. These troubled adults near underage children between the ages of 12 through 14, exposing innocent youth to the possibility of dangerous and unstable circumstances. There are safety concerns related to the current homeless people in the church basement at this very moment. What assurance do we have that this new building will be any better than the unsanitary, despondent area that these people are currently residing in now? And to my understanding, I'm not sure about the law, but don't they need a permit or with the DOB to be occupying the residency?
Sure, they have to apply to the Department of Buildings to get approval of their drawings,
Okay.
right?
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
To create this building would be a detriment to the neighborhood, security and well-being of hundreds of children attending school and living in this area. I would also like to point out some things that I was able to research about the Al Forney Center, which definitely concerned me. And I was able to find this through sources of Glassdoor.com from disgruntled workers that worked for them before. And I can obviously hand this to you for review. And whatever I'm not able to finish in the 3-minute segment, my colleagues will finish saying, and then they can hand to you, of course.
Okay.
Okay, so starting first, unsafe work environment but fulfilling work. But let's just get to why I'm here and what concerns me. The upper tiers of the directors are totally detached from what happens throughout the agency and are totally unaccountable. This is very little recourse, and then concerns arise. At best, the issue will be punted in the future until you're too tired to deal with it anymore. Staff safety is simply not a priority for this agency on any level. In addition to, frankly, recklessness, low staff to client ratios at all times, long hours, inadequate facilities, directors are not accountable or willing to address safety concerns due to inadequate staff, untrained staff, are frequently called upon function, I'll just finish this last part, as security guards with almost no structure or plan. As a result, staff are frequently assaulted or threatened, myself included, with little recourse or concern from supervisors. If you work at a day center, you will be asked to continually do a task outside your job description with little or no training. The pay is very low, and you will be constantly asked to work additional hours, and there is little or no training about the basic functions of your job. I cannot in good conscience encourage anyone to work at Al Forney Center. Thank you.
Sorry, where does that come from?
This is from Glassdoor.
Oh, okay.
And my colleagues will continue as I
you.
heard the bell. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ivy Wang. I'm here to oppose the building of this center. The Ali Forney Center management came last meeting and stated they are a very well-run agency for their centers. However, I have found something otherwise. The following comments are from their former employees' first-hand experience. I got it from Glassdoor.com and Indeed.com. Quote, not racially sensitive, incompetent staff when it comes to understanding system of oppression, state violence with queer and trans youth and trauma-informed care. This agency's HR department is consisted of only 2 people and is known to retaliate against employees who file discrimination complaint. Carl Siciliano, the director, is so far removed from the agency's groundwork that he advocated for police involvement of many of the trans youth that receive services from the agencies. Many staff are overworked and underpaid, while the CEO has a very comfortable salary for a nonprofit position. This agency has a poor retention rate. Most staff do not stay past a year. While under the guise of being an agency for LGBT youth, this agency often prioritizes non-LGBT needs and clients allowed straight, identified homophobics and transphobics clients to utilize services while disproportionately criminalized their client with the highest LGBT needs, unquote. Another one, quote, "The staff is a mess. There is rampant transphobia among the rank and file and the veteran staff who are supposed to help the transgender client we get. We recently have a lecture-style meeting led by a senior staff member about STIs and HIV, a very relevant issue for the LGBTQ clients and how the employees care for them. The senior staff member described penis as male genitalia and vaginas as female. This naturally upset a number of the trans staff members, and I have heard them complain about how this bothered them. Many of the regular youth counselor staff regularly misgender clients in front of other staff. I don't know how it is out of the ignorance or what, but how can you run an organization where you are supposed to help these people and misgender them daily? I have heard totally passing transmasculine and trans femme clients referred to by their birth gender and
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the buzzer, but your 3 minutes are up, so please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You could submit this materials to us.
And the non-binary
We have them here. We've read them.
Okay.
Right? It's the same as what you submitted, right?
Well, that comes from the other one.
Okay. Okay, so please submit it, but you have 3 minutes to speak and you exceeded your 3 minutes.
Please state your name.
My name is David Wong.
Okay, I'll press when you're ready.
And non-binary.
Okay, and I'm going to continue reading this information to everyone.
Lift the mic up a little higher. Okay.
And I'm going to finish reading the information to everyone. And non-binary clients' pronouns are constantly disregarded. Some reviews here say that there is a few queer, black, trans staff, and it's very true. Here soon, I've mentioned my issues with the company to a few acquaintances in my field, and they've all heard the stories about AFC and how it treats clients and staff. Don't let the PR fool you. This place really needs to get its house in order because it is not fair for the queer community that it serves. Find out why your staff has such a high turnover rate. Work with your staff to address internal issues, and for the love of God, stop letting any idiot with a brain cell work with homeless queer youth. These kids deserve gay and trans contentment frontline staff. If your staff has issues with their job site or their work schedule, listen to them. Don't ignore them. Don't set them up to fail. Please train them better as well. 3 days of training before being told to supervise an apartment of 8 or 9 kids is not enough. The only reason that this place is still kicking is because we desperately need homeless shelters for queer youth. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So I just have a question. Are you reading your own statement, or is this a third-party statement that you're reading?
This is just a continuation of the person before me who was reading the statement.
Who authored this statement?
They're from this Glassdoor site, I think.
Yes, the information is
So
from...
you wrote this, or are you just reading some research that you...
Yeah, this is research information that's...
Sorry, if you speak one person at a time, but if you
So
speak...
could you tell me what you would like the board to take away from this? Because I'm not getting the connection between this and the variance.
No, the thing is, what we was talking about is an organization pride themselves a well-run or so far so on, but from what we had done the research that we come up from the material that I read is quote and unquote, and then so it is not my word. It's my work of a research from the internet, from Glassdoor, as well as Indeed.com. So that it's all out for everybody to see. I didn't write it. I did not write it. I researched and I copy it and I read it to you. And it's not my word, but this is the employees, the first-hand experience.
Right,
I don't get the
a few
experience.
employees apparently, so we never know the circumstances of their departure or their work experience, right? So
Well-
you don't have an unbiased collection of employee.
No, we don't
right.
we have an unbiased opinion because it's from what we have seen as a neighbor. It's not somebody from far away and say dictated to us, you're going to have this agency here. It's
Right.
from our opinion is based on what we have seen all these years.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers?
No, there are two or three other people. Come, sir.
Please come up.
Sir.
Please come up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your Honor, I pass around some information to you guys.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but state your name, please.
My name is Robson Faria.
Okay.
I pass around some information, of course, about the garbage, about things that they said in the beginning that's quite not right. The reality is different. So on January 28, after the architect did the presentation, we heard people saying that this is an even nice, very nice building. It looks great, right? Well, that can be right. The building is not the purpose. It's we have to look into the purpose of the building. The building can be pretty, but the building won't do anything for us as a resident. Although the building changed the zoning code, it's changed and have a bad and direct impact on the lives of the people who lives there. It is about the purpose of the building. So we had, in the past 4 years, we had a lot of people that talk about the outside influence. People Russian influencing our elections, and people influencing our way of life, people influencing our custom, extra interference, external interference. So we had the last hearing, we had Zoran, which is running for District 36 for assembly in the District 36, which is not talking about the petition that he put online to support this project. And we are in the District 22. Disrespecting, I think, us as the neighbors. There is a person at this, there is a person in this, sorry, so it's these people that came and support, they got a lot of support. These people that came and support, we stayed the last time that they don't live in the area. So they are external influence, they try to influence in our way of life. So, which is not right. We are the property owners, we live there, and this is a residential neighborhood. The same reasons that they move, some said that they live in Astoria, far away from our area, but they live in Astoria. And they moved to Astoria because of the safe reasons, because it's clean, because it's near of Manhattan, because of the nightlife, and for everything, the amount, the president.
Your 3 minutes are up, please wrap
Okay.
up. Thank you.
So external influence. On Monday, as you can see in this picture, maybe if you don't understand what this picture means, you see that's my house, from my house, the ring. Somebody parked the car across the street on the wrong way, blocking my driveway. Two guys came out and started putting loud music, started dancing. One guy pretended that he was holding a gun on his hand, jumping the roof of the car from one side to another, pointing to the house and shooting. And I also said before they took off, saying, if this doesn't pass, we're going to come here next week. This is going to turn into a real war zone. So I want to state this. I would like this to be on the record. And so the sanitation we spoke about, and this is not fair.
I'm sorry, what are you insinuating?
This is not fair that we have to deal with this. We are the owner going to live there. This project won't affect anybody else. Nobody really moves. I want to move next to a homeless shelter. Nobody does that. I want to rent a house because I love and I want to live
So your 3
there.
minutes are up, so if you have something that you want to submit in writing, please do that. We have this information. We can't really work on,
So, but it's important because how am I going to make sure my family's safe?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you
I'm
even
a
know
little
that
bit
the
shaken
I
because
just
of...
want
How do you know that the
what's your
people-
address? What's the address and what?
So and also you guys can see on the Twitter, my face on the Twitter, somebody on that day, there's a sign outside this
Please
door.
answer my question, sir. What's your address?
4619 30 Road, and my name is Robson
No, I
Faria.
don't need to know. 4619?
30th Road.
30th.
Thank you.
Okay.
And they're not supposed to use telephone inside here. They came, they took
No,
pictures inside this room.
there's no rules about telephones.
a mess.
We get recorded all the time.
But they put my picture
Yeah.
on the
So actually, okay, it doesn't
And
look, it's all right,
It
all
doesn't-
right. So the thing is, if somebody came in front of your house and somehow or other said something according to the
To
Google,
discourage people
according
to
to
do
the Google Street information, your house is not adjacent to the center, so the person who might have threatened you is, there's no way to know that they're related to this place.
It's in the
Do you
middle of
have-
the block.
From what your testimony, there was nothing that you stated that shows that the people that you're alleging were there had any affiliation with the center before us.
But the
Right.
guy got off and walked down the street.
But no,
Oh,
but-
okay,
so you
so
walk down
that
the
still doesn't.
Anybody can walk
While he
down that
lives down the
street.
street on
No, but
47th.
so I think there was we talked about this yesterday, that there are many other facilities in this neighborhood where there are, people of the same age or other kinds of services that are being offered in the neighborhood. And so there's the idea of focusing on this one location as the source of all evil is kind of, or all the evils that the neighborhood's complaining about, is rather unfair. And what we are talking about is now we have a variance application which puts the institution before us forever, basically. So if the institution is behaving badly and is not complying with the terms of the operational plan that we're going to be including as a condition, then the community can contact the Department of Buildings or call 311, and eventually it will come to the Board of Standards and Appeals again, and we can follow up to see whether the institution is complying with the terms of the grant. So I'm very uncomfortable about blaming this one little institution for all of the ills in the neighborhood, all the trash, all the everything, but we're trying to impose on them management controls so that it's much easier to be able to say they're managing their site and things that are happening are likely being caused by something that's not on the site.
I just want to ask, when you stated you're going to turn this into a war zone, what did you mean by that?
No, someone else they said that.
Okay.
And probably somebody caught that on the camera. My camera, unfortunately, just took the picture.
Okay, I think we need to move on. Thank you.
Next speaker,
Next
please.
speaker, please.
My name is Luciano Modrosan. I live the house right next to the project you're gonna make it. I'm here to talk about all the garbage, but it's in the front of that building.
When you say that building, you mean in front of the church or in front of?
That's right now, there's no building there. I talk about a church. I took this picture myself in a period of 3-4 days, starting Monday morning. And you could see one by one exactly what it is.
Yeah.
They do put stickers on it.
Yes.
I agree with them. They put it because they don't want somebody else for neighbors to live. Now, if you look at the picture, they're blocking almost 3/4 of the sidewalk, and these pictures were taken 10:15 in the morning, Tuesday. Now, I didn't have a chance to take a picture because the kids were going to school IS-10 in the morning. Now, this is not the only thing. If you pay more attention on it, you could see the garbage was picked up Thursday. In the meantime, I was taking the picture every day, and they pick up the black bag, then they pick up the white bags, and whatever was left behind it, all that.
They don't clean it up.
They don't clean it up. Not only this, if you could go back to the first picture, can you see the nice neighbor I have it? Nice, beautiful opossum.
Yeah, well,
They're good,
that's a
actually,
different.
they're beneficial.
I don't know it is, but it's official, it's my body. Him and my cat love each other. I don't. Because when the opossum come out during the day, he's danger. He could have rabies. Plus, we got, I'm gonna say, a raccoon. Now, when you see a raccoon during the day, if you people live in the mountains, in the woods, you know he's danger.
Okay, so here's the thing, I don't want to, the raccoons and the possum,
I just wanted that they feed them. You could look in the picture and see how they feed them. They put the water against the fence, and they put food in the front of the garbage. I'm going to even...
Well, we don't know that we don't know who's doing that, right? Have you seen who's
Take a
doing
look at
that?
the picture.
Okay, so I understand the issue of the garbage. This is something that we're trying to deal with right now. I hope Mr. Robel has a copy of these photographs because
Yep,
it's
he does.
bad. So we're going to talk to them about the garbage. We understand because we've already got them to create what we're calling an operational plan for how they're going to manage the garbage, how they're not going to leave the garbage out for 3 days, where the white ones go and then the black ones go, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm not sure these pictures demonstrate that yet.
Okay, so, but anyway, it's true that there's nobody cleaning up the sidewalk after the trash is picked.
Mr. Robel, let's
Yeah,
leave
yeah,
on the
please,
record.
yeah, right.
No, this
Okay.
is not the whole thing. If I took the picture,
Every
this is
single
only
hour.
one exception.
Right, okay. So I don't want to, I want to just say that, in the sort of proverbial words, it just needs to be fixed. I don't want to debate whether this picture represents what happened a half an hour later or whatever. There isn't any time when it should look like that. So if we talk about very large buildings that put trash out, they organize the trash in a way that is not unsightly until it's picked up. They use better bags, they stack it properly, they manage it better. And so this has to be managed much better. It can't like leave a mess at the end. It has to be that someone is coming out immediately and cleaning it up. That's just proper management of a site, right? And there's enough information here to show that the site isn't well maintained when you get these kinds of photographs.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes.
Monday I spoke with the garbage inspector. Because few of my friends received the ticket, a little piece of paper. I spoke to the inspector. He said to me, we cannot take it to church. Now, what's the exemption between me having clean up my street or the church? And nobody does it. You can see in the picture. I mean, I'm sorry, but I know this is not going to be okay because nobody is really responsible for these garbages. I see 6, 7 kids the other day sitting on a fence. They saw the garbage, I passed by. They joke around, they made a comment about me. I didn't pay attention. Nobody would pick up, like they say, broom and sweep up what is right there. They're sitting right across the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker,
Any
please.
other speakers?
Next speaker. How many more? 2, 3? One more? Okay. 2 more? Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Inez Donatich. I wanted to speak primarily about the effect this could have on the property which I own. That my property, 4607 31st Avenue, including house and garage, is fully attached on the east side, approximately 44-foot house and 25-foot garage, to 4609 31st Avenue, which is owned by them and intended for demolition. Well, I must object to this because the owners, who have had no contact with me, wish to tear down this residence. My property could be subjected to severe structural damage and instability. Through no fault of my own, with limited resources and income, I may be burdened with extremely expensive repair costs. As for 4619 31st Avenue, a group home/church, they have occasionally been a disruptive neighbor. In recent times, police cars, and especially ambulances, have frequently been summoned to the group home. It is within reason to assume that increases in occupancy and development could negatively impact the surrounding community. 4609 31st Avenue is one of 5 attached houses built in 1925, aesthetically and structurally built to remain connected to the 4 houses to its left. It was intended for residential use. It is better served for this purpose. Attached houses that are structurally sound are rarely torn down. Because this is the intention of the owners of the group home, limits have to be set in order to avoid the possible serious negative effects overdevelopment of such a small area. This is not a very large area. It just takes a few seconds to walk from the front to the back. Now, because this is the intention of the owners of the group home to demolish the property, limits have to be set in order to avoid the possible serious negative effects overdevelopment of such a small area can have on the homes and the community immediately surrounding it. Well, obviously, this is unfortunately owned by the church, and there has been no, to my knowledge, study done of an environmental impact on the community or the surrounding houses. And if there is severe damage done to any of my properties, I would sincerely, severely think of holding them liable for it.
So I just want to just advise you that when construction is done on adjacent property, the developers of the adjacent property are obligated by city law to protect your property. So, no, it's more than toll, it's actually something that's enforced by the Department of Buildings, so they have to file protection plans, and they actually have to ensure that your property isn't undermined by any kind of subterranean work on their property. So that's the law. So, and if you find that they're not working that way, you can file, call 311, and an inspector will be there immediately to verify.
I see, call 311 and ask for an inspector to come?
Right, so but during construction, I mean, if you call them now, I'm not sure what they're inspecting, right? Okay.
Okay, next speaker.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Next speaker?
Anybody else? Anybody else want to speak? Please, someone?
Sure. Thank you, Jen. Okay. Ready? State your name, and then I'll start the clock.
My name is Shireen Solomon.
Thank you.
Despite best intentions, one can have the best of intentions, but there can still be harm imposed. I will also start by saying that I am speaking under great intimidation because I can see that there's been a lot of distortion of the narrative and a lot of manipulation on social media. You can see a little bit of the snippets from Twitter. I don't appreciate having my likeness and having my story and my real lived experience taken out of context and then made into part of a Twitter war. So I am speaking basically sort of already feeling intimidated because I don't want bits and pieces taken out of context. I want to focus. To my understanding, we're not here to debate ideas in theory and talk about systemic structural problems in society, such as the need to support LGBTQ, such as the need for more housing, such as the need for any number of many invisible, marginalized, voiceless people. To my understanding, we're here at the Board of Standards and Appeals to talk about logistical, engineering, structural aspects of this particular building and this particular site and the environmental impact on us, the adjacent direct neighbors. That was my understanding. So to that end, I just want to make it clear again too that we are not speaking about a hypothetical fear about the future. Perhaps in other cases where there's a neighborhood and there's a homeless shelter coming in, there's hypothetical what if and this is what we're afraid of in the future. We're here trying to tell you that this is what we've already been experiencing because there has already been a makeshift homeless shelter in the basement. This is what we've already seen and experienced. So if I can just jump on, to be clear, when you asked, why would anybody come and talk about what's going on Indeed.com or Glassdoor.com, if it was one or two off comments, it was a series. We just printed just a few of the many comments. To my understanding, if it's just one, it's a one-off. But when there's a pattern, there's an established pattern. We brought that in to show you how can we possibly have trust established if they're here on their good reputation saying these are all the promises we're making, this is what we're going to do, forget about all these years of what you've already experienced, trust us, you can trust us, this is our best intentions. We're here for a noble cause. Pay no mind to the operations, pay no mind to the summons that you, Shireen, have to pay, and you'll see photos of this. I have to pay it, I have financial hardship, the church, they're exempt. Pay no mind to all that, but please just know that we have the best of intentions. Here's this operational guide, here's what we're going to do in the future. We're here talking about now. So that was why we were trying to show.
Your summons is for trash?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and I'll submit that. So again, it's something that I forgot to mention the last time, but I think it is really of note. It's curious. I think it's important. As I had mentioned, I'm an educator and an advocate. I work with people who have previous trauma that needs to be addressed and supported. So again, as someone who works, we're focusing on LGBTQ. I want to focus on this homeless piece and understanding the profile of the people that are going to be coming and being served in this house. And we're talking not about the what, not about the why, but we're specifically about the where and the how. How are we supporting them? So the beds will be in Astoria in this homeless shelter, but there's services for people who have been homeless, who have experience with trauma, abuse, addiction. The services will be in Harlem. That's an hour away. I work there, I know, it's an hour away. So I'm specifically working with adult and young people. I personally know what it's like. The more obstacles you put in the way for people to be able to access their services, you're not setting them up for sustainable long-term success. And so even California says we have a success rate of 75%. Who has to deal with the remaining possible 25%, 5%, 1? Even if it's just one person who falls through the cracks, who doesn't maintain their services, who doesn't, it's not a success, they have a relapse, who's dealing with that? We are. That's what we're trying to kind of talk about, the here and now. We've already been dealing with, this is not hypothetical. These are our real experiences.
Okay, so your 3 minutes are up, but you already submitted that information in written testimony, so we've actually read this. Right? So, thank you.
Next speaker?
Next speaker.
I just feel like you've responded kindly to many of the other issues that were addressed, and is there no response or there's no sort of response to the kind of, what I believe are real concerns?
So the real concerns. We have a not-for-profit organization that specializes in providing particular services that are essential to the city. And they provide their programmatic needs analysis, we review it, and when we see that there are issues in the community, we ask them to follow certain operational plans, and as I said previously, the operational plans will require that they deal with the trash, which is one thing that you complained about, and they deal with the loitering if there is any of the people who are in their programs, and that, because they're before the BSA, if you have a problem with it, you can actually call 311, and ultimately it will come back to this board, and if the board finds that they're not complying with the terms of the operational plan, we can bring them back here for continuation on the hearing and impose other kinds of restrictions.
Respectfully, I thank you for your answer, but again, too, at that point, it will be already too late. We're already dealing with what we deal with, and we don't have any confidence that anything is going to get better by exasperating the situation, by adding even more stories, more buildings, more housing. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Any more speakers? Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Robel?
Mr. Robel.
Hi, thank you. So take a moment to respond to some of the comments that were made. I just want to remind everybody that this request is for 21 units of studio supportive housing, so there'll be 21 residents on site, whereas 19 units of family housing is permitted as a right, which could result in 60 residents on site. So I think the impacts that people believe might be caused by this development are not necessarily founded in terms of the population density.
And basically what we're talking about is waiver of open space and yards.
Yes.
And height.
Yes.
This is not a variance to allow use.
This is not a variance to allow use. The use is permitted as of
right. The use is as of right, so you could build a smaller building here without those waivers.
Yes.
And
Same
occupy
population.
it with the same people.
Yes.
That's just a fact.
Or we could
Right.
factually do a community facility building here, which would be larger than the building we were asking for permission to do, which would cast larger shadows and be a bigger impact potentially on the character of the existing built environment, if that is a concern of the residents here.
Right. No, but in terms of, for example, you could put in a different kind of facility, whether it's the same size or otherwise. You couldn't do it the same size because these are
Because of the restrictions
waivers,
on
right?
yards.
But you need, for example, because you've got residential, you need certain distances for light and air. So you could arguably occupy the site in a different way if it was just a community facility where there's no one sleeping here.
Precisely,
right?
and there could be more traffic and impact of a community facility clinic than potentially supportive housing development that is meant to.
And this is permanent housing.
This is permanent, yes, it's not a homeless shelter.
This is not a homeless shelter, it's not transient housing, it's permanent.
Yeah.
The goal being that it encourages the people who live here to learn how to live in a permanent location and then eventually move on to another neighborhood.
I'd also
right?
like to remind
Or
everybody.
the same neighborhood,
Yeah.
move on to another building in the neighborhood because they like it so much, for example.
Also, I'd love to remind everybody that Ali Forney Center is a nationally recognized nonprofit, a leader in the nation in housing homeless LGBTQ youth. It's unfortunate that maybe some disgruntled former employees might have had some negative things to say, but I don't think their characterization of Ali Forney's sincerity and the LGBTQ space has anything to do with what we are here for today. So I just think that's unfortunate that that kind of testimony is brought here, unofficial reports of people who aren't here. It's not testimony in my opinion. There's lots of talk about us and them, in and out, external influences. Last time I checked, this was one city, a unified city of transients, of immigrants. That's what we're proud to be. And I assume that most people here who have concerns were once transients or immigrants, who also looked for a community that would house them, and maybe potentially came from discarded families or discarded communities. And the young adults who would be housed here deserve those same opportunities. I think these pictures are predatory and opportunistic. There's no timestamp here, and if I was waiting for a private hauler to take away garbage, I could take a picture the moment it's gone and demonstrate that there may be some refuse left over. That's not to say that the church is not doing the best job it could do and potentially sweep things away, but there's no timestamp here, and
There kind of is, though.
They are time-stamped,
there's no
actually.
date. There
sure is.
Thursday, 6:03 doesn't give me a date, a month, a day, or a year.
All right, but nonetheless, if it's, let's just, I don't want to debate the truth of the photograph.
Sure,
You
the
told us
photographs-
that there are stickers put on the bags. Here's one of
That does
stickers
not
on
look
the
like anything that
bag.
is out of normal pile.
It's a mess, so it needs to be done in a better way.
Are you
So,
suggesting that
right?
this isn't in front of, this isn't, these photos aren't accurate?
I'm suggesting that if these photos here are piled up, that is a normal way of piling trash for a hauler to pick up. They're all in a pile, they have stickers. I'm suggesting the moment they're pulled away, you see a dog trash bag. So someone walked by, left their dog
I don't know,
in a bag there, the hauler's pulled away the
Okay,
trash.
okay, I don't-
I'm not saying that the church-
Mr. Abel, I don't want to do this.
I'm quite convinced, I'm quite
just
convinced
saying
that
this
there is
doesn't
a
really-
trash problem here.
If
I'm
there's
quite
a trash
convinced.
problem, it will be addressed. But I'm not saying that these pictures
Okay,
demonstrate.
so the operational plan that's going to be amended, right? It needs to also, so I just want to say, if I were to use a large apartment building where they use even trash compactors, which eventually you're going to have, right? They line the trash up in a very orderly way until the hauler comes.
It'll be lined up. It will be
Right,
organized.
so there needs to be a better way of managing the trash. I'm seeing you're the representative from the institute. Maybe you want to get up and speak to it.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Troy Philadelphia.
Yes, you want to speak about the trash management?
Yes. I mean, these are pictures, and we are going to make it a point to make sure that it does not look like this going forward. We have the plan in place, and we plan on doing just that.
Okay, so the plan has to be more specific so that we have a basis. So if the plan just says, we'll put the trash out at night, then it can't be that it looks like that, right? It can't be a mess when they come back, when they come in the morning to pick it up, and no one sweeps up after it. So you need to amend this operational plan to give us specifics about how you're going to bag it, how you're going to keep it orderly, how you're going to, as soon as the trash has been picked up by a hauler, they come like at 5 in the morning or something, the pickups, well, it depends, actually. Sometimes city sanitation comes at different times. So because you have a manager on site, there's no reason why the manager, right after trash pickup, doesn't go out with a broom and clean the site. So that needs to be part of your operational plan, okay?
Understood.
And then once you, I'm actually tempted to suggest that you use the compactor for the church activities too, because that way you're really going to organize the trash much better. And so I don't know if there's a way to go from there to there easily. Maybe that's something the architects could work on, making an easier connection. But that's a way to make sure that you don't have basically all this debris left over when the trash is picked up. So I would like you to go and do a better, is the architect here? Yeah. Architect, yeah, I'm sorry, you spoke before. So maybe you could work with them a little bit in improving the way this is written, because it's a little bit off the cuff. And then we could get a really clean, so to speak, operational plan with respect to the garbage that makes us feel like we're not going to see photographs like this submitted a year from now by neighbors who are complaining that you're not doing anything that you said you would do. I mean, right, but go ahead.
I also want to add that when you're dealing with a neighborhood that isn't exactly pleased with the way in which things have been run, you have to work that much harder. And so you have to give 110% to kind of overcome the negative thoughts that people have about you and your operation. Fair or unfair, the one way to dispel that is to be better, not give them an opportunity to point out these easily fixed issues. Some things may not be you, like we don't know who's riding around in a car, that we don't know. But if it's a picture of the church and the grounds around the church, the trash bags belong to the church. It's clear, so that's something you can rectify.
Okay, and to pick up that point, making excuses about how the photo was taken at, 15 seconds before we came out with a sweeper, that's not a great response to the issue.
No, we
There
will
should-
address the issue, but I would like to point out that these are not really documented.
No, I think you should not even go there. That should never be language that comes out of your mouth with respect to dealing with a community. The community doesn't agree with you. They don't believe you. So it's absolutely the wrong response to say it's not representative. It's a photograph, it speaks. There's no question that it's around the church property because there's pictures of the fence.
And there was
right, and all
testimony
that.
to it as well. If there's a question of being timestamped, we can certainly impute the testimony from the witness to verify the time that these photos were taken. Again, not a good road to go down. Let's
Yeah.
not fight the issue that there's a problem here, and let's more go the way of how are we going to address it so that the residents
We will
nearby will not
absolutely
get
address
tickets.
it. I just think there's an
I think we should-
overwhelming tendency
Time-
to try
time
to...
to stop. Mr. Robel,
You have heard the board.
Stop.
Enough.
That's the direction, and I really want the Forney Center to hear the direction, and I think in the operational plan, I would like to add that there be some kind of community outreach made available at all times to discuss problems.
Absolutely.
So
That
that
has
the...
been made available to them.
Okay, but it needs to be made available in a much more direct way because the neighbors are saying that nobody's listening to them, they get threatened, someone says to them, it insults them when they make a comment. You need to set up a system that is inviting to the community and invites them to submit concerns, and then you need to be responsive to the concerns and never make excuses that it wasn't me. That's just, yeah.
I think also logging that would be really helpful on the return date. If you log the complaints and how they were addressed, that would give us some evidence that you're actually being very responsive to the community around you. And while I appreciate your statement that, you just think that these are complaints because for the sake of complaining to hurt the project, I understand what you're saying. But
Contacts were given,
Wait.
and no one contacted us to say, we have a problem with this garbage, can you address it?
That's just that, there's disagreement about that in the community. So, yeah, so in some kind of
Instead of calling
opportunity.
us,
Yeah.
they took pictures, which is fine, I understand they want to demonstrate that, but there doesn't seem that people want to work with us here and say, hey, we've...
Sorry, let's just start over. You have to work with them, it's not they have to
No, I
work
know.
with you.
We-
So I'm just starting over, okay.
We had a community meeting, and we
Okay.
gave everyone the context, no one is contacting us and saying, these are our concerns.
No, you have to reach out to them. You have to reach out to them. This is the regular milk and cookies that I always talk about. You have a regular event where you invite people somehow or other to come and see the facility, ask them if they have any questions. Maybe every once in a while, you get emails of of the neighbors, and you send out an email saying, hey, right, is everyone okay? That kind of thing. We're having a planting or something like that, right? You need to reach out, and you can't say it's their fault because they didn't contact you. It's your responsibility to maintain your site. It's not their responsibility to police your site and call you to say you're doing a bad job. It's just not. So you need to completely shift this thinking. Otherwise, you're never going to make friends with the neighbors. And the neighbors will constantly call to complain, and eventually you'll be back here before us because the neighbors will say you're not in compliance with the terms of the grant, okay?
Our operations plan will make it very clear that garbage will be stacked in a very neat curve.
Okay, all right, okay, so you heard, right, you heard, you need to fix this, okay? All right.
Submission dates.
All right, so any new speakers, if we've heard from you already, that's that, okay? So.
Just bring up a picture I took.
Okay, we already have seen your photographs, thank you, and you can't speak.
You did
No
submit
more,
it.
that's it, you gave testimony, right? Okay.
I want to back my picture of my house.
Okay, we'll give you back your pictures.
No, with hand, that's with hand.
Okay, we don't have commentary from the
No,
audience,
he had to see
please.
the pictures. Let me explain. He's entitled to a copy. This is going into the city, this is going to the record. So he's entitled to the copy.
Yes. Anything that was submitted in testimony here before us then goes formally into to the record that makes up this case. So if you didn't want it to be in the public domain, then you shouldn't have given it to us. Right. Right, but there's nothing.
I'm quite confident.
Yeah, okay, we're not having any more
Yeah, you can have it
conversations
back.
like this.
I don't need it.
Okay. Yeah, it's already, yeah, all right.
Can we just have this? Yeah.
All right, so what I just want a submission, we're going to close and get a submission on the operational.
Submission date,
Right.
submission date.
No. We're going to close the hearing now, and I
Okay.
want a submission on the operational plan.
Yes.
And what I would like you to do is submit it to council's office right away. And then council will review it, so there may be some comments because the language isn't clear or whatever. I don't want to, if the language isn't clear, then we need you to fix it, right? So, okay, but I want to put this on for decision also next week.
Okay.
So you need
Close
to
it.
submit your operational plan tomorrow first thing, okay?
Decision.
But just before that, I want to also say that the operational plan needs to be worked out with the architect. The architect may have some ideas about how you gain access, for example, to the compactor in the future from the church, which would clean up the whole garbage situation perhaps. Or maybe create a room in the church as part of the project. Yeah, you don't have to tell us now, it's something you would come.
It's actually already,
In the,
yeah.
it's already there, okay.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, sure.
Because we did, it was brought up at the very
State
beginning.
your name for the record again.
I'm sorry. Camilla Altman. It was brought up at the very beginning of the project as a possibility. So if you look at A04, the facility at the cellar level of the existing church, their exit is in the same space as the entry to the new building, and there is a way that they could go in through the second exit of the building to the elevator that is right there, and the elevator actually has direct access is directly adjacent to the trash compactor room downstairs, so it's definitely doable.
Okay, so in terms of, so the trash compactor is not for recyclables, right? So how does the recyclable, what I see is in the apartment building, each floor has a trash room. So some of it's going into a trash chute, and some of it's being left as recyclables, I guess, on each floor, and then it's collected, right? So I guess that's the only thing. Where would the recyclables from the church go if the crushable trash goes into the compactor? Maybe part of the program, the plan could be that all the trash from the church is moved into the trash room in the apartment building, into the compactor where it can be, and into a recyclable storage, and then it's hauled out according to the right day, because compacted trash is super orderly, it goes in these really nice bags, et cetera, et cetera. And up until then, to work out, because it's going to be 2 years or so before this is constructed, right? So before that, how will it be managed? I think the architect is better positioned sort of strategically to figure out the right response. So I would like her to be involved in your operational plan that you're putting together, okay? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close, and then we'll set up a...
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Aye. Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And
Decision date, March 3rd.
Decision March 3rd. Okay? Thank you, everyone, for coming. Everybody okay?
Item number 18, 2019 6BZ, 138 East 39th Street. No, not yours. The Prelices first. Yeah, the Prelices first. Right. Quietly, please, the hearing is still going on. I don't mean to be rude,
It got
but...
thrown off because we added 44th Street.
So when is this one? That is now. That's now. Yeah. The reason it became 18 is because we added that.
Right.
44th at the beginning.
I'm sorry, I thought that they had said country club, but I wasn't listening. I was looking at Mr. Angelino walking over.
iPhone.
Only you?
Only.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Frederick A. Becker. We attended the executive session yesterday. I also listened to the audio tape. We thought we had responded to some of the issues, obviously not all of them. I apologize for that, and there were certain things I truly misunderstood. I'll admit that readily. There are several issues that the chair raised yesterday that were new, that had not been raised previously, which we will address. We understand the issues of discrepancies with the plans, the zoning objections, certain things.
Zoning calculation sheet?
The zoning calculation, I wrote it, I listened to the minutes, I copied them almost verbatim. Zoning calculation sheet, certain sections you said were appropriate, inappropriate, side elevations, cladding, certain things in the statement not correct. I misunderstood about the deference versus programmatic needs argument.
Do you understand it now?
Now, absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
let's hear what you understand.
Well, I understand now is that Cornell is a deference, which then leads to a programmatic needs argument, effectively.
Yeah, but to break it down, because you have deference, there's no unique physical condition finding necessary to be made.
Right.
Sometimes it's there also. And so sometimes it enhances the scope of what we can grant, right? And then, of course, there's no financials. Right. So we use the programmatic needs analysis to determine the minimum variance necessary.
Right.
That's how we can argue sometimes. That's actually the kind of ongoing mantra in this case was, show us why you need a room that fits 75 people, because you haven't given us the programmatic needs for that, though I think you kind of made it in the last submission.
So, So that I understand. I apologize for that. I understand all the other issues. We're going to have a very strong sit-down with the expediter, the co-consultant, the architect, myself, the prelacy, and address each and every one so that we can potentially finally have a very nice, clean application without errors in terms of floors and what goes where and who goes what, et cetera, that fully understood.
Okay. So I think, part of the confusion about reading the statement of facts is you even say in the statement of facts, we think we're going to change the floor heights, we think, right? Or at least move the basement up. But we're not sure, so then I'm actually concerned that you might get sent back here again. But anyway, let's just pretend that they're going to do it. Then you need to state from the outset that what used to be known, that like when it was approved initially and wasn't built, that floor used to be known as the whichever floor.
The chart, the floor chart, I thought, which is in the statement on, I can tell you what page, and you have it in front of you, let's see, on the statement dated February 2020, on page 4, there is a floor level chart of existing conditions, previous variance approval, and proposed conditions, and it refers to cellar, basement, first, second, third, fourth, fifth floor, and you can see that, for example, in the existing conditions, the previous variance, we had a basement, and proposed there is no basement.
Right, but it goes all over the place. So you need to see consistency within the document, because I thought there was a second floor expansion, but it's really the first floor expansion, or maybe it's not, or maybe it's a full floor or a partial floor.
I think what I will bullet point things, I'll present them rather in a narrative, I'll present them, I think, in a more bullet point type of presentation for you.
Okay.
That might make it easier.
Okay. Because I think maybe that's the difference, that your chart is actually confusing because it shows a cellar and a basement and a first floor, right?
Well, but it shows
as a proposed condition.
But there is no basement in the proposed. It says basement, there is no basement, and no longer a basement. We don't have a basement in the proposed.
But then it means the basement shifts to the first floor. See, that's part of the chart doesn't really work that great. But, all right, Just if you make
I'll-
very
I'll-
clear from the beginning.
I will, I mean,
It's
some
kind of
of,
more of a stacking diagram that you wanted to have, two stacking diagrams side by side to show that ultimately the stack isn't, you're adding one floor, you're not adding two. And you can show on a stacking diagram what was in the existing situation with the original variance versus what is proposed today.
I'll,
You could do it like that, that's one.
I'll
Or-
try. I also, part of it, and it's nothing, it's neither the board nor myself, I have been dealing with this for so long that I understand certain things automatically that I should not assume anyone else does, and it's just, you know, like,
Right.
so therefore, I understand the marching orders in
Okay,
terms of
okay,
the,
okay.
and there were 1 or 2 errors, so I understand that.
Okay. Yeah, a little more than one, but okay.
Well, there were a few.
Yeah, let's just-
There were
Yeah,
errors.
Enough
We'll-
errors that it matters.
No, I
because
understand that.
Council has to write a resolution, and I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
I
what they would
understand.
say.
It's, you know, it's tunnel, part of this tunnel vision because I know what I'm talking about, but
Okay.
it shouldn't.
So, yeah, read it.
Yeah,
read
I
it from
read it.
beginning to end.
I just want to,
Yeah.
sorry, just
go
want to
ahead.
add to that, when I'm looking at the diagram
Mhm.
of the proposed condition and the statement of fact chart, like, for example, in the statement of fact, the fourth floor only shows the proposed conditions. That means it's not, fourth floor and fifth floor doesn't exist under the existing condition of the previous variance.
Right, that there's,
It's being only proposed under the current.
right, because there's no uses in those two.
But when I look at the plan, and that is PO9, it says existing from cellar all the way to the fourth floor, and fifth floor is proposed addition.
Which is actually what's happening.
Because they're
But-
raising the building.
Right, so,
Yeah.
so trying to match that chart and this diagram, it's confusing.
Right.
I guess that's really
Yeah, that's what.
I actually thought, I see there, I thought we had sent in a set of plans that had taken off the word existing. Obviously, we
This is the
hadn't.
latest one.
No, I understand that.
No, but the fourth floor is existing, that's part of the point. You're only adding a fifth floor to this building. You're
No,
not adding a
we're-
fourth, you're not adding 2 floors, you're adding 1 floor to the building. You're shifting
And
the
extending
floor
the
of
rear.
the cellar.
Right.
The ceiling of the cellar is
Right.
being lifted to create a first floor,
Floor,
so it's
right.
no longer treated as a basement, right?
Right, so it's effectively 4 stories existing, which will become 5
Yes.
stories
But,
proposed.
so that's the problem, even you're having a little trouble discussing it right here, and you know this backwards and forwards,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
So what you should be doing is, and this is what we do, which is why we get confused, we're reading the statement of facts while we're looking at the drawings.
Understood.
So we're trying to follow the bouncing ball, right? And then all of a sudden, we get to a point where we're like, wait a minute, that's not what this says. So
I-
you do the same, read the statement of
I'll-
facts
I
at the same
understand.
time as you look at the drawings,
Got
okay?
it. Got it.
Okay, good. What else? I think that was it. Yeah, I mean, the big one is for the architect to go through every one of the zoning.
I'm going to sit with the architect as
Provisions?
well as with the code consultant and
Yes.
discuss that. I know there was a REB issue you brought up, and I will listen to the tape yet again.
Right, and, yeah, okay. Are there any speakers on this one? No? Okay. I don't really want to keep doing this, so please
No,
make this
believe me,
the last one.
Yes, yes,
This is
please.
our third hearing,
Yes,
there'll
yes,
be a
yes.
fourth, right?
Yes.
Is 5 weeks realistic?
Yeah.
Okay. Submission April 1st for a continued hearing April 21st.
Works for me. Thank you very much.
Item number 19, 2019 7BZ 3341 Country Club Road, the Bronx.
What kind of sign off we got? Natural area, natural resources?
This one.
Oh, it's the older.
You can wait until she opens.
Natural resources.
Natural resources, okay, whatever that is.
It's something about, as
So we
long as the
still have,
disturbance during construction is kept outside the wetland area, it should be okay.
Okay.
And you talked about some construction.
We didn't get a WRP sign.
We received the natural resources sign off, yeah.
But not WRP. No. It's still open.
Tracy said that might be some time before the WRP.
And DEP, I believe,
Natural resources.
and DEP has requested a phase 2.
Yes.
Okay, you want to raise your right hand? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Right.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please proceed. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Frank Angelino on behalf of Fortiview University, the owner of the subject premises. We have addressed the changes that were suggested on the plans to it.
Yes.
Identified the extent, the lineal extent of the stockade fence which will be installed and the materiality, and that information has been bubbled by the architect on the plan, which we will submit with a current date. So we will submit a new BSA 1 and BSA 2. Timothy Judge is here, who is the environmental consultant, who will address the environmental issues that were concerned, connected with the EAS. Tim?
Chair, could I just move?
Yeah, please.
Tracy wrote about
Sure,
EAS?
yeah, then you'll be more up to date, so let's hear.
Okay, she wrote this open hazmat.
Can you speak into the mic very loudly, please?
Open hazmat, phase 2, work plan and has for testing is what was requested today. If time is an issue, she said e-destination may be requested. It may be reviewed by DEP. She said open WRP, the applicant working to address DCP's issues. Natural resources sign-off was received today. LPC sign-off was received, and we will reach out to DEC regarding moving forward as requested at the review session.
Yeah, okay. Right.
I'm Timothy Judge from Echo Assessment on behalf of the applicant. The issues for city planning are regarding tidal heights and flood elevations. We received those elevations back from the company that did the bathymetric survey specifically at the site. And so we now have those elevations. I'll get back in touch with Corey Mann at DCP to confirm with him which FEMA model that they like to use, since we have all of that data. In addition to that, I've been in touch with our engineering firm, WSP. We'll produce a drawing from the north elevation of the pier where it meets the bulkhead and the two-story building that is on the shoreline, so that we can place the various flood elevations on that elevation drawing, so that should satisfy the questions that DCP had. And I'll go back over that with Corey to make sure it addresses those specific issues. We just found out about the request for a Phase 2 investigation. My initial assessment, well, I am not one who does Phase 1 and Phase 2 investigations for hazardous materials. Reading through the Phase 1, we know there are no hazardous materials on site. There was one spill that was cleaned up, and that issue was closed. So they're asking us to address potential spills or leaks of underground storage tanks from off-site. There is nothing on-site of a hazardous nature. And moving forward in terms of use of the property, we will not have any fueling facilities there, so we will have no hazardous materials stored on site.
Okay, so this is pretty typical, the DEP asks for Phase 2s. So your option is either to do the Phase 2 or to go for an E designation, which then takes you into OER management of this, right? That's your option.
Okay.
Okay. We have to check with DEP whether they're okay with it being an E designation, but that's often how we work. Okay.
Okay.
And that's something that could be discussed with our office.
Yes.
Of how to proceed if that's an option that,
Okay.
Right.
that's
Okay.
all.
So we have those open issues, and also I had asked yesterday that we reach out to DEC to make sure that if we were to decide on this without their approval, they're okay with that, that sequence, because most of the time, we ask for other agency approvals before we make a decision here.
Okay. I've been in touch with DEC and Army Corps of Engineers. I've spoken with the Section 7 Office of GARFO, which is part of the National Marine Fisheries Service under NOAA, which is part of the Army Corps review. So I've had conversations with the various agencies. We haven't submitted the joint application. We were hoping to make sure we had the city's okay to go forward with the project before we submitted the joint application.
All right, so this is the, chicken egg kind of situation. We just need to make sure that they're okay, at least DEC, because we don't normally deal with Army Corps. At least DEC, as one of the members of the joint, would be okay if we sort of placed in their hands the rest of the review following a decision here. Okay? And to the extent that you could help us get this, because you deal with them all the time, maybe you could get a letter saying they would be okay.
I'll reach out to my contact at the region.
Okay, great. All right. Anything else?
DEP did sign off on our natural history.
Natural resource, yeah.
Yes.
Landmark signed off on the archaeological resources and DEP on natural resources. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
It's in state. Yeah.
All right then. Are there any speakers on this one? All right then. So, I don't know how much time we need. Did we get any idea of how long?
She said at minimum of long.
Yeah, that's typical. Okay.
Yeah, she don't know from long.
Okay. So we do that. April 21.
Is there a submission?
Yeah, there's submission, the drawings need to be
Okay.
amended. right?
Submission April 1st, with a continued hearing April 21st.
Okay, and of course, in terms of environmental, you're constantly submitting and responding to the agencies, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 20, 2019-9BZ, 468 Targee Street, Staten Island. Just you? Okay. Oh, no, this one, Ron, I'm sorry. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to any board member questions? Yes. Never.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madam Chair, Ron Rosati representing the applicant. I heard the comments from yesterday and would like to address them. Regarding the as-of-right scenario, the porch does not count as floor area. It is not fully enclosed. This was confirmed by the architect.
The porch.
The porch, correct.
But has a roof and it has how many sides does it have?
One side, oh, two sides.
Two sides.
The doorway, and then there's the wall.
I'll ask again. He said it did not
Yeah,
count
no,
as
but
floor.
so just asking isn't good enough. You need to demonstrate using the definition of floor area in the zoning resolution. At what point does an enclosed porch, balcony, whatever, become floor area? It's described in the zoning resolution.
Sure, we could get that in writing from the architect. Regarding mechanical deduction, Madam Chair, you were correct. The 50 square foot was not added in the as-of-right scenario. If it was, we'd only get approximately an additional 2 feet of building width on that second floor to accommodate that additional 50 square feet of floor area. The home would still remain a one-bedroom, oddly shaped home. But we can amend
But you're
plans.
correct.
We'll correct that.
You'll correct that, okay.
Okay. The parking is not enclosed, so it was not a deduction, does not count as floor area. It cannot be enclosed. It would require an 18-foot setback, and we cannot accommodate that on the as-of-right scenario. So the parking, and it says that on the plan, it is open parking. Regarding the height, we will look into reducing the building height to be more in context with the area, and we can put some windows on that blank facade wall that is adjacent to the commercial building. Regarding the ZRD1 and the denial of that, This is the second time the Department of Buildings has denied reconstruction of a building, adding that 2-year time limit to it. The other project was 19 Robinson. A few commissioners might remember that case. The owner does not wish to appeal that decision of the Buildings Department. That seems to be their opinion, that there is a 2-year time frame for that Section 5441 to rebuild a home. It's the second time we've seen that. Regarding unique... Excuse me?
I think you should have a conversation with counsel's office.
Sure. I mean, we don't agree with the Buildings Department. It does not say 2 years, but they've twice given an opinion that that section has a 2-year limit to reconstruct a house.
Right, and
they will not allow a house to be reconstructed on the site under that section.
Right, but you don't want to appeal that.
We're here for the zoning variance. We believe we have a variance case. We'd rather obtain the variance than try to appeal a whole section that applies to the whole city.
Do you want to take a
Why?
few?
We should just discuss this.
Yes. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
one sort of ramification is that once you have a variance, you can't modify the site without permission, and it might be a consideration.
Yes, and we raised some concerns about your variance case.
Right.
Right? So
Understood.
what if you don't have a variance case?
Then it's up to the owner. I mean, we may look into filing an appeal. It's not an easy appeal. As I said, it's 5441 applies to the entire city.
No. It's not, so maybe you don't understand. An appeal is not the same as a zoning text change, right? So a zoning text change is the city planning where they're going to have to do an EIS and it applies to the whole city, et cetera, et cetera. And an appeal is when you, property owner, don't agree with an interpretation by the Department of Buildings.
Right, but it's a citywide interpretation of a 2-year interpretation that this
Right.
section
But
does not apply.
that's what an interpretive appeal is.
Understood.
You didn't agree. If we just use the Raritan case, do you remember that one?
I do not.
That's the one about the cellar. That's the famous one, right? It's the famous one where the Department of Buildings and even the BSA was interpreting floor area to count in a cellar. And then it was appealed, and then the court looked at it and said, BSA, what are you talking about? DOB, what are you talking about? Where does it say floor area counts as, cellar space counts as floor area? And it directed the BSA to, well, I don't think it remanded, it just said it can't, it doesn't say anywhere, right? So it doesn't matter that it's about the whole city. What it matters is the DOB right when it interprets certain sections of the zoning resolution the way it does?
Understood. I mean,
Okay.
we'll continue to look into that.
Okay.
Regarding uniqueness, we can distinguish our site from other vacant sites as it once had a house on the site up until 1995. Our site has not been historically vacant as other sites in the area. And we're looking to rebuild a home on the site in the same area as a prior home. So I think that speaks to some of the uniqueness of this site.
No, say that again, I don't understand, say that again.
Our site compared to the other vacant sites in the area that are undersized, our site had a home on it up until 1995, and it has not been historically vacant. A home occupied the site.
How do you know that those other sites didn't have homes?
Did
you study them?
I will look further into them, and we'll submit that into the record. But that's another way to distinguish our site from those other undersized sites. You had a question about the uniqueness of this site.
Yeah, I
Yes.
certainly, I really do, because, okay, so there's two parts about your uniqueness. The first is, this is what I raised before, the site was held in common ownership with the adjoining property until at least 1985, if not longer, but I just can't understand the chain of title information because I don't have a title report, right? But at least until 1985, that's super clear.
It was until 2000.
It was until 2000 that it was held in common ownership with a neighbor. Is that what you're saying?
That's, yeah. I
Okay,
believe so.
so if you look at your own chart that tries to make the argument for uniqueness, it goes through 19 locations. And in the 19 locations, it says, out of the 19, 13 of them are held in common with adjoining properties. Therefore, they don't suffer the same hardship as we do because they could be using the adjacent lots for other things, and it actually says things like using the side yard for, used as a side yard for the home adjacent, or owned with adjacent lot I or H, or other things like that, owned together. So sometimes the lots aren't clearly being used by the adjoining property owner, but we know they are owned by the adjoining property owner. This is independent of the subject of zoning lot, right?
Okay, but to clarify that, 13 lots of the 18 vacant lots are of adequate size and can be developed as of right. There's not 13 undersized lots. Those are
You had 13 lots, you had 19 lots that were vacant.
Right.
That were part of your uniqueness study. Where you're saying, of those 19, we're different for the following reasons, right? And of those 19, the reason for the difference, there were 13 who were differentiated because they're held in common with adjoining property owners. That's what it says in your corner notes.
I'm reading from the A finding. Of those vacant lots, 13 are of adequate size and can be developed as of right, marked green on the chart.
No, but look at the chart.
I'll
So these
chart out. Maybe
these
there's an
sites
error in
are
the chart.
25 by 100 lots, right?
R3A, so those are developable R3A lots.
But they're 25 by 100. So
25 is the minimum.
can they provide the adequate amount of side yards? We don't know. No, maybe not. I don't know. You need to have established that they could actually be built with a viable house.
The minimum lot area requirement for the zoning district is 2,375 square feet, and minimum lot width is 25.
Right.
No, but what's the width of the side yards for an R3A?
No, I'm just going by what the minimum lot area requirement.
No, but I'm going by the side yard requirement. So
Well,
if
you
have
could
a
still build an as-of-right home.
I would recommend you do.
No. So an R3A has a side yard requirement of whatever it is, just say it's 8 feet on one side and no feet on the other.
One side yard is required 8 feet.
Okay, 8 feet, so you take 25 from 8, so now you've, 8 from 25. So you have an arguably narrow building, right? So this is where you're talking about.
I think the zoning has some minimum requirement, and if we have to use, it's not analyzing what actually in reality would get built, it's what zoning allows, and if it meets the minimum zoning requirement of the minimum lot area, typically we have seen lot areas that are less than what the minimum requirement is, and there the side yard of 8 foot is being applied. Here, the minimum lot area is, requirement is 2,375, and here the lot areas are 2,500, so they are more than what the minimum requirement is. Like Site A is a lot area of 2,500 square feet, whereas the zoning requires a minimum lot area of 2,375 square feet. And the minimum lot width requirement is 25 feet, and here the lot width requirements, they meet that 25 foot. So
They're not undersized.
from a zoning point of view, if it goes to DOB, it can be built as of right. That's regardless of whether those buildings are undersized or
But
not
these
marketing.
sites,
It will never come to
this
us.
lot can be built as of right if it didn't have side yard and front yard regulations, because it's a pre-61 lot. And the argument would have been that it was held continuously, independently, as of whatever the date is that applies in this R3A, right? Sometimes it's 2005, sometimes it's 1961, I don't actually know.
Lower density, it's December 8, 2005.
2005, okay. So we know that as of 2000, it was held separately. So this site could be developed as of right, except for the yard requirements. We often have sites that meet the minimum yard lot size, or they are pre-existing lots that qualify under these exceptions, right? And the reason they come to us for a variance is because if you provided the required rear yards, you get a little bit of a nothing, right? Or something that's just not really viable in the district. So that's why, or in the neighborhood. Those are the arguments that are made, right? So when you just say the lot size is viable, you need to also look at the lot size is legal. That's not actually the question. Your lot size is legal. It's the lots existed since 1925.
Right. The analysis was meant to look at all the vacant lots in the area and
Yes.
determine which one of them were similar to our lot. So all the green lots are as-of-right lots. They're not undersized. Then we looked at the undersized lots and determined.
Sorry, we often see 25 by 100 applicants with 25 by 100 lots coming to us and requesting a variance. It's actually the most standard lot size that comes to us for a variance, where they claim that they can't build a viable building on it. So you have to be careful, because, and that's where we have problems here, right? You're saying that those lots you're comparing your lot to those lots, and you're saying those lots are better off than my lot. Why? So that's the first part. Because why about those 25 by 100 lots? Why are they better off? I don't know the answer. You have to tell us the answer.
Because they meet them.
No, you have to tell us the answer, not the minimum lot size, because that's irrelevant where you've got an existing lot that it pre-existed 2005 and was held individually, right? That's the rule. The second one is, some of them get discounted out. For instance, those three can't be developed, well, let's say they were 2,400 square feet, just to use it as an example. 2,400 square feet is arguably less than what's required.
No,
and
it's
so
still
they're,
more.
What, sorry?
2,375.
Let's just say it's 2,300 square feet. I'm just trying to use this as by way of an example. It would not count because they're owned together. So you can't apply that 2005 waiver situation, right? It has to be individually held.
Right.
Okay? So, but the next part of it is, when you say my lot is worse off than those lots, you say, just like you said, lots C, B, C, D are owned together. They're better off than my lot because mine's owned separately. Then you say lots G, used as a side yard for home on adjacent lot, see photo. That lot's better off because it's used as, there's an adjacent home benefiting from it. The next one says owned with lot I. That's a 25 by 37 lot, much worse off than this one, right? Really? 25 by 37, even though the measurement, something's wrong with the measurement.
It's irregular.
No, that's.
Oh, it's regular.
The adjoining lot width is 25, so
joining.
they're 37, and
So the
one
lot
next to them
area,
is
lot
30.
area of I.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the point is that, and on all of our variance applications, where you're trying to make, and all of them, not just yours, where you're trying to make an argument that yours is unique, they always discount. Everybody who submits these applications always discounts as better off than me, the lots held in common with the adjoining property. So your problem is, your lot was held in common with the adjoining property until 2000, super recently. So the argument can be made that you created the hardship complained of. In fact, that's the argument that's always made. You created the hardship complained of because you sold it off. And I know that lot 7, I think it's lot 71 adjacent, was subdivided.
Yes.
Relatively recently, and they built a house on it in 2010.
Right.
Right?
In 2000, it wasn't sold off. It was actually tax lien foreclosed and taken by the city, and then sold by the city. And just...
The city sold off lot 71?
The city sold off our lot.
What?
Lot 73 in the year 2000. And then it was foreclosed again in 2018. That's how the current owner came to own it.
All right, so this is the thing, is you need to be more, let's say, rigorous in your study here. I didn't know this. It's the first I've heard of it. The exceptions that we have are when the city steps in and subdivides the lot. Then it's not the owner's doing, it's the city's doing, that the city sold the lots off in different pieces.
Well, it was never subdivided, to be clear. This lot has been in its current shape.
No. What I want to say is, if the city foreclosed on this lot.
They did.
And foreclosed, for argument's sake, on the other lot, just say, and they sold it off because they basically took it from the owner. I mean, it's not a taking because you didn't pay your taxes, right? And they sold it off. That's an intervention by government that changes the whole calculus. You need to be much more rigorous in your analysis.
I didn't think that was
I know.
now I see it as needed, and we'll put that into the record.
And we had a case in Harlem that was just that. It was two narrow lots together where the city took possession of one of them and sold it off to somebody else. You may want to look at that. That was like in the past year or so.
Yeah, I just don't remember what that's right.
Pleasant Avenue, I believe.
Well, I did find a quote in one of the resolutions from an old case, 177-10BZ, 8 Orange Avenue. It was a similar pre-existing case. Commissioner Otley Brown, you may remember this. I think I was the actual project manager for that case when I was here. And there's a quote in the resolution that says, whereas the board further notes that the title search submitted by the applicant reflects that the subject lot was owned by the city from 1954 until its unrestricted disposition to a private party in 1993. Therefore, if the city did not intend for the subject lot to be developed, it could have retained ownership of the lot. So it's a similar situation here. The city disposed of this twice. In 2000 and 2018. So we'll put that into the record to clarify.
So Commissioner Otley Brown's recommendation is really correct. You need to look at the case, not just the resolution, get a copy of the case where the applicant argued with there was a lot of discussion here. So the applicant, and maybe even listen to the video so that your argument is very clear and we're not having to fill the blanks in for you, okay? I don't know if we know which one it is.
It's 275 Pleasant Avenue, 2018-99 BZ.
Don't interrupt them. So say it one more time.
2018-99 BZ, 275 Pleasant Avenue.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Pleasant Ave. Sorry. All right, keep going.
Just one last thing. If the lot was still owned with the adjoining lot 71, that current lot has a 1,500 square foot home on it, which is typical size for this neighborhood. So if we used our lot to generate additional floor area for that home, it would increase it by 1,068 square feet, which is a 71% increase in that size of the home. It would mean a 2,568 square foot house. Extremely large home for this neighborhood. It's a low to moderate income area. It would be out of context, a house that size. So even if it was still in the same ownership, a house that size in this area is out of context. And we could provide information.
But, okay, so I'm hoping that you don't need to go on this one. These are much harder arguments to make, that you never would have been able to develop the lot had you kept it together is a much harder argument to make. And in only two cases that I can think of, we had two really strange lots, and I think one of them was like a bow tie. And so there was no way that you could develop the lot over here and sort of really attach to the lot over there, so it was going to be this really weird thing. And you had side yard setback requirements and all this that made the combined two lots very weird. So that's a case where the applicant was able to demonstrate that it didn't matter whether it had been subdivided or not. I think that's a much harder task for you. So I hope you're right that it was foreclosed by the city and that you can demonstrate it and use the Pleasant Avenue case as your guide. And please pull the case and listen to the hearings, okay? So that you do a really rigorous submission.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ACRIS, and there was a New York City real property transfer tax document for...
Well, is it a foreclosure?
Well,
that's a different thing.
That's really what I see. Document type is that. And this is for pretty much all of the lots, this whole series of lots, from 68, 69, 70, 71, 73. All of these went through around the same time.
The recording of transfer tax is not a foreclosure. So in other words, when you do this, you're going to need to get a title search.
I saw that the deeds are available for Staten Island at richmondcountyclerk.com.
Yeah, this is Staten Island. You can't go on ACRIS.
Okay.
No. So,
Yes,
so
and
that's
I
what
saw
you
that
need.
deed yesterday. It said from the city of New York to, at the time, it was Mr. Aditi, I believe was his name, foreclosure action, and that's when he acquired
Make
it.
sure that you show a real clear prior deed when the lots were owned by an individual, some document where the city, usually it's this document where the city's foreclosing lots of properties all at once, and you're just one tax lot in a pile of
Yes, I've seen that,
300
yes.
tax lots. That document you need, and then you need the transfer from New York City to the property owner. You need to show us that the lot adjacent was sold to a different owner, right? Because it could also be that they bought all of them together.
I'm not
right?
sure if the adjacent lot was foreclosed on. I'll look into it. I
Okay,
just think
whatever,
it was
you
yes.
need to chase the title
Yes.
on both the adjacent and on this lot. That's how you make your case, okay?
Yes.
And that's how the case was made for the Pleasant Avenue site.
Okay.
Which, by the way, had opposition, so we were at it a long time. So I think it's useful when there's opposition because they're really having to make a strong case, okay? All right. Okay, anything else? Provide an attic plan, we wanted an attic plan showing structural headroom exceeding the 5 feet, and also that it's complying with the lower density growth management, 7-to-1, rise to run.
Yes.
That's the only way you get to
Yes.
deduct your 20%. We need something, we want you to raise lower the height of the building,
Yes.
but it should also address neighborhood character, so you need a neighborhood character analysis, right?
Although to be clear, the proposal is within the allowable height limit for the R3 zone.
This is a variance. It's
Right.
allowing you to build a building that you normally wouldn't have to build, so neighborhood character is part of what we look at, okay? What else? Not sure you, okay, and then, yeah, and obviously the open porch, which is what Commissioner Shetta was concerned about, to the extent that that's making your building taller, maybe it's not the best solution, but we also need to make sure that it's not floor area, so you need to really look at that carefully.
Right. The open porch was only within the as-of-right scenario.
No.
No, it's in the proposed.
I'm sorry, okay.
It's not open. You have the second floor.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a
over
porch.
it.
It's
It's
an
a porch,
interior-
it's what it says. So yes, it's an open porch with a roof, basically.
It says covered porch.
Yeah,
On the as-
because
on the-
the.
on the proposed? Okay.
Proposed, it's covered porch in the as of right.
Yeah, I mean, I get it because the house is so tiny. So in terms of the floor plate, right? I understand why the architect's trying to make it more interesting by double height spaces and open porch and so on. But that results in a building that's arguably out of context because it's tall, right? And results potentially, the architect may not be aware, potentially in creating floor area, which isn't one of your variance requests, nor should it be, given the lot.
We'll get clarification on that from
Okay.
the architect.
Okay, good. All right, are there any speakers on this one? No? All right. Is it gonna take a while?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe your ground floor, you can reduce the height of the ground floor. It's 8 feet. So that can also bring, because it's just a car parking. You don't need that 8 feet altogether. So that could be another way of bringing the height down.
I believe it was-
Unless it's a floodplain related thing that's causing.
No, it's on the floodplain. I
Right.
believe, and it's an entranceway,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah.
So you just need the entranceway to a little bit higher. The rest of it can come
Gotcha.
down and you can have a little bit of a step.
Relay that to the architect, thank you.
All right, is it going to take a long time? I would say we need 6 weeks. And that's the submission. That's the submission, what's today? Yeah. Okay.
Submission April 22nd for continued hearing May 12th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 21, 2019-64 BZ, 1334 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. You're from the... Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and response to
What was the submission date for that? I never had
Good evening, Lear Altman, Law Office of Lear Altman. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. First, I'd like to hand up some plans. Thanks. To begin, there was a question regarding how the first floor joists are going to be maintained.
Can I have the architect talk about
Of course
floor
you
joists,
can.
please? Thanks.
Good evening, Salvatore Vincenti. I'm the architect for this job. All right, so you want me to address all of them? And
All
Which-
the architecture questions,
Well,
which is always what these projects are about.
All right, what this project is about, okay, well, I think, let's see, demolition plans for the second floor that was submitted, I'm not understanding how 7315 okay, so let's take a look at that.
So I can make it
I'll tell you
easy.
where to go, 1 second. Yeah, okay, let's do B, it's 3 or 4 pages from the back.
Yeah.
And also this. I can't hear you. So I think this was the question with the,
I can ask it again. You don't need to read what I wrote. I can just ask you. So
Okay.
on B, you have your demolition drawing, and it shows removal of these sort of, this ziggy thing,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And then on the drawing on A, where you're calculating the linear feet of the existing building, you make it straight line.
Okay.
And then ditto on the demolition drawing on B again, you don't count the fact, I mean, I don't know what the perimeter wall is what I'm trying to say.
So-
And wait. And then if
Okay.
you go to your proposed,
mhm.
where it is, E5, no, that's existing, sorry.
P4.
P4, like you said.
Yep.
Yeah, you're showing those 7-foot, that's where the 7'3" and the 15'5" come from, and then you have
Yeah.
something else where it's 18'8", where it's doing the same thing. You've got this sort of ziggy thing on your, right.
So what those were bay windows. So what we did was we showed we corrected the line to show a contiguous line because it's got wall on top and bottom. So originally we had broken them up because of the bay windows, and that was incorrect. So that's why we have changed it. They were bay windows that stick out beyond.
Sorry, what did you change?
So on B, okay, we show now a contiguous line, and we show just the actual bay windows to be removed dotted.
Okay, so if we were to talk, so you're looking at the bay windows as just a window opening,
Correct,
all right, as opposed to a perimeter wall.
correct, but there is a wall on top and bottom. That's why we show it now contiguous, and it's part of the wall.
When you say top and bottom walls, the bottom wall, is it a foundation wall?
No, this is on the second floor. Correct?
So, yeah, it's on that, so, but what I'm trying to understand is, is the bay window something that doesn't go to the floor? Because if it goes to the floor, then you
Yeah.
count it as perimeter, right? You measure around like you often do.
Right, but
Right?
but these are, if you take
Here
a
you're
look.
not.
Right, I hear what you're saying.
So it's kind of one from column A, one from column X.
Now, I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you a picture. It really does not go to the floor. Let me show you.
It doesn't go to the floor. It looks like it's
See how it
going to
comes
the
out?
floor.
Huh?
Going to the floor.
No, but it's here. See how it comes out? The wall is here, and this comes out to here, and then this is actually built out. So it doesn't come out further.
It's certainly not a straight wall.
It's not a straight wall, no.
By any
It's the
stretch.
bay that comes out.
I know, but the bay is going to the floor. For example, knowing you,
Yeah.
if we, because I do.
Uh-oh.
If this was on the first floor,
Yes.
you would argue that that was an obstruction in the side yard, and therefore you would measure from the floor, level of the floor, to the lot line and say that you've got a shallower side yard because of that bay window that's going all the way to the floor. In this case, it's going all the way to the floor
So-
in your section, right?
May I request you to come?
Sure.
Because I'm trying to understand it from the existing section. I can't flip it the other way around. But, so where is the window
In here.
Yeah, the window's
If I
cut.
may. let me get-
Against the inner wall?
Second?
It's against the inner wall?
It's here.
So-
No, it goes through. It cuts through. The window itself is, say it's
Let me see if I have a better
30 inches off the ground. So, but meanwhile, the bay itself is the exterior wall. It's certainly not a straight line.
If I have a better picture, hold on.
What is it? Is it
Yeah,
decorative?
it's hard to
Is it
see.
what?
It's
Is it
hard to see.
decorative? Like, I don't even know what
Honestly,
it
the
is.
guys
Like,
are-
it looks like
It's a-
it's cut off from the living space of the house. Oops,
No, the
sorry.
window is inset into that, so it takes and probably you have a little head clearance in there. It's not
So you
just this
could
little.
walk in there.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
sure-
you can walk in
yeah,
there.
I don't know.
I don't think
You
it's
know
just
what?
little ears, decorative ears.
I gotta be honest with you. I did not go out to measure it. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yes.
It looks like what you're doing is you're picking and choosing about where your exterior wall is. So I would say is, if we want to make a true measurement of your exterior wall, you actually have to measure all those little bumps.
I want to show you.
Yeah, I see in the photograph.
No, but I want to show you. This is the ceiling of the first floor.
Yes,
The window is up here, and this is a part of the roof.
but we're not talking about this, so show Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm the one who doesn't understand.
Yeah, that's all right. So here, this is the ceiling of the first floor.
It's
okay?
also the floor of the second floor,
The ceiling of the first floor.
and
I'm
it's
sorry.
also the
Wait.
floor of the first floor.
Yes, the
It's
floor
more,
of
I mean, of the second floor.
Yeah.
It's the floor
So
of the second
It's
floor.
here, but you see how this comes in, and then this sticks out beyond, and
Yes.
this sticks out beyond. So,
Why are you talking about the window?
all right, I'll double check it, and I'll take a picture, and then I'll.
No, but I would say it's a lot easier. Measure we're always talking about the perimeter of the building. The perimeter of the building is obviously that thing, whatever that thing is, crazy
I will double
mansard,
check that.
who knows, that moment of architecture where we're all so confused.
Okay, so you say also from here to here, measure that,
Yes,
that's what you're
which you
saying?
normally would do, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you were trying to pump
Not
up
bay
the
window,
floor
even when I
area.
do it.
But, no, a bay
Even when I do
window,
it on the first floor.
but a bay window.
I don't measure
is
it.
The ground, yeah, you do. So what I know, what you do, sorry.
Go ahead.
If it goes to grade on your bay windows.
Yeah.
On the first floor, you say, it's going to grade, therefore I can count that as a reduced side yard. And I say, yes, you can do that, but not if this bay window is more of a sit-in picture window where it's not starting until, say, 30 inches or 3 feet off the ground.
Right.
Right? That's what we always say. So in this case, it's starting at the level of the floor, therefore, it's the floor. And you should count that as.
I will
the
double check
perimeter.
that. I will double check that.
Well, I think it would just be a lot faster if you just change the drawing and measure it and include that.
Okay.
Because if we're going to go back and forth.
Well, I want to do it for my own thing, but I can certainly change the dimensions of the existing walls and resubmit that. That I can do. All right. So, well, that would change, I guess, the perimeter wall, which is also your next comment.
That's my point.
Okay. They need the zoning computation drawings, which, well, we did the zoning calculations. We have it on,
Oh, you did? Where is that? That's
on
on
D.
D?
D is the proposed,
Okay.
and then we've done on E is the existing.
So, on the, D is the proposed. On the attic,
Yes.
what's the dashed area?
What is the
You're
what?
either floor area or not floor area, right?
This is all 8 feet and above.
Okay, so everything in the A, B, C, D.
Is 8 feet.
Is 8 feet.
Correct. So if you go back to P,
5.
5, we actually show that everything that's X is 8 feet and above. We have a note that designates that.
So everything that's hatched is 8 feet and above?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is R2 zone, so everything above 8 feet counts as floor area.
Right. Okay. Okay.
All right? We didn't receive explanation, how the first floor, Joyce. Okay, so what I did was on this, I think we had submitted a letter, but anyway, if you go to P10,
Just so you know, letters aren't any good. They need to be on drawings. It's about architecture.
I understand, but in the past, we have submitted letters, so that's what we did.
Okay.
And now I know, from here going forward, we'll submit a sketch which shows that. So what I did was I put a little sequence of events here, and basically it's the first floor that we're lowering it. So what we're proposing is that we're actually going to underpin also. So we're going to propose a new bearing wall, a steel stud wall, which is a little bit lower and away from the existing foundation wall. We're going to connect it to it, and then we're going to lower the beams one at a time. We're going to also fill in the existing shelf with brick and tie back the new C-joist next to the wood joist, which we're lowering. I drew a little section there, floor detail AA, and also we've shown a little detail BP that shows how we're proposing to connect them.
Are you going to transfer the loads to the steel stud wall?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Are you going to transfer the loads to the steel stud wall?
Yes.
Completely?
No, we're not replacing the outside walls.
For that floor.
Yes, I understand. For the first.
Yeah, we're gonna do
For this
C-joist. C-joist.
Right?
Yes.
Please consult a structural guy for the design of this footing.
I'm sorry?
Talk to a structural guy for the design of this footing.
Absolutely.
If you do not have one, please talk to somebody.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I do the architecture, I know my limitations, and I have a professional
The reason
engineer.
I'm saying this because it's reinforcement, it's non-traditional, it's the opposite to the tradition.
Well,
So if you give it to a builder, he's gonna reinforce it the
No,
traditional way.
it's going to be not only designed, but supervised also.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. That's good. So the only thing we want to see is a revision on the perimeter wall and new calculations and make sure you're at 50% when you're done.
Okay.
Right, 50% retention when you're done.
Okay.
Okay? All right, are there any speakers on this? No. How fast can you do it?
How fast can you give me a date? I can submit it next week, you know that.
Next week? Okay. Yeah, all right, you can do that one.
Okay. So submission, right? Or,
Yeah, that's fine. Can you submit by,
Wednesday,
when's the normal submission date? Already.
February 26th.
Can you submit by Wednesday of next week?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Submission March 4th for continued hearing March 17th.
Okay, and please, since the only thing that's changing on the drawings, just one second, let me just finish with that.
Yes.
Please bubble what you change throughout the set that you're changing. That's one set of bubble and one set of clean, right?
Okay.
And you're dating the drawings, a whole set with the then date,
With the new date.
with a new date, the whole set, so they're all the same date, even though you're not changing them, at least so we have one package with one date, signed and sealed, don't forget.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So bubble just that which I'm changing.
Yes.
You got
And so bubble the change and give us a clean set without a bubble.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Is that date?
And I'll sign and seal both.
Yes.
I am unfortunately not able to speak. We make it the 24th, please. 1 week later, I apologize.
So we have too many, oh, no, okay. And it's also too many.
And we will get it
pieces
for you
that day.
early, so you would have had it reviewed before the 17th. We have no problem
No,
with
no, no, it
that.
doesn't work like that.
I'm just
We
saying, I'd
prepare
be happy
for
to
the-
get it to
We
you.
prepare for the hearing, so
Can we do
maybe
it earlier?
next week.
And we can do it earlier.
Can we do the week earlier?
That means the week earlier is next Tuesday.
Oh, there's no hearing on the 10th. There's no hearing on the 10th, it's firm.
difference between the 13th, the 3rd, and the... No, we only have the 3rd. No, it's too soon. Okay, so the next one is after that? Sorry, page.
17th, and then you can't do 17th. April 7th.
April 7th.
April 7th. Mr. Vincenti could come without you.
That's what I'm asking, how he feels about
I can.
Yeah, let him
I hate to
come
do that
without
to
you.
the
I
client.
don't know. I've never done that before, but, okay.
No, I think you
I'll
can
do it.
handle
I can do
I
it.
think you got this, my friend.
I can do it.
All right, so let's stay with
317.
Submission March 4th for a continued hearing March 17th.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
March 17th, March 4th. Okay. Item number 22, 2-10BZ, 2019-193BZ. This is 218-222 2nd Avenue, sorry, I'm tired, 310 East 14th Street and 300 East 14th Street, Manhattan. This is the New York Eye and Ear Infirmary. So please come up. All parties that are going to speak, represent the team. 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 Right hand so I can see.
Just need to go get my phone.
You too. Thank you, because you may speak, so I don't know. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, you want to start signing, Hillary, and then let them, then you go? Let them all sign behind you? Thank you. Yeah, you sign here, you sign there. The team signs there.
Yeah, there was a DOT.
At 8 a.m.
At 8 a.m.?
It had additional comments.
Yeah, but they were okay. Oh, here.
It's cold.
Good afternoon. I know we're running a little late today, so I can get started while they're finishing this.
Okay.
I'm Susan Golden of Venable, representing the applicant Mount Sinai entities. And before we get started, I'd like to introduce the Mount Sinai team again, who are here today to address your comments and questions. Dr. Jeremy Bowl is the Chief Clinical Officer for Mount Sinai Health System and President of Mount Sinai Beth Israel and Downtown. Joanne Violanti of Perkins Eastman Architects will also be providing some information. Timothy Krawetz of Siska Hennessy Group, the MEP engineers, is available if you have questions. Ann Locke, also of AKRF from the environmental consultant, will be available for questions. And Hillary Axrot with Venable will be providing some information on the signage. So we attended yesterday's review session, and thank you for your comments. I've asked Dr. Bowl and Joanne Violanti to address the comments and questions about the ADA ramp, and Hillary will present updates to the wayfinding plan based on yesterday's feedback. Then we'll submit plans. We should be able to submit by the end of this week, reflecting the changes to the wayfinding and also the clarifications from your other comments that affected the plans. So before I turn it over to Dr. Bowl, I wanted to give just a bit of background about Mount Sinai's work with DOT on the ADA ramp. Mount Sinai began discussions with DOT back in 2018 about this ramp, and the team has been working with DOT technical review on the details of the design, providing DOT with the pedestrian flow analysis, and in our last submission, as you know, we proposed to narrow the width of the ramp to address the concerns that you raised at the last hearing. We have, as of this morning, received confirmation from DOT that an exterior ramp is acceptable to DOT, and Mount Sinai would continue to work with DOT to make sure that the details of the design meet their requirements, but we wanted to address your comments here as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Boll.
Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners, good evening. I wanted to speak to Mount Sinai's key programmatic need that drives the location of the ramp on East 14th Street, the emergency department capacity and the layout. Mount Sinai has worked carefully with the New York State Department of Health in designing the ED. The ground floor portion of the ED must accommodate our volume projections, which were confirmed in an absorption analysis vetted by the New York State Department of Health staff and recommended by the Department of Health to the Public Health and Health Planning Council as part of the Certificate of Need process. In order to meet that projection, we must have 41 treatment bays at the ground floor level, which consist of 37 exam rooms, 1 triage area, and 3 resuscitation bays. The loss of even 1 bay would unacceptably reduce capacity. Each bay serves 1,700 patients a year. Placing the ramp inside the building causes the loss of at least 2 bays. The ED configuration is also crucial, especially as at the walk-in ED entrance. We need to provide adequate security when entering the ED. There must be a security area and a metal detector, 3 staff positions to direct patients to the triage room located adjacent to the waiting area, and clear access to isolation rooms for infectious disease patients. This area is crucial to getting patients to the right treatment area quickly and efficiently. On the topic of speed and efficiency, the ED was designed to contain 3 clusters: the low acuity ED, the mid acuity ED, and the high acuity ED. Patients arriving by foot are often well enough to be treated and released and typically require a lower level of care than someone arriving by ambulance. Therefore, the low and mid acuity ED clusters are immediately adjacent to the walk-in entrance, and the high acuity cluster is within the new building. This model provides the highest acuity patients with quick access to the new building's procedural platform and will allow the ED to function as needed to serve the community.
I mean, we read this testimony, we also saw these submissions, so that's the reason for my question, was why are all these ramp studies parallel to 14th Street as opposed to perpendicular along the fire stair?
Right, and we thought the architect would be best to answer those questions, so Joanne is here.
Yeah, we put a lot of thought into the study. We developed 4 interior options and 1 exterior option, and I think that as we went through this, it was very important that we work with the existing structural bays. Right now, to put the ramp inside the building, we would have to penetrate the foundation wall at the perimeter, and what we tried to do is to keep other than that penetration at the perimeter, try to keep all of the beams and girders at the same level. We didn't want to disturb the beams and girders.
Can you take the mic and go over the drawing of the structural drawings on the wall?
Okay, so we would need to do an interior ramp. We would need to penetrate the perimeter wall to get through because that's at the floor level. And then we tried to work within this existing bay, the 26-foot bay, and not turn the ramp this way because we would have to cross the actual beam. So if we have to cross a beam, we have a 1'7" differential between the street and the finished floor level at the first floor. So we would have to drop these beams, which would create havoc with all the piping and work that's below this. So what we propose to do is really just cut out the floor slab in those areas and set. So if this is the beam, we would set, and this is the floor slab, we would just set that lower and put light framing underneath rather than taking if this was the floor slab, dropping that beam, which we would have to do if we went perpendicular, and then have to reroute all of the piping.
But if
that's
you
in the
went
mechanical room.
perpendicular, at what point, how many beams are affected if you went perpendicular?
It would be one beam.
Just
but
one beam.
One beam is enough, what we talked about doing is if we did perpendicular, we would need to do a switchback ramp to get the people coming in prior to the security point. We can't just do a straight run. It would have to be a switchback, which is it's 10 feet wide, because we're trying to do a universal accessibility. So that's almost the same width as the treatment bays. So it's essentially losing the same amount of treatment bays, and it's creating additional havoc with dropping the beam onto the mechanical room.
Why couldn't you do a straight run? I don't know.
If we do a straight run, it would be impacting multiple beams. It would go even further. And when you drop the beam, we'd have to drop it. We'd be dropping it like all the way across. So it'd be from this beam to that beam. Those two beams would be dropped, and it would actually project into the ED, and the people would be coming out at a point. Can you turn to the floor plan of the?
So, if you were installing a staircase, let's just say you wanted to put in a connecting stair, you frame around the staircase. You don't drop the whole beam. You frame around to create an opening, right?
We can't frame around. We have to drop the beam in order to get above it.
Did you talk to the structural about providing some intermediate columns to do that framing around?
You state your name?
I'm Tim Cray with Susquehanna with the mechanical engineers on the project.
Can you take the mic?
Take the
When you
mic.
speak, you should hold the mic.
How's this, better?
Yeah.
We go to the photo. So this is the mechanical room that's immediately below the area that's of concern. Okay, so dropping in a column is going to be challenging.
I got it.
How much does this building cost to build? Like hundreds of millions of dollars, right? The building.
Absolutely.
So
and the
we're talking about, okay, it's not going to be free. We're talking about
No doubt.
moving
but
pipes.
I think
Pipes are old,
right.
sometimes they get moved anyway.
But we're in
right?
the north building, which is an existing building
know.
that's going to remain serviceable during the operation and construction of the project, right? And so this mechanical room also supports areas on the lower level that's going to support basically dining and food access
Right,
for
but let's
this.
just say, for example, you have to switch out the boiler, or you have to switch out existing mechanical.
Mm-hmm.
Mechanical equipment becomes old. Every once in a while, you have to switch it out. During those switch-out periods, work gets redone. You realize often
Yes.
that now you have all this space, because look at that, you don't have an antique oil burner anymore, or something like that. It happens all the time in the history of a building, so I'm not understanding
Okay,
what the big thing is.
Can we go back to the structural plan, the first plan that you?
Here?
Yeah.
So I understand that you cannot, it's not you cannot, it's tough to put columns
I mean,
below these beams. Can you, another idea, and I'm not sure if you discussed this with your structural or not, but could it be tied up to the next floor using ties and strengthen the beam?
That would be extremely difficult, because the second floor is the operating room platform. So we've got we have major piping running through this mechanical room, and we are working one floor below the operating room, and the disruption to that space is something that we didn't even consider this, because we just felt that it was just unacceptable to the hospital.
Which floor is the operating room?
The second floor is all, and this area is all, this is all operating rooms on the second
I'm not talking
floor.
about the second floor, I'm talking
No.
about the first floor.
But you're talking about posting down from the second floor.
If I wanna, let's say I have a beam here, and I wanna tighten this beam, I don't have to go upstairs and do
Yeah, but
anything.
this is eye surgery.
Right, I totally agree, except this is eye surgery, where vibration is make or break on a procedure
No,
of
he's
this
not
type.
saying hang from the floor above. I think you're saying hang from this floor, from the first floor.
Yeah.
But the
He's
fast-
saying hang the ramp from the first floor. as opposed to columns.
But you have to tie into the steel that's on the underside of the second floor
Yes,
slab,
this is-
right?
This is not a concrete building, right?
No, it's concrete and steel.
It's a steel building.
Yeah.
Okay, who's the structure, if you don't mind?
Thornton Tomasetti?
Okay, very good guys.
We think so
You
too.
don't need to, like, put anchors or dowels in the concrete, so that's producing vibrations. It's not gonna happen like that. It's welding. Welding doesn't produce any vibrations. And like I said, you don't need to go up top. You can do it from the bottom, from the first floor. It's gonna, probably it's gonna cause.
We need to cut
You gotta get through to the steel.
first floor structure. So they.
Right.
Yeah, there's chopping involved. Right, you have to access the,
No, but this is the part I'm so confused about. If you were going to create a convenience stair that connects the first floor to the cellar, you would just do that thing. You would cut the opening and you would create a stair. You would do that thing.
without impacting the second floor slab.
No, we're not talking about the second floor. I'm saying a convenience stair from the first floor, the entry floor, to the cellar.
We would cut the, nevertheless, we're still talking about the same, if we had to do this, we're still talking about the loss of 2 cubicles.
No, but that's the part I'm not, for one, why are you picking, what column number is that one where why are you picking that column number as opposed to the one that's adjacent to the egress stair? You have a stair right there, right? On the right, far right. Why are
Yeah.
you talking about putting the ramp right adjacent to the egress stair?
It still takes out the same amount of floor area.
But that's floor area, but that's not your bays. This is more like where your reception room is.
Yeah, but we would lose, this is an extremely tight, can we go back to the floor plan?
Yeah.
It's an extremely tight ED. We have a waiting room that, we have about 12 seats in there. I mean, this is, it's.
Can you make that bigger? It's really hard to see what that is. But that's because that's how you laid it out. If you had your ramp next to your fire stair, you would lay it out differently.
Can you zoom in a little more?
I mean, you can't use the same exact layout. You'd have to modify the layout to accommodate this, right? But it doesn't mean necessarily that you give up any emergency space.
Regardless of what side it's on, we would need a ramp that basically, what we talked about doing is coming in, switch back so that you're entering into the vestibule so that you still pass through security. If we just did a straight run, they would bypass security and interfere with the circulation of the entire lobby. So with the switchback ramp, it's going to be, at least 10 feet wide, so that would push our doors over here, which would push our waiting room into here, and we're still losing the 2 cubicles. I mean, that's really the bottom line. If we had to do it, we would, do it, if that was really, we would have to do it this way and just not do all that additional disruption into the mechanical room.
What's
and have
behind
to
the
slap
reception desk? Yeah, right there. What's behind the reception desk? Yeah.
This is
that function, right? No, that one room where the hand is.
That's a toilet, which is required.
No, but the other side, next to, behind where the hand, go down a little lower.
This is our
where the
reception-
hand-
this is
No,
the
I know.
triage reception.
Reception, right there where the hand is.
And this is an office and.
Okay, so you'd be giving up an office.
But it's a code, these are all code required spaces.
The office,
It's the
just
nurses-
there is a code required space?
Yes, everything here is a code required space. I mean, we had to redo the, exiting through here in order to get those spaces to work.
What's in that office that it's code required?
Who knows?
It's ED, I mean, I don't have the program in front of me, but it's ED required spaces.
Yeah, but.
I mean, nurses, it's the nurse manager for the entire space.
Right,
So
but-
everything is a code I mean, this is a really tight floor plan.
Right.
It really is. I mean, there's
But my
no-
point is 14th Street is a tight public area that you're imposing on, and it seems like there's a way to accomplish this if you were willing to accomplish this. And I always say this, if I were the client and I told you accomplish this, you would accomplish it, right?
Well,
So you would.
We did try very hard to do that, and And, I think that one of the things that, everything in here is code required. If we had additional space, we would have put in more cubicles, we would have put in more treatment bays. I think that, what's important to understand is that within the lobby, everything is either program or it's a code requirement. This waiting area that you see here, this is actually the waiting area that serves the entire surgical platform on the second floor. We don't have waiting space on that floor. People wait here. The cafe, this is a small 24-hour kind of a vending cafe. It's like a smart cafe, they call it. That is really giving us 24/7 food service for both staff and for visitors. The current cafeteria, we did not enlarge that. It's the size that it was. This here.
You don't need to point those things out. What's happening right behind the elevator where the arrow is? It's the elevator bank down below from the ambulance side? No, that's the elevator. What's the purple stuff? I can't really see what it is. The purple?
Elevators.
What are those?
This is the
elevators. What's going on right behind the elevator?
This?
There.
Equipment and supply.
This is the store, this is our central supply room for the entire complex. This is as large as it is, that's serving both sides. It's so tight that we have to do just-in-time delivery multiple times a day to stock it. I mean, this is an extremely tight floor plan. These are code-required bathrooms. This is the stair that exits into the lobby from both the upper and lower.
No, I'm just looking for a place for that office. I don't need to know about the rest of that stuff.
I apologize, I just want to give you a little bit more context on this. We have pulled out,
You can take the microphone with you.
we have pulled out, I'm useless at a chart, but we have pulled out everything we can possibly pull out to optimize the clinical space, including essentially all the offices. So we've moved almost everything pretty much everything you can move into the north building into shared space. Even the president of this hospital, which is me, doesn't have an office. Nobody does, because we had to optimize the clinical space. And we had to do that because we have to meet a community need. So the context is, as the client, the directive that we gave to the architecture firm was make sure that that we optimize the room for the patients to get the care, and we will be the ones who suffer. We will be the ones who live in tiny space in other buildings. We will deal with multiple deliveries a day, even though that's suboptimal in a lot of ways, to optimize the ability for patients to get the right care. So it doesn't surprise me in the least that you're saying this is the best we could do. The client, we can't get that ramp in without taking out clinical space, without reducing the capacity for patients to get care. And again, we've been back and forth now for over a year trying to figure out how to get more into this space. And at the end of the day, this really is the best design to make sure the patients get the care they need, as far as we can tell, as the client.
When I talk about client, that's often how I give a direction to an architect. I say, enough about what your client, the client sitting over there, I'm your client, and I want this thing done. And that's how I...
Right, so, and I get that. So when I say channeling the same energy, because I was at the meeting where you gave us the directive, approach this as if the chair is the client and find a way to do it. We couldn't find a way to do it. Could not find a way to do it without sacrificing clinical space.
Yeah, and the other, looking at, when we looked at our different ramp studies, not only was there issue with the mechanical room, but depending on which option we looked at, we were actually getting to the point where our headroom was below the requirement for occupiable space in the cafeteria. So some of those, we were losing headroom in all schemes, and two of the schemes were actually 7'4", which is not occupiable space in a cafeteria. So there's a lot of constraints. There really are. We've tried very hard to make it work, and it's very difficult.
Okay. I just have to say for the record, I hate it.
Sorry.
Okay.
We'd like a bigger footprint, too. Okay, so with that, I will turn it over to Hillary, where I think we can make you happier on signage.
Good evening, Chair Perlmutter and members of the board. My name is Hillary Atzrat, a Venable for the applicant. While we certainly did all we could to try to get the ramp inside, but were able to compromise and bring it down slightly in size, we have heard your comments loud and clear yesterday in regard to the signage, and we've modified the wayfinding plan, and we wanted to present it to the board today. But after the presentation, we do plan to resubmit the plans later this week to explain the new wayfinding program. So as you'll recall from the last hearing, all signs were proposed to be illuminated. And understanding Chair Perlmutter's concern about the impact on adjacent residential uses, we studied which of the surrounding buildings were residential. And these buildings on 13th Street are all fully residential, so Mount Sinai has committed to removing any illumination from signs H and I, which were the ambulance entrance and the loading entrance, in order to avoid any impact for illumination on 13th Street. That actually brings signs H and I into full compliance with the zoning resolution. The illumination was the only thing bringing them out of compliance because it brought the square footage permitted down to 50 square feet instead of 150. So 13th Street would now be fully compliant. Signs A and B are the signs at the top of the north building. Those are crucial signs. We went through it the last hearing, the reasons that those are so crucial, but Mount Sinai has committed to having these signs be indirectly illuminated if the variance is granted, in order to have all of the lighting just directed at those signs. So they would be shielded with light screens and there would be no illumination that would impact any residential properties.
Why do they need to be illuminated or indirectly illuminated or any of those things when none of the other hospitals have it, and somehow or other the ambulances find their way to those hospitals?
So Chair Perlmutter, point taken. If you go look at a lot of the different hospitals in the city, some of which have relief from the BSA, and you look at their signage, not all of them are necessarily in compliance with the resolution. There's a lot of hospitals in the city that have signs further up on the building.
110 feet high?
Yes. If we could just turn to another page in the study.
You should get an assistant to turn for you.
Yeah. Clayton, could you come up? Could you go to the slide that has the from FDR going east and west? But as Clayton's getting to the different slides, just to talk us through it, A and B are the key wayfinding signs. If you're coming west on 14th Street, it's very challenging to see the building because of the height of the buildings on 14th Street already. There's a block of the view, and coming from the FDR Drive east to west, it's very challenging to see where the hospital would be, again, because of building height. And at First Avenue, you're unable to see where the hospital would be located, but for those signs. And what's important to note about these signs is that there isn't other illumination at the top of the building which would allow people to see it. These would be high enough up that they need some sort of illumination in order to be seen.
Why?
Because if you were, and I'm willing to go down there tonight and take pictures so we could submit them to you on Friday of how dark it is. But it would be very challenging without some level of illumination for someone coming from First Avenue to have adequate wayfinding and to see where the hospital is located.
But so that's why I brought up the fact of the H in Europe. That's how you know where the nearest hospital is. There's just an H. It's not that big. It's certainly not 400 square feet. So my question is, let's just say for argument, so what you're doing here, you have a logo that's very enormous, and you have words that are enormous, right? That's that's branding, right? And this board gets confronted with commercial branding all the time, where people are asking for variances for enormous commercial signs, right? And so this aspect of what you're talking about is a branding aspect, as opposed to simply identifying, you know, ambulance or a person in an emergency who's traveling down 14th or traveling down FDR, quick, get me to the hospital, right? So if you wanted to make a real argument about why you should, what kind of illuminated sign you might be allowed to have, for me, it would be something small that identifies this is your emergency destination. A big E, a big H, a logo that's more compact. But don't forget, this is an illuminated sign up high in an area where there are many residents who live up high. And we recently dealt with a commercial sign that was really a nuisance to the neighbors. And so the neighbors shouldn't be dealing with the fact that there's a hospital there all the time.
Sure, and understood, but the purpose of 1210 sign with indirect illumination is a sign that is arranged that no direct rays of light are projected from such artificial source into residences or streets. And Clayton, if you could go back to the site plan page.
Fine, but so then you could do one that complies with zoning lower at 25 feet.
But in that case, we wouldn't be able to actually get to the height where it would be visible for the wayfinding purpose that we need it for.
Something's got to give, you can't have both. It doesn't make sense what you're saying, actually. You know, if it's indirect illumination, then, and the purpose is for people to be able to find the hospital, do it in a way that's a minimal impact on the community. But what you're talking about is getting your logo, your brand out there into the public, which is a completely different thing than in an emergency finding where's the hospital.
Okay, so that point being made, just to take you through the rest of the signs very quickly, and then we can circle back to A and B. Mount Sinai is going to propose that signs C, D, and E, which are the blade signs, still be illuminated, but be on a dimmer so that at 10 o'clock they're turned to a much lower illumination. We would be willing to propose the same thing for A and B, and they would be lowered after 10 p.m. So then there would still be enough of a glow that it would be visible from a distance, but not intrusive to any of the surrounding neighbors.
How can you say that? There's all these apartment buildings at the same height right across 14th Street. You've got, right?
The taller building that you're referring to is actually this building.
Yeah.
So it would not be in direct view. All of these are lower.
Sure it is. Draw a line over your little, that's only a 4-story building, your mechanical building, right? If you just draw a line straight across to B, I can see it from my window because all of those buildings in the way are lower than 110 feet.
So this building is the concern.
That's one. I'm just talking about that one. I'm just talking about obvious receptors, right? And A also, like if we were to look from the other direction, I'm looking at other buildings that have views, there are residents. Now I have to keep my curtains closed all the time because it's so annoying that I have light. And I don't see the reason, especially for this gigantic 400 square foot sign, which I always use as the example. Don't you know people who live in 400 square foot apartments? You do. That's how big that sign is.
Understood. So that being said, I guess we will have to go back to the drawing board on what will happen with A or B. Again, this is very different from the commercial shopping center sign, though. This is a hospital, and the illumination.
Show me other hospitals that have 110-foot high illuminated logos, then there's something to talk about. At the moment, I can't think of any. I'm trying to find them as we talk.
Okay, we will certainly circle back on that point. Just to take you through the rest, F and G, we still propose are completely illuminated. This is the emergency department walk-in sign. That's crucial for wayfinding. This is the main hospital. It's at the ground floor level. It's very similar in character to the others. So it seems that the sticking point really is B and A.
Right, because, and the reason for that, in part, because 14th Street is a commercial street, and so you could have Joe's Pizza with its neon sign on all day,
Right.
and everyone sort of understands that's the deal when you face 14th Street, right? But, and it's also, they're mounted lower, aren't they mounted below 25 feet?
Yes,
So
they are.
So.
Yes, they're compliant, but for the surface area.
Right, and again, most of the time, we look at emergency signage as something that DOB doesn't even measure, right? So you're just trying to be careful in case they start measuring it, right, which is another
Correct.
budget, right? Okay. Okay, so you will come back to us with a new and improved sign story.
We will.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, it was really just about clarification on that 9th floor, that's really not a 9th floor?
Yeah, so we'll clarify that in the drawings and resubmit, and we're planning to resubmit by the end of this week. So we are hoping for a next hearing date in March.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to hear if there's I think there are people here from the community who might want to speak. Anyone from the community to speak? No? No? All right. All right, so we have open environmental issues, so DOT had a long list of things it wants you to do.
So we responded to DOT's comments from December. We got some additional comments back from them, and we anticipate that we'll be responding with our submission this week to those comments as well. So we are hopeful that by mid-March, we would have some further progress with DOT.
That's 2 weeks, mid-March.
They're hot on this.
I don't know. You just had a turnaround with, so they just submitted comments. Just a minute
They
ago.
submitted comments to us, leaving aside the comments from 2018. They gave us comments in December that we responded to.
No, we have
And then we
comments this
got
morning.
comments, yes, this morning. And those are the comments, they're not nearly as extensive. I think there are a number of kind of misunderstandings about some of the drawings that we can clarify, and then some additional work that we'll have to do, and we'll be reaching out about those to make sure that we're all clear on progress with DOT, but we're hopeful that, given where they are with their review, that it's sort of on the top of their pile, that if we get back to them quickly,
So
they'll be
if you
able
got
turn
back
it
to,
around.
so normally they need 30 days, right? So if you got back to them tomorrow, which I doubt you'll be able to do because it requires some
Yeah,
analysis,
no, we're
right?
thinking end of the week.
End of the week, end of this week.
This week.
So then that puts you at the, what is that?
And because it's a hospital, they have been somewhat accommodating
29th or
about
something.
prioritizing.
So let's say the 1st. It means the end of March. It doesn't mean the middle of March, right? Okay. And that's maybe wishful thinking. I get that look from Tony that it's like, oh, really? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's maybe you can call from your side to see, but DOT's a busy place, right?
Yeah, we'll do what we can, and
Is there much review on the actual application itself?
Yeah, there is, because that's the one after that, April 7th. Yeah, that's better.
Submission March 18th for a continued hearing April 7th.
And when we say submission, that would be your signs, right? The sign issue, anything that's related to the building itself. But with respect to DOT, that's the constant back and forth with them. I think we're clear with everything else, right? All the other environmental.
we'll be resubmitting the wrap with that one edit, so that'll come this week as well.
Okay. Air quality, noise, sign off we have, LPC we have. That's what we didn't know the answer about the phase 2. We don't know
Yeah,
whether.
for the phase 2, there was a sign off, there was one comment on the wrap that will be, and we'll revise it and resubmit.
No, but you didn't submit the phase 2. There's a sign off on the wrap. but we don't know whether they want the Phase 2 now or whether they're going to want.
Oh, we did, we submitted a Phase 2 report.
Oh, you
and
did?
The RAP and the CHASP were based on that, yes.
Okay, so you submit a Phase 2 report, which they signed.
They signed off on the RAP and the CHASP, yeah,
Okay,
with one edit.
I
So
just need Tracy.
we should, that one should be complete when we resubmit the RAP with the one edit. And I don't even think it has to go back to DEP because their request was clear. They just want to see the closure report.
Okay.
And we anticipate Department of Health will have, is also reviewing the EAS. So they'll do that in the same timeframe as DOT.
Okay.
State Department of Health.
State Department of Health. Okay. Okay. We got a letter from somebody about this that, I don't know if it's relevant. We got a letter from a member of the community concerned about the certificate of need relatives. I think someone needs to address that, lawyers needs to address that subject. Maybe it should be in the record. Do you know about this letter? There's a letter from a member.
Was it a copy of a letter that was sent to State Department of Health?
I think so. It had something to do with the certificate of need for
Yes.
the closure of the further uptown versus this site and the
Versus
loss of
this site,
beds.
yeah.
Right? I think there should be something, because it's in our record. If you could respond to that, it's kind of your domain, certificate of
Right.
need things. We don't review certificates of need, so, okay.
All right, we'll do that as part of our submission on Friday.
Can I just make a suggestion with regards to the signage? I do recognize that 14th Street approachway, both from east and west, is complicated, given that you have other buildings that are in the, can you all hear me?
I'm so speaking to that.
So, as I was saying, that, it is difficult to address the 14th Street approachway with regards to the signage, but keeping what Chair is saying, and as I'm looking at some of the Google Street views of many city hospitals that are located and how they're trying to accommodate the signage awareness notification, whatever you want to call it, for the oncoming patients or any visitors. Lenox Hospital is like a perfect example. It's like hemmed in by all the tall buildings. It's in the densest part of the city. And way they have gone about it is just put banners along the street frontages that leads you to the hospital. So, and this is working with DOT to put these banners along 14th Street up and down, at least for 2 blocks away. And here you can do from FDR Drive all the way to First Avenue. I think those are some other ways of also helping in the wayfinding decision.
I just want to add that what the image that she's looking at is the street view of Park Avenue, where they work with the Park Avenue, I know a little bit about this, they work with the Park Avenue Association that puts the sculptures and all the beautiful planting in there, and they get permission, and in fact, encouragement to hang these kinds of banners, not just for the hospital, but for Asia Society, for everybody who's got Park Avenue frontage. So that's kind of a different approach. New York Presbyterian Hospital, that owns block fronts, also does that, but that's because they own block fronts. And this is a little different because you're one isolated place way down. So I get the idea of needing to be able to find this. And with the Columbia Presbyterian, their concern was that people, ambulances were coming off the bridge from New Jersey and didn't know their way to get to Columbia Presbyterian. And so the reason for those bollards was they just needed some way of identifying for the drivers and also taxi drivers. Pull in here, this is where the emergency room is, but it's not like they said, we're going to put a sign up that's visible from New Jersey so that the ambulances driving from New Jersey know where to go and to go over the George Washington Bridge or whatever, right? So that's the problem, and that's what you're suggesting kind of is necessary, and I think that's kind of extreme. The difference arguably is that in the area where Columbia Presbyterian is, it's such a huge super campus that interior signs wouldn't be visible to residents. Whereas here, you've got residential neighbors looking in from everywhere. So it's a different situation. That's why. But yeah, I see the point.
Understood. So
okay,
we'll take a look at that. Thank you.
I would also look at NYU. NYU recently completed that building. NYU recently completed the building along FDR Drive. So how do they try to address that, given that you have this viaduct overhead, and how do you make it visible for not only those approaching FDR from the above and the service road, all of that? So I live right across, and I have to say I only see it at night when it's illuminated. I don't even know if it's illuminated all the time. I don't try to remember it. Okay.
And so, but also because it's elevated, it might comply with zoning because the thing is lifted up and it's measured off of a different plane, right?
No.
So, that's the thing, it's above on that sort of bulkhead above the FDR Drive.
But it's from the street level. There is an at-grade service road, and then next to it is a ramp that goes up to the above-grade section of FDR Drive. So there are two levels. So there's a service road that's running along, and then there's the above-grade. So how are they addressing that signage for both levels? That's even more tricky and challenging.
And I admit that hospitals don't always follow the rules. But that's by way of saying, what are they doing? I'm not suggesting that you break the rules, but what is it they're doing to deal with it? If they're putting up illegal signs, you're not going to start researching whether they're legal or not legal. But how are they dealing with the wayfinding?
Right, the wayfinding issue rather than the legality issue. Understood.
Because, for instance, I know that Columbia Presbyterian has this gigantic banner that it hangs across Fort Washington Avenue, where it's got a bridge. It's probably not legal, but it's within their compound, right? And, the sign proclaims great things are happening here or something like that. And so, it's definitely branding, but sort of so insular that nobody's complaining because there's no residences to look at it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we did the timer, right?
Yeah, so again, submission March 18th for a continued hearing April 7th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
New case is item number 1, 2018-15 BZ, 250 West 26th Street, Manhattan. Only you?
Definitely don't do it like Booth Memorial.
Come, take it.
Booth Memorial has this huge red banner.
Those are, the banners are how they get away with everything. And that great things are happening here, maybe it's just a banner, so they get away with it.
Again.
Yeah.
So that's, I think the banner is,
It's
all
not
of
a
the
bad thing.
hospitals.
Okay, raise your right hands. It's okay. Raise your right hands.
So that's like a.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Proceed.
The 6th Avenue also has a lot of banners that announce the mall.
Those are your clients?
Yes.
Those are your clients?
Good evening, Chair Perlmutter and members of the board. My name is Harris Smith, RA with Crown Architecture and Consulting on behalf of the applicant. We attended the executive session yesterday and have submitted revised plans and statement of facts to address your comments, and I would like to take a moment to review these updates. First, we corrected the statement of facts to indicate that the owner is planning to put an addition on the building and is not currently working or permitted to do the addition. That is something that they plan to do in the middle of the year, this year. However, they do not have permits to do that work. We've added a note on A005 of the building elevation to indicate that fact, that the owner is planning to do a 4-story addition.
Do you know if it's a commercial addition?
It is.
Okay.
It will be a commercial addition. There will not be any residential. On sheet A008, we have clarified the egress for the stair B in the rear, which exits through a fire-rated corridor to the street.
And that
Sorry,
fully
just
addresses
slow
the
down for a
fire
second.
department, right?
What'd you say?
That fully addresses the fire department's concern.
Yeah, A008.
That actually does not address the fire department's concern. The owner has agreed to resolve the fire department's objection with fire department and DOB to whatever they ultimately require.
Okay, I'm the one who asked for the floor plan to show how you get out of stair B to the street, and they also show how you get out of stair A to the street.
And stair C.
And now we have a stair C? No.
But the stair C is going down, so that's not applicable.
Right, it was just, you have to look at the stairs on the third floor.
Right,
It's
it's
stair
A and
A and B are the only stairs in the space. Those are the ones that care about, so that's good. But in terms of fire department, we have a no front letter of objection from fire department is something else that needs to be addressed, right?
Correct. They have an existing in-swing door, which the owner has agreed to ultimately get approved by FDNY and DOB.
An in-swinging fire?
Well, the owner has agreed to do whatever DOB and FDNY require. If that is it to swing into the stairs, that is what the owner will ultimately do.
Ultimately, as in when? You can't have a fire stair swing opposite the direction of travel. There was a very famous fire, when was that, in 1903 or something?
There have been several. I have, yes, I have informed the owner of that, and they have agreed to resolve this to the satisfaction of the Department of Buildings and the FDNY.
Let's just turn it like this. The owner has to immediately change the swing of the door so it swings into the stair, right? In a way that's legal, because if it obstructs the movement down the staircase, that's also illegal. So they might need to, for example, move the door to create for that little foyer.
A vestibule and.
Yeah, so something, they have to do it immediately. It's super dangerous. This has been operating for 7 years.
7 years.
Super dangerously. Right? Fire department, you want to speak? It's panicking him.
I'm John Daly, Fire Department. I do want to make the board aware that there is a violation order issued by the Fire Department, and we are visiting the site this week. If there is non-compliance, we will be issuing criminal summons. And if the inspector deems that this is a dangerous situation, we will vacate the third floor till they correct this misdirection of door swings. So,
And what do you believe is the what do you believe is the way to correct it?
The architect will have to respond to that. I can't give a design solution.
I mean, it's pretty simple. The rule is that the door must swing in the direction of travel in the event of egress, so it always swings into the stair. The other part of the rule is if it swings onto the landing of the stair, you have to have a certain minimum distance between the top tread and the edge of the door. I think it's 24 inches, but I don't remember.
It depends on what code you're analyzing.
Yeah, well,
This under,
this is 68 code.
under 38, we'd have to provide it couldn't obstruct at all.
Right.
And this building would have been built.
68 code. Well, it's 68, not 38.
Ultimately, yeah. However, in that situation, we'd have to create a vestibule.
Yeah.
I think that the board has, and the fire department has given the owner pretty clear direction.
Yeah. Right, so they really do what they say. So I would recommend taking care of it
Yes.
like this week.
We will inform the owner.
Okay. All right. Okay, what else?
That, and then there was a question regarding operating hours. Essentially, the Saturday and Sunday operating hours differ from what was presented to the community board in 2018 by half an hour. The PCE would open at, currently opens at 10 a.m. instead of 10:30 a.m. and closes at 2 p.m. And really what that is to allow patrons to arrive, change, and get ready for the first class, and same when they're leaving after the last class.
Okay.
So we would ask the board to, I guess, tell us how you would like us to.
No, you've already submitted in your statement of facts. Let me just verify. Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Yes.
And Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Yes.
That's what will be put in.
Okay.
That's already been submitted to us. It was Commissioner Sheta observed that there was a discrepancy between the two. Okay. All right, I think that's it. Are there any speakers on this one? All right, so you really need to deal with the fire department right away. Yeah, they're going to come soon.
I will pass this along immediately.
Okay, and they did correct. Okay, so I think you handled everything else, but that's a super serious question, right?
The Chairwoman, I'll be in at 6 in the morning.
If you're going to speak, you need to come up here and identify yourself.
Sorry.
Chair members, my name is Phil. My name is Phil Balmont. I run the academy for Marcelo Garcia.
All right, wait, I have to swear you in.
Oh.
Raise your right hand. Yeah, you have to tell the truth.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to any board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to hold this. I'm a little tall. So I'm a facility coordinator for Marcelo Garcia Academy. Been working for Marcelo for almost 10 years, known him for a long time. He's one of the best people in the world. The academy is one of the best places in the world. I recommend any of you guys to stop by and check it out. It's great for the community. It's great for New York. We have New Yorkers. We have people from across the country. We have people from all over the world that just come to New York to train with Marcelo. About the issue with the door, Pete is the contractor for the building. I get to the school really early. I turn on the lights so we're ready to go at 7 a.m. And I will make sure that he gets a call from me so we get this squared away as soon as possible. So on my part, for him, I'll make sure that we're on this.
All right, so I just want to give you advice. You said Pete is the guy who handles it? Is that what you said?
The
Okay.
contractor.
Don't have the contractor just put in a door. He needs to know what the code is.
Code is the right frame, make sure it's
So your
not.
architect needs to give a little drawing to him so that, and the door has to be a fire-rated door. So careful, don't have him just go and fix it, because then you'll get another violation for having fixed it wrong.
Yes, ma'am. You got it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then, coming back, we should do it fast, right? Because we want them to respond quickly. So I would like them to, a week is probably not enough time for them to actually come back here. So how about, what's the one after March 3rd? March 17th, yeah. Okay. So you'll be back here on March 17th.
Okay.
And will fire department be able to inspect?
Take on.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we will be able to inspect, but we would like the plans revised.
Yes.
And submitted, so you gave them
Right.
a hearing date with no submission.
Yeah, I know, that's why but I was asking you first. Okay.
No problem.
All right, so, March 17th, could you submit like a week before? Yeah, submit the revised, no, you could submit the revised drawings next week. Fire department,
We could submit revised drawings immediately.
immediately, how about Friday? Yes?
Absolutely.
Good, like it. Then fire department has a chance to look at it and make sure they agree with the basic concept, right? Make sure are you the architect?
Yes, we're the applicant for the PCE, but not the applicant for the change of use, for the Alt 1.
But not
For the BSA.
You're the applicant for the BSA, but
Yes.
are you who's the architect? Is somebody here
This is
the
our
architect?
firm. This is
It's
our
your
firm. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm the architect, yeah.
Okay, good. So then you're going to check your
Yes.
books and make sure everything complies when you do your drawing, and you're going to cite to the section in the building code that says you can do whatever it is you're going to show. That way fire department knows that you're complying with building code,
Yes.
and then fire department will make sure you comply with fire code.
I guess you're saying that to make that change, you need to coordinate with the owner?
And ultimately, the owner will have to accept and execute.
Yeah, owner
this.
has to accept and execute. But this is on the PCE floor. This is
Correct.
not at the lower level, it's just the floor of the PCE. So I
The
see-
owner of the building.
Yeah, yeah. But it's your own office that you would be, I mean, your client's own office that might be affected by this
Correct.
door, right? Maybe not.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
John Daly Fire Department. It will be the owner of the building who's going to get the criminal summons.
Yeah, oh,
Because
Yeah, so he should have.
the
that's
stairs,
not
it's
gonna
his
be
stairs.
funny.
Right.
Yeah.
So he needs to confirm the plan.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So-
You should advise well, right there, your client needs to know and advise Marcelo, is that it?
They are the operators.
You're the operators. Oh, okay. So whoever signed the lease, because your landlord's about to get a criminal summons, that's never good. Right? So you need to quickly work with your landlord to say, we're trying to prevent you from getting a criminal summons because our door is in a bad place. Right? Okay, okay, good. Okay, good, thanks.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all.
Wait, so when is the revised
Submission on
plan?
Friday?
Submission on Friday of the revised drawings that comply with code, fire code, everything?
All right, so submission February 28th for a continued hearing March 17th.
Not to throw in the wrench. That submission will be based on your discussion with the owner to make sure everything is okay. Because it doesn't make sense for you to submit it and then the owner not agreeing to.
Correct, we will consult with.
Right?
Yeah, you can consult with the owner, but we're not gonna check that. All we wanna see is drawings that comply with code.
Okay.
And if the owner doesn't agree, I'm sorry to report, he's gonna be busy.
It seems like they have an okay relationship. He
Yeah.
was here earlier today.
Right, okay, thanks. Okay, thank you.
So 28? Thank you.
Yeah.
Item number 2, 2019-76BZ, 1973 East 16th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, almost there.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Of course. Okay.
Good evening. Lear Altman from the Office of Lear Altman. We listened to your executive session. We heard your comments. In response, we will be reducing the height of this building. We will also be increasing the rear yard on the second floor. In addition, we will be providing on the plans floor area calculation diagrams. We're going to clarify and amend the side yard if appropriate. The reason I say if appropriate is we're going to order the Sanborn maps and obviously see, we know that in 1930 that garage wasn't there. We're not sure between 1930 and 1961, so we're just going to clarify that. And we will change the plans as necessary or as is appropriate. We will also be dimensioning all exterior walls and setbacks on the plans and sections. We will add a legend on the site plan, provide you with a survey, dimension the walls to be retained, and make sure that they, of course, match the demo plans. And we will be changing the demo plans to feet and inches. I see what your concern was. And lastly, we will shade the walls to be legalized differently and remove them from the existing calculations along with the garage, assuming that it's not legal.
Great. So you just went through the list and you're gonna just do it all? Great.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So you're doing Sanborn, but didn't you ask for a survey, or doesn't matter?
We
I
are
asked for a
providing-
survey
Yep, and I
also.
said we're going to provide that. It was
Yeah.
on the
Sorry,
list.
I missed that.
Yeah.
No
I
problem.
mean, And the Sanborn had to do with the.
Just confirming the side yard.
Yeah, the side yard.
And if the Sanborn shows us that that garage is legal, we will act accordingly, and if it shows us that it's illegal, we will act accordingly.
Right. Seriously. Okay. Okay, good. And you're gonna reduce the height, right, okay.
Yep, already said that.
Okay.
And the rear yard on the second floor.
Got it.
Well, we'll increase that, I
Wonderful.
suppose, not decrease.
What are we?
It was 3 weeks now.
13, 14.
This would be the second. Yes. Submission April 1st for continued hearing April 21st.
4/1/4/21, if you don't mind, I'm just.
Is that
gonna-
okay, holiday-wise?
I'm just going to look at my calendar for that. That was exactly what I was thinking.
Wait, I think you had the other one. What was the date?
4/21, I don't have anything else on, I know that. Let me just look when Passover is. Passover ends on the
Beginning of
16th.
April. What?
It ends on the
Should be
16th,
good.
Passover, so 4/1/4/21 is fine.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for February 25th, 2020.
Thank you, everybody.